jumping out of bed at a speed that surprised my wife and even myself considering the late hours. Straight for 3 reference books in which I instinctively knew I would find confirmation of the insight I had just received. Grabbing the books off the shelves, I ran back up the stairs to explain my strange behavior to my wife. As I read out the relevant passages from the books, her look of disbelief mirrored my own growing sense of incredulity. Neither of us slept that night. The insight I had received in that moment of enlightenment concerned the mysterious phenomena known as the elixir of life, the philosopher's stone, and the Holy Grail. Over the next few days I scrambled my way through hundreds of books, searching until late every night for the inevitable flaw in the theory that was now taking shape in my mind. And yet everything merely seemed to confirm it, and more. Shortly afterwards, I happened to meet writer and researcher Gary Osborne. Page 15. Who had uncovered some ancient secrets pertaining to shamanism, the Enlightenment experience, the Great Pyramid of Giza, and what we would come to call the cult of the serpent. This chance meeting led to our collaboration in what was to become a joint quest to find the truth behind the enigmatic Holy Grail. Together we researched, cross-referenced, and collated the mounting evidence to support our theory that the elixir of life, the philosopher's stone, and the Holy Grail were not only ideals but had real substance. Moreover, they worked in precisely the way described in ancient myths and legends. Indeed, they were one and the same thing. According to traditional myths and legends, these 3 mysterious phenomena cured all manner of illnesses and brought great riches. They were also said to be the source of profound knowledge, enlightenment, and even eternal life. As we were to discover, these 3 mythical objects were the result of humankind's earliest association with one of the most poisonous and dangerous creatures on the planet, the snake. This creature, which in ancient times was worshipped, has since been demonized by Western religion. But this was just one of the many contradictions we came across as our quest for the truth behind the elixir, the stone, and the Grail led us to the very origins of civilization and the root of our modern belief systems. We hope you enjoy reading about the discoveries we made during our many years of research. In addition to the information given here, regular updates can be found on our website www.gardinerosborne.com, along with many related articles. We wish you an enlightening Grail journey. Kian En Servoit. Page 16. Introduction. If you have bought this book, you are doubtless already intrigued by the Holy Grail and the many myths that surround it. Perhaps you see the Grail as an esoteric or mystical symbol, a key to the secrets of self-discovery. You may also have formulated some ideas about the philosopher's stone and the elixir of life. There are many ways of perceiving these mysteries. We may see the Grail as being a historical object, for example, such as a vessel or cup. Or our vision of it may derive from this traditional description, but be influenced by our personal focus in life. For a mystic or alchemist, this Ace of all Cups represents the spiritual perfection of man. For an archaeologist, it might be the sacred vessel excavated from the tomb of Joseph of Arimathea. For a Formula One racing driver, it could be the Victory Cup from which he quaffs champagne, while for a soccer player or fan, it would be the World Cup. Some marketing gurus would have us believe that it is a simple pint glass containing a certain brand of amber nectar. For many of us, the words, Holy Grail, express supreme perfection or ultimate discovery and can be applied to just about anything and everything, whether spiritual or mundane. In a quick search of the internet, we found that the words are even used by teenage computer programmers to describe some preeminent computer language. So it seems that there is no end to the usage of the term. Whatever field we are working in, the Holy Grail is the ultimate goal. Perhaps it is the inherent ambiguity of the Grail that has captured our imagination. One thing is certain, however, recent interest in the Grail reveals a deep-seated desire to break free from the constraints imposed by orthodox traditions and institutions. For whatever its real secret may be, the Grail has come to symbolize self-empowerment. Before we go any further, we would like you to picture the Holy Grail in your mind. Close your eyes and allow yourself to travel back through history. Fly over Norman-conquered territory, over Anglo-Saxon fields to Roman Britain and back through Celtic lands to a time that remains a mystery. Let the mystery clear and see your own vision of the Grail before you. Page 17. What have you visualized? A plain and simple cup, made from clay or wood. A golden chalice, inlaid with jewels and sparkling in the sunlight. Does a glowing mist surround this magical, almost musical chalice? A plate or dish, edged with Celtic knotwork. Or perhaps a platter that once held the head of John the Baptist. A cauldron, with images of dragons and mythological beasts prancing around its outer face that recall Celtic tales from ages past. A blood-red lance that once pierced Christ's side and was sought after by Napoleon, Hitler and others who aspired to rule the known world. An Eastern sacrificial cup containing the Vedic soma, the Mazdine Haoma or the Greek ambrosia. Or does it contain the blood of Christ? These examples are how many of us in the Western world visualize the Grail. Most of us, however, are inclined to think of it as a cup or chalice that once held the blood of Christ, and we tend to look no further. The reasons for this are simple. Our image of the Grail derives from popular folk tradition. Mass market books are the silver screens of cinema and television. And now, with the proliferation of the World Wide Web, all manner of wonderful new ideas are streaming into popular and cult circles, a veritable cornucopia of modern folklore and modern confusion. However, there are those for whom the answers to the deeper mysteries of the Grail are to be found instead in esoteric or mystery schools. Finding these answers involves a journey into the unknown, a journey that leads to eternal life, which is itself the Grail. Our initial research led us to conclude that the Grail had emerged from several different sources, all of which derived from the same generic source, if not from the same geographical location. In our quest, we searched through ancient texts, etymology, history, religion, and science, and considered them from every possible viewpoint. We also made a conscious decision not to accept the conventional interpretations of the myths we encountered, since we wished to avoid going down the same old road that others had traveled before us and that many more keep traveling. Although the Holy Grail is now fundamentally a European ideal, we discovered that it was originally a worldwide phenomenon. The familiar Celtic and Christian Grail legends were simply adaptations of the original story, new. Page 18. Ideas overlaid on old truths. Whether by design or accident, they serve to bury the real facts ever deeper. In our search for the real meaning of the Grail, we could not help but touch upon the esoteric explanation of the Grail myth as a spiritual quest of self-fulfillment and discovery, and it is perhaps this interpretation that the modern reader can most relate to. However, the origins of the Grail myth lie in a different age, when such ideas were the remit of a select few, the priests and masters of the craft. This elite employed an arcane and symbolic language to hide the real identity of the Grail in much the same way that practical, alchemical texts concealed the path to spiritual transformation and enlightenment. In the end, whichever particular image we personally have of the Grail, they all point to one unique and simple conclusion: we can obtain eternal life through the Grail. Philip Gardiner and Gary Osborne, May 2005, London. Page 19. Part 1: The Grail, the Elixir and the Stone. Page 20. Chapter 1: Alpha Omega. The very nature of myth is such that one level of meaning leads to yet deeper levels. Therefore, whether we are simply reading a mythical story or researching its origins, a myth has the potential to take us on a journey. The mythical journey we have come to know as the quest for the Holy Grail belongs in part to the mystical tradition, a tradition that conceals its knowledge of enlightenment and other mystical experiences behind symbolic images and enigmatic language. If this knowledge were expressed in more literal language, it would be met with misunderstanding or even hostility. Also, it cannot be disclosed directly, because this would be to reveal the goal of the journey before the journey had even begun. It is therefore little wonder that many of us have difficulty understanding the mystical aspect of the Grail. Moreover, the popular themes surrounding the Holy Grail date from a time when life revolved around religion, fueled by the spiritual impulse that seems to be an intrinsic part of human nature. History and propaganda have also contributed to the story of the Grail. At any given point in history, it is always the most popular stories that are grafted onto an original legend. Sometimes stories are popularized for propaganda purposes. At others, stories that are either unpopular or suppressed by those in power are forgotten, cast upon the funeral pyre of time. Just as we today are persuaded to vote for certain political parties by the mass media, so in ages gone by our ancestors were persuaded to follow certain beliefs. It is in this way that the Grail came to be seen as the vessel that caught the blood of Christ as he hung from the tree. It was also said to be the cup used by Christ at the Last Supper. Known as the relic of passion, it has become more important than the original message. But these interpretations share a common symbolism in that they associate the Grail with the blood of Christ. The most frequently quoted medieval author on the subject of the Grail is Hellenand, c. 1150 c.1227, a Cistercian abbot from Froidmont in the Diocese of Beauvais. However, we noted that Hellenand was one of the most ardent. Page 21. Preachers of the Albigensian Crusade, 1209-44, a crusade in southern France against the Cathars, from the Greek kassapoi, meaning pure ones, a Gnostic sect who were regarded as heretics by the Church. This must surely have influenced anything Hellenand had to say about the Grail, since the Cathars were said to possess the secret of the Holy Grail and to have spirited it away from the town of Montségur before it fell to the Crusaders. They are supposed to have then deposited it in the Ornolac caves in a valley in the Ariege before they themselves became victims of the crusade launched on the orders of Pope Innocent E. Hellenand presupposes the Grail to be a real object, like a chalice or cup. But the secret spirited away from Montségur by the Cathars is more likely to have been written texts that contained the real knowledge of the Grail, or perhaps ritual accoutrements and other paraphernalia associated with this knowledge. These could very well have included a symbolic cup or chalice. Others believe that the Grail is the platter or paschal dish which was present at the Last Supper. In this case, we should not look to Christianity or Celtic mythology for the blood element associated with the Grail, but to Judaism. This idea can be proven incorrect, however, although in the story of the Grail there is truth in all. For Dr. Linda Malpour, the connection between the Grail and the Eucharistic chalice is generally implicit and often explicit. One exception to this occurs in the metrical Joseph of Arimathea, where the poet describes the Grail as containing the blood of the slain God, and compares this vessel to the Eucharistic chalice, squared. The Holy Eucharist, which is one of 7 sacraments of the Christian Church, is celebrated during the Mass or Holy Communion. The ritual involves the distribution of white bread and red wine. In some variations, the bread or circular communion wafer is dipped into the red wine contained in a large cup or chalice before being given to each communicant to eat. The bread is said to represent the body of Christ and the wine his blood. The connection between the Grail and the Eucharist is particularly interesting in that the ritual symbolizes the individual's communion with the Christian God, thus revealing how one can establish a personal and conscious connection with that collective center of intelligence to which all of us are theoretically already linked. While opinions may vary about the identity of the Grail as an object, the meaning of the word Grail has itself provoked a surge of theories. Page 22. In early manuscripts, the Grail is referred to as the Sangral. Hellenand claims that the word Graal comes from Gradulus and sets the date of a hermit's vision of the Grail as 717-19, see Speculum Historiae, by Vincent of Beauvais. Hellenand's Gradulus is said to resemble a dish on which fish are served, while the Grail scholar Dr. Bergman points out that the medieval Latin noun gradale, masculine, or gradale, neuter, translates as vase, goblet, or basin. Sir Thomas Malory, author of the 15th century Morte d'Arthur, was the first to use the words Holy Grail and said that the Sangral was the blessed blood of Christ. But in his English etymology, Walter Skeat, 1835-1912, one of the greatest investigators of the roots of the English language, states that the etymology of the Holy Grail was very early falsified by an intentional change from sangreal, holy dish, to sangreal, royal blood, cube. This is a perfect example of how the original information surrounding the Grail was later twisted and corrupted by those hoping to further their own ends, usually the pursuit of power. We found that such misinterpretations, or deliberate falsifications, have appeared ever since the Grail's ancient origins. The change of meaning from Holy Grail to royal blood has led various authors and researchers to suggest that the secret of the Holy Grail is that the royal bloodlines of Europe stem directly from the bloodline of Jesus, to the power of 4 like people of ancient Egypt, who saw their pharaohs as the sons of God. We are now encouraged to believe that the royal families of Europe are descended from a divinity. But in our view, the secret of the Holy Grail could just as easily lie in the fact that this addition to the Grail myth provides a further mystery. Wolfram von Eschenbach, one of the earliest and most famous of Grail writers, was bought by the Templars and Cistercians to ensure that they were written into this then new propaganda myth. More recently, the authors of the Holy Blood and the Holy Grail were approached by an alleged secret society, the Priory of Sion, which had decided that it was time to reveal this ancient secret to the power of 5. We have to ask ourselves, what kind of secret society reveals its secrets to the world? Surely such secrets would be highly questionable. As to what the Grail really is, there are many explanations. There may also be more than one Grail, as Graham Phillips, author of The Search for the Grail, observed. In each romance the Grail or Grails are kept by the family of Percival, the direct descendants of Joseph of Arimathea. Here lies the Grail's importance. It is a visible, tangible symbol of an alternative apostolic succession. To the power of 6. Page 23. Idea that there could be more than one Grail matched our own growing conviction of the underlying truth of the Grail story. We would go further than Graham Phillips, however, and say that the Grail is guarded by this apostolic succession, not that they themselves are the Grail. And it has been guarded well. So much so that misinformation, for example, the stories surrounding the Priory of Sion, has been employed to mislead people and send many Grail researchers on a wild goose chase. The fact that so many images have been attributed to the Grail also gives the impression that it is many things, when in reality all these images are devices to hide and protect it. We are told, for example, that the Grail is a vessel of some kind containing the resurrecting blood of Christ, which was brought by Joseph of Arimathea, the supposed uncle of Jesus, to Glastonbury, England. Yet the Grail is also considered to be the pagan cauldron of Celtic and Sarmatian mythology, the symbol of fertility, transformation and rebirth. This cauldron, which is mentioned in the stories of the Cauldron of Caradwen, a Celtic goddess, and the Cauldron of Annwn, the Celtic underworld, had many uses. It was similar to the void of Eastern tradition, from which everything in the universe originates, in that it would spew forth copious amounts of wondrous food and drink for the victors of battle. It would also resurrect the dead soldiers of the victorious side, albeit taking a part of each as an offering, either his eyesight or his speech, so that he could either not look upon the cauldron or not talk about it. It was thus impossible for him to impart its secrets to others. Like the Celtic cauldron, the Grail is associated with fertility, regeneration and the cycle of life-death-rebirth as expressed in the never-ending cycle of the seasons. Within this yearly cycle, followers of religions from around the world celebrate the spring or vernal equinox, which falls on or around 21 March. This is one of only 2 days in the year when day and night are equal in length, the other being the autumnal equinox, which falls exactly 6 months later, on or around 21 September. These celebrations are said to be pagan in origin, but are more likely to have a shamanic foundation. For many of us, the spring equinox represents the victory of light over darkness, of good over evil. For others, this time marks the conception of the Son of God, whose coming to earth or physical birth takes place at the winter solstice in December. For pagans, it marks the annual death-rebirth of the slain god, or vegetation god, gods such as the Egyptian Osiris, the Roman Attis, the Assyrian, Babylonian Tammuz-Or. Page 24. Sumerian Dumuzi and the Celtic Green Man. This time in the yearly cycle is also the death-rebirth of Jesus Christ, which is celebrated at Easter. In this annual conception or rebirth of the resurrecting God, we find a correspondence to the rebirth and resurrection of the dead soldiers of Celtic myth. Furthermore, we find that this resurrecting God also provides the yearly harvest, which corresponds to the wondrous food produced by the Celtic cauldron. The Grail is similarly said to produce an abundance of food and drink, and to appear suddenly, as if from nowhere. The Grail and the Alpha Omega. The connection of the Grail with the resurrecting God led us to examine more closely the natural phenomenon of cycles, and especially the crucial point in each and every cycle, the beginning and end point, the point at which one cycle ends and a new cycle begins, which is by implication the moment of death, rebirth, and of resurrection. This point is represented by the ancient circular symbol of the Ouroboros tail devourer, the snake that is swallowing or biting its own tail. See Figure 1. A universal symbol, the Ouroboros first appeared in Egypt around 1600 BC, but is probably much older. It carries the simple message that creation is a cyclical process, creation, destruction, recreation, or birth, death, rebirth, in which patterns repeat themselves in a series of never-ending cycles, from the slowly changing patterns of the revolving galaxies to the more rapid spin activity that occurs at the subquantum level. Page 25. Figure 1, Ancient Greco-Byzantine Ouroboros. The Ouroboros and other ancient symbols like it, such as the Egyptian Shen ring, a rod and circle combined, also evident in Sumerian art, draw our attention to the most important point in the cyclical process. In the Ouroboros, this point is the place in the circle at which the snake is biting its own tail. This is the beginning end instant known as the Alpha Omega after the first and last letters of the Greek alphabet, of Alpha and Omega, Omega. The significance of this point is emphasized in the words attributed to Jesus Christ, I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end, Revelation 22:13. These words have a remarkable parallel in an inscription found in the temple of the Egyptian goddess Isis at Say in Egypt, I am all that has been, that is, and that will be. The letters Alpha and Omega were also frequently applied to goddess worship, for it was the goddess who united us in birth and death. The few examples given here and the many others we discovered suggested to us that the Grail was itself associated with the crucial point in every cycle at which opposing forces, for example, life, death, winter, summer, day, night, are joined, fused together and cancelled out, thus allowing a seemingly spiritual third state or third force to manifest. This is personified by the symbolic annual appearance of the resurrecting God or Christed One. This crucial point in the cycle applies to all opposites and is the zero point at which positive crosses into negative and vice versa, as shown in simple wave. Page 26. Phenomena and all periodic systems. If we take the spring and autumn equinoxes as an example, these 2 points in the yearly cycle, known in the ancient pagan Wicca tradition as the in-between times, are where and when the opposites are in balance. It was believed that at these 2 points a portal opened between the earth and the heavenly realm, through which radiated the infinite, the life force, providing sustenance and nourishment. In the words of the mythologist C. Austin, in that time of suspended activity, the conduit between the worlds yawns, the veil becomes thin. As the contents of both worlds mingle, the resulting tumult offers an opportunity for a renewed relationship with the unseen, to the power of 7. As we were to discover, the significance of this particular point in the dynamic of the cycle is far-reaching. Every cycle has 3 phases, as can be seen in a simple sine wave, see figure 2. These 3 phases are positive peak, negative dip, and the neutral point we would call the transliminal phase. Transliminal is a term often used in psychology and consciousness research to describe what is known as the transliminal state, or transliminal experience. However, applying it to the dynamic in the cycle enables us to see the deeper connections between consciousness and cyclical phenomena. The neutral point or transliminal phase is crossed over twice, where each half of the cycle crosses over into the other, and is therefore the point at which both opposites are momentarily united or cancelled out, that is, they are neutralized. Page 27. Figure 2, traveling wave and cycle. A traveling wave is really a continuous cycle of energy information stretched out linearly in time. Illustration by Gary Osborne. We discovered that this neutral point in the cycle was also responsible for much of the ancient sexual imagery associated with creation, for the ancients understood that the creative processing of consciousness was similar in principle to the procreation process. In brief, the ancients associated the positive and negative phases of a cycle with the gender opposites of male and female. The neutral point in the cycle was seen to correspond to the moment of sexual fusion, when the male and female opposites united in sexual intercourse and produced a child. In contrast to the mother and father, who represented the 2 opposite forces, the child was the embodiment of the third force. In the course of its development in the womb, the child itself became either male or female, i.e., one of 2 opposites, and so the cycle was repeated ad infinitum. But at the moment of conception, the child or zygote, the fertilized ovum, represented the divine spark of creation produced by the union of opposites. If we apply this symbolism to the Ouroboros, the snake's tail represents the phallus, its mouth the female vagina, and the 2 unite at the neutral point in the cycle. More importantly, this point in the cycle represents the organizing principle, the synaptic pulse or spark that drives the cycles, and that is continually being ignited by the source center of creation. Page 28. Grail and the neutral angels. In Parsifal, Wolfram von Eschenbach tells us that the Grail is a stone that was brought from heaven to earth by neutral angels, so called because they refused to take sides when there was a war in heaven. Although they are also mentioned in Dante's Inferno 3:34-69, which was written in the 14th century, we could find no obvious source for Eschenbach's neutral angels. Instead, we discovered that the origin of the Grail goes back in time to the mysterious priesthood of gods and demigods known as the Shining Ones. The Egyptian gods of the pre-dynastic period were known as the Ntjr, Neter or Neteru, plural, which means God, spirit, or soul. Some have translated Neter as neutral or nature and suggest that words like neither and nether, as in netherworld, stem from it. The Neter gods included Osiris, Horus, and Thoth. According to the Turin Papyrus, which lists the names of these gods and the later dynasties of the pharaohs, the long reign of the Neter was followed by that of a mysterious priesthood known as the Shemsu-Hor, the followers of Horus, Horus having been the last Neter god. This priesthood was also known as the Aku, which means the Shining Ones. By all accounts, these gods and their priests are militant arm, who were known as the Watchers or Nephilim, the angels who were said to have come down from heaven, had been based in ancient Samaria before moving to Heliopolis in Egypt. This mysterious race of beings has also been linked to the fish deities, who were said to have come from the sea. More specifically, they were said to have come from a submerged land, which inevitably evokes tales of the lost continent of Atlantis. The Shining Ones also settled in other places around the globe. In India they were known as the Nagas, Serpent Lords, see Plate 2. In Mesoamerica they were the Feathered Serpents, and in China they were known as the Water Beings. Our research into the Shining Ones suggests that they were an advanced shamanic-based culture. Although an account of their long and often deliberately distorted history lies outside the scope of the present book, we can learn something of their cosmology, spiritual knowledge and beliefs from the shamanic tradition, since both were based on an understanding of the neutral third force. The underlying message conveyed by many of the myths and allegorical. Page 29. Stories we studied is that this neutral force is the answer to the problems created by the apparent duality of human consciousness. The psychologist Carl Jung addressed the nature of these problems when he wrote, "Humanity, as never before, is split into two apparently irreconcilable halves." Psychological rule says that when an inner situation is not made conscious, it happens outside, as fate. That is to say, when the individual remains divided and does not become conscious of his inner opposite, the world must perforce act out the conflict and be torn into opposing halves, to the power of 8. The mythologist C. Austin adds, while the dynamism of the world is held in dueling opposites, the healing and resolution of the world is found in the tertium non datur, the reconciling third, which arises as a synthesis of the opposites that, though in conflict, have been held in consciousness, in authenticity. This third is the unforeseeable middle ground, which can express both sides, just as a waterfall visibly mediates between above and below, to the power of 9. How do the neutral point and the third force relate to the Grail? According to the mythologist Joseph Campbell, the Grail represents the spiritual path that is between pairs of opposites, between fear and desire, between good and evil, writing about the Fisher King, whose one-sided wound has made him sexually impotent and caused a corresponding imbalance in the land he both governs and represents. C. Austin adds, it is fitting that the Grail King is restored by the hero Parsifal, whose own name means straight down the middle. If we now re-examine Eschenbach's story about the neutral angels who carried the Grail between heaven and earth, we can see that these angels are the personification of the neutral third force. The third force is also represented by the Grail, which the angels bring from heaven to earth, heaven and earth being the two opposites, while the Grail that passes between them is both the dynamic beginning-end point, the Alpha Omega, and the reconciling third force. As we will see, the Grail's ability to reconcile opposites holds the key to healing our divided consciousness. In the next chapter we examine the techniques associated with the practical application of this third force, or middle state, which can be discerned by studying the way of the shaman. Page 30. Chapter 2. The mixing of opposites. Shamanism has been described as a worldwide magico-spiritual system in which the tribal psychic or shaman, also known as the witch doctor, medicine man, priest, magician, sorcerer, diviner and sage, enters an altered state of consciousness, or trance state, and travels to non-material worlds by journeying into himself. There he gains knowledge of divination and healing through his interaction with what he believes to be the spirits of the dead and other supernatural creatures and intelligences. The tribal shamans were probably also the first storytellers, explaining the meaning of life and the cosmos to their fellow men through what we would now describe as mythical stories. In the course of his inner journey, the shaman travels through the higher realms. However, these can only be reached by first passing through the underworld, the land of the dead, known to the ancient Sumerians as Abzu, to the ancient Egyptians as Duat, and to the Greeks as Hades. The most effective shamans are those who have the natural ability to enter the trance state at will. Most will have acquired this ability through some illness, crisis, or trauma from which they re-emerge as if reborn. This is their initiation into the mysteries. These first experiences are often terrifying, for the shaman may feel he is dying, being dismembered or torn apart, hence the underworld's association with what we now call hell. In effect, the initiate's consciousness is broken down and remade so that he can fulfill his new vocation as the mediator or medium between this world and the next. After his ordeal, he is considered to be a new person with a new name, for like the archetypal resurrecting God, he is born again with a profound wisdom concerning the mysteries of life and death. In the same way that Jesus was guided by the Holy Spirit, Arthur was accompanied by the wise Merlin, and the gods Osiris and Horus were instructed by Thoth. The new shaman savior will usually have an instructor, a spirit guardian, possibly a former shaman or ancestor. He will also be accompanied by the spirit of an animal from whom he derives great power, a power animal. Many of the Western anthropologists who studied indigenous cultures around page 31 world at the beginning of the 20th century believed that the symptoms associated with shamanic trance states were similar to those associated with schizophrenia and epilepsy. They therefore considered the shaman to be suffering from some kind of mental disorder rather than to be a spiritual mediator between this world and the next. These early observations may be more revealing in terms of the predominant left brain perceptions of the anthropologists than of shamanism, however. The shaman employs many techniques, all of which are intended to induce an altered state of consciousness that leads to higher states, which are often described as pleasurably ecstatic or even sexually orgasmic. This is also an appropriate description of the bright light climax of the Enlightenment experience, the biblical cardio or Hindu Kundalini awakening, which has been compared to sexual orgasm, but is said to be 1,000 times more intense. This experience of bright light, of the inner sun, gave rise to the term, the shining ones. To facilitate his entry into these other states and worlds, the shaman will sometimes take hallucinogenic substances made from natural plants, after which he may be bound or tied up. Another technique involves a drum fashioned from the trunk of a tree, on which the shaman beats out various hypnotic rhythms to induce the trance state. Stick and drum. The shaman's stick and drum can be compared to the binary symbols 1 and 0, which correspond to the male and female opposites we mentioned earlier and all similar opposites. This is no mere conjecture on our part, since African shamans describe the people of Western and other cultures that are left brain dominant as the people of the line, and those of Eastern and right brain dominant cultures as the people of the circle. These ancient descriptions are clearly not referring to the modern binary symbols used in computer language. Instead, we suggest that the binary symbols were based, coincidentally, on the ancient concept of the two opposites. When the shaman beats his drum to enter the trance state, the two binary opposites are brought together with every beat of the drum in the male stick. Page 32. Female drum are momentarily fused together like the phallus and vagina, or sperm and ovum, during sexual intercourse. The moment of contact between the stick and drum corresponds to the neutral point at which the two opposites fuse together, the zero, transliminal point in a cycle. As the shaman beats his drum, the oscillating cycles of his own brainwaves attune themselves to the drum's hypnotic rhythm, causing his mind to zoom in on this neutral point and enter a hypnotic or hypnagogic trance, also called the transliminal state. The fusion of opposites in alchemy, the union of opposites is represented by the androgyne or hermaphrodite, the perfect spiritual being, a composite figure depicted in art as possessing a body that is divided vertically into half male and half female, or as one body with both male and female heads. See Figure 3. Page 33. Figure 3, Johann Mylius, Philosophia Reformata, 1622. In esoteric and occult lore, the physical world of appearances and the superficial surface of things are associated with the masculine principle, as symbolized by the full light of the sun. Conversely, the mental or psychical world and the underlying energy behind the physical appearance of matter are associated with the feminine principle, as symbolized by the reflected half-light of the moon. In alchemical texts we find many illustrations conveying these two opposite principles through the symbolism of the sun, associated with day, and moon, associated with night. Because of male dominance in society, the correspondences associated with the masculine principle are traditionally seen as being predominantly positive. The male perceives all things objectively, in what he considers to be the true cold light of day, and the rational sciences, mathematical logic, and physics STEM. Page 34. From this male view of the world. On the other hand, the correspondences associated with the feminine principle are seen as being predominantly negative, at least according to the male point of view, which considers that when things are seen from a female perspective, they are perceived as though by the half-light of the moon, i.e., in a vague, abstract, or illusory way. The association of the sun with the masculine principle and the moon with the feminine illustrates how the ancients applied their knowledge of the natural world to the processes of human consciousness. Similarly, the three phases of the cycle described in the preceding chapter correspond with the three phases of the moon: waxing, positive, waning, negative, and full moon, the alpha-omega point, as well as the phases of the female menstrual cycle. These female cycles led to the concept of the threefold goddess. The fusion of opposites, sun and moon, masculine and feminine, was also observable in the natural world in the phenomenon of the solar eclipse. On the human scale, as already mentioned, this fusion of opposites was personified in the figure of the androgyne, which also represented the fusion in consciousness that allowed the true self, or soul, of the individual to manifest. The Chinese yin-yang pictogram, which is also known as the Tai Chi symbol, depicts the male active and female passive opposites as each containing their opposite within themselves. See Figure 4. Figure 4, the yin-yang pictogram Jungian theory expresses the same principle in that each person is said to possess both a male and female side, the animus and anima. Regardless of our predominant gender type, the true self manifests in the transitory fusion. Page 35. Subsequent neutralization of the masculine and feminine aspects, especially during the shamanic-related enlightenment experience. In the course of our research into the beliefs of the past, we found that the positive masculine and negative feminine principles were once very much a part of the human perception of the world. Although our current beliefs may be very different, an understanding of these principles could help us to resolve some of the enigmas with which we are still struggling today. For those who might object that we are confusing gender with polarity, we suggest that the ancients did not employ such dualistic terms because, unlike us, they had no concept of division. Furthermore, we are not promoting duality or polarity. Our references to the apparent duality or polarity of opposites are made in order to emphasize the existence of the midpoint or neutral point of balance between opposites. This occurs in all cycles and on all levels of existence, from the macrocosmic to the microcosmic. It is also a key to understanding part of the mystery surrounding the Grail. In effect, the ancients saw the midpoint between opposites as representing the true non-dualistic nature of reality, whereas the apparent duality of opposites was regarded as an illusion, a false perception of reality. This particular understanding of reality was expressed through myths and symbols. For example, the half-male, half-female figure of the androgyne was devised to illustrate the symbolic point in the cycle at which the opposites cross into each other and become momentarily united, fused, and mixed together. It thus illustrates simultaneously the true and illusory facets of reality. These illusory opposites also formed the basis for the ancient system of magical correspondences, i.e., the correspondence of the positive phase of the cycle with the sun, the masculine principle, and other positive correspondences, and the negative phase with the moon, the feminine principle, and other negative correspondences. By studying the cycles of these correspondences as they manifested in the natural world, the ancients acquired a profound understanding of the true nature of reality. It was for this reason that they also studied the heavens and the cyclical movements of the stars and planets. They wanted to know where and when the cycles would converge, for example, in an eclipse, since they believed that at such moments of celestial conjunction or superimposition, a portal opened up to the Creator, the divine source center. Moreover, as the expert astrologer the late Jeff Mayo points out, the symbols adopted by the ancients provide us with insights into the processes of human. Page 36. Consciousness. Jung recognized the sun symbol as the classic symbol for the unity and divinity of the self. Jung sees the self as not only the midpoint, but also the circumference that encloses consciousness and the unconscious. It is the center of this psychic totality, as the ego is the center of consciousness, the self is the very core of the psyche, and yet it represents the whole man. It is the function which unites all the opposing elements in man and woman. It marks the last station on the way of individuation, which Jung calls self-realization. Only when this midpoint is found and integrated can one speak of a whole man. We can see the close correlation between the traditional astrological symbolism for the sun and this primordial archetypal process in man to achieve wholeness of being, self-integration, and conscious unity with his own true self and with his environment and fellow creatures. The ancient Egyptian symbol for the sun, a simple circle with a dot in the center to which Jeff Mayo refers, also represents the inner sun, the source center of consciousness. For the ancients, both suns were intimately related. The ancients conveyed a similar understanding in their concept of the birth of the sun god, the son of the sun, between two mountain peaks. Since the earth was believed to be the body or womb of the shamanic world mother, these twin peaks represented her bent and open legs as she gave birth to the rising sun. On one level, the sun rising between two peaks illustrated the rising of the physical sun. In Egyptian cosmology, after journeying through the underworld, the negative half of the cycle, the sun was believed to be reborn every morning at the neutral point between night and day. The dividing line of the horizon was seen as yet another metaphor for the midpoint or middle ground between opposites, in this case the earth and the sky. The reborn sun god was Horus, a netter god who was also known as Herakti, Horus in the horizon, meaning that he personified the emergence of the sun from the neutral point on the horizon, the point where the sun is neither up nor down. At another level, however, the rising of the physical sun was equated with the rising of the inner sun or true self. This symbolic linkage of outer and inner realities conveyed the esoteric teaching that the inner sun was also located at the neutral midpoint between opposites in the twilight zone of consciousness known as the hypnagogic state. Ironically, the true self corresponds with the excluded middle of Western. Page 37. Aristotelian logic, a materialist view which does not recognize this neutral point in consciousness. In popular thought, this point is represented by the fence nobody is allowed to sit on and the vacuum which nature is said to abhor. In relation to human consciousness, the true self corresponds to the source center of the mind or psyche, which is situated at the neutral point between the opposite states of conscious and unconscious. However, because our attention is focused either consciously on our external reality or subconsciously on the internal reality of our thoughts and feelings, we remain unaware of our source center. The solution lies in somehow becoming consciously aware of the opposite sides of our mind simultaneously, of becoming both observer and observed, thus reintegrating the two. This reintegration of the mind can be accomplished through the shamanic trance state. Although the trance state is not enlightenment, we discovered that the two are closely related in that intensified practice of the trance state can initiate the enlightenment experience. For the shaman, the reintegration of the divided mind was the gateway to the underworld. We can illustrate this gateway with the hidden circles of the vesica piscis, which takes its name from the Latin vesica, meaning bladder, and piscis, the genitive of fish, because the central oval, known as the mandorla, resembles the shape of a fish's bladder, see figure 5. One circle can be related to the conscious self or left brain and the other to the subconscious or right brain. The central oval created by the superimposition and fusion of both circles represents the portal, or now open gateway, to the unconscious, the shamanic underworld. It was believed that if this fusion were sustained, the portal would remain open, leading one back through many different levels of consciousness to the source of one's existence, the source of creation itself. It must be emphasized, however, that this portal is experienced as a psychic door and not as a physical door. Having explored the meaning behind this symbol, we return to the shamanic concepts of the world mother and the underworld. Page 38. Figure 5. The creation of the vesica piscis, the world mother and the underworld. How did the concepts of the world mother and the underworld arise? The reasoning is that ancient man observed the fact that we are all born into this world through the female, which meant that the female, like the subconscious, was perceived as being closer to the source center. This in turn gave rise to the prehistoric concept of the earth goddess or world mother. In other words, the female acts as the intermediary between humankind and God, or, in the context of the Enlightenment experience, between humankind and godhood. This explanation is supported by the intermediary role of the shamanist, who often accompanies the shaman on his journeys into the underworld, the interior of the earth, which the body of the shamanist actually represents. Following on from this, it seems only natural that the female vagina would become a metaphor for the psychic portal or gateway between worlds, as also symbolized by the central oval of the vesica piscis. The other worlds were therefore seen as existing inside the womb of the World Mother, a concept symbolized by the pagan Celtic goddess Sheela na gig, who herself is based on the Egyptian creation goddess Nun, whose name in Phoenician means fish. Sheela na gig figures were often placed above the doorways of Irish churches and castles, crudely displaying their open vagina as though it were a portal from page 39. One world to another. The idea of entering into the earth may also be connected with the earth's underlying energy matrix. Our ancestors' understanding of this matrix is evident from the many Neolithic monuments that were erected over power points in the earth's energy field. It is therefore possible that the womb of World Mother, the underworld, represented what some today would describe as the underlying, morphogenic template of the physical world. That is to say, it contained the physical world in embryo before it came into being. The shamanic journey into the underworld was therefore a journey into the underlying energy matrix of physical existence. It was also a journey into the deepest recesses of consciousness and the psychic matrix of the mind. As writer Gary A. David tells us, the Hopi word for the underworld is tuawanasabi, while the word tuat, also spelled tuwata, means hallucination or mystical vision. We noted with interest that twat was the spelling employed by E. A. Wallace Budge, former director of antiquities at the British Museum for the Egyptian underworld. The duet, that seemingly illusory realm of the afterlife, squared the word twat, also forms part of the name of the mythical Celtic gods, the Tuatha De Danann, a race of shining ones, who are said to have arrived in Ireland before the present inhabitants. The pronunciation of Tuatha is strikingly similar to the Hopi Tuwata and provides further evidence for the early worldwide distribution of knowledge from a single source. The similarity between Egyptian and Hopi beliefs is also referred to by Gary A. David. When the Anasazi gazed into the heavens, they were not looking at an extension of the physical world as we perceive it today, but were witnessing instead a manifestation of the spirit world. Much like the Egyptian duat, the Hopi underworld encompasses the skies as well as the region beneath the surface of the earth, cubed as we saw earlier. The vesica piscis, fish bladder, symbolized the portal between worlds as an oval. The ancient Egyptians named this isolated ovoid symbol the Ru, which means birth passage or gateway. The same symbol appeared later on in Christian iconography as the oval aureole of light surrounding the body of Jesus. It was also an emblem of the shining ones, especially the so-called fish deities, who may have received their aquatic name from their ability to swim like a fish in the astral amniotic womb waters inside the World Mother and in the inner experiences related to it. Some have, page 40, interpreted these waters as referring to the vast sea of space, thereby supporting the hypothesis that these fish deities were of extraterrestrial origin. However, as David Obeson says, the fish man was one of the esoteric symbols of the initiate in that ancient culture, Babylon. No doubt it was taught that the man or woman who had so developed themselves as to have free access to the spiritual world could be regarded as being dual. Such people would be regarded as being equally content to walk on the earthly plane or swim in the watery. Such initiates can live on the material plane, with the body of the flesh and blood, and they can also live in the spiritual, in the aqueous world of the astral, for which the fish tail is an appropriate symbol, and where the physical body would be an encumbrance. The initiate's control over the two worlds is expressed in the merman form, to the power of 4 the 3 cosmic zones. Once he had passed through the inner gateway in his consciousness, the shaman experienced various otherworldly states of consciousness. Over time he was able to discern an underlying logical order to these experiences, from which he began to devise a cosmology comprising 3 cosmic zones, planes or worlds. This is one of the primary concepts associated with the shamanic tradition and is found in a large number of cultures around the world. The 3 cosmic zones are said to be connected by a central axis or pillar known variously as the world pillar, world mountain or world tree. They are 1. The lower plane or underworld, which lies beneath the earth, symbolized by the roots of the world tree. 2. The middle plane, which is the earth on which we live. 3. The heavenly plane, which, because of its symbolic association with the sky, is symbolized by the branches and leaves of the world tree. The symbolic imagery associated with these 3 planes had its parallels in the natural world, for the outspread roots of a tree, the underworld, provided a mirror image of the outspread branches, the heavens. Also, when the branches of trees were reflected in water, they took on the appearance of roots. Lakes, ponds, and rivers were perceived as openings in the surface of the earth. The page 41. Middle plane, and were thus associated with the underworld. There is evidence of the ancient Celts uprooting a tree and planting it upside down in a lake or other stretch of water as an offering to the ancestral heroes and gods whom they believed resided in the underworld. These symbolic associations are one of the reasons why the shaman fashions his drum from the trunk of a tree. It was said that if the shaman reached the trunk of the world tree while in the trance state and successfully climbed into its branches, he would reach the higher planes of consciousness and there undergo a powerful mystical experience. The tree, or rather a palm tree, also has a significant role to play in the story of the phoenix, which we will look at later. See page 55. We mentioned earlier the system of correspondences that the ancients applied to the masculine positive and feminine negative principles. The world tree was part of a similar system of correspondences associated with the cosmic axis, or axis mundi. This symbolic axis not only expressed the interrelationship between different levels or worlds, but also symbolized the source center of all phenomena, from the visible to the invisible and from the cosmos to the atom. Its correspondences were essentially linear and vertical: the tree, the pillar or column, the staff, the spinal column, the male phallus, the binary symbol, 1, etc. A similar system of correspondences evolved around the phenomena that were both supported and sustained by this central axis. Since these were perceived as revolving around their axial source center, they were essentially ovoid or spherical in shape: the planet Earth, the human head, the egg-shaped oral sheath of the body, the female womb, the ovum, the binary symbol, O, etc. The relationship between axis and sphere is illustrated in the shamanic journey, in which the world tree is the axis of the shaman's sphere of consciousness. The shamans climb up the tree as a metaphor for his expanding consciousness, which in its fully expanded state embraces both the lower and higher worlds. A similar expansion of consciousness is expressed through the shaman's journey into the womb of the world mother, the underworld. We suggest that the quest for the Grail expresses the same theme, although the proposition that the Grail corresponds with the sphere of consciousness may be difficult to accept if we adhere to the belief that the Grail is a chalice or cup. Today, the realm of the underworld is often linked with the unconscious mind or with the collective unconscious, but because of the subjective nature of these, we would rather describe them as the subconscious, i.e., a realm that lies, page 42, just beneath the surface of everyday consciousness. What we would call the collective unconscious lies at the center of the whole sphere of consciousness, being the source center, or life force, of everything in existence. As such, it contains all the energy information which is spread out and stored in both the subconscious and conscious levels of the human psyche. Page 43. Chapter 3: The Mixing Bowl. According to Walter Skeet, the etymologist, the Old French grille and grassel meant flat dish. Skeet claimed that the word was a corruption of the Low Latin cratula, meaning a small bowl, or crater, from the Greek crater, which means mixing bowl. If the Grail were indeed a mixing bowl of some sort, what was mixed in it? When we discussed Eschenbach's neutral angels, we suggested that these angels were the personification of the third force, and that this third force was also symbolized by the Grail, which the angels were said to have carried from heaven to earth. We have seen that this force manifests at the neutral point between opposites, and this mixing together of opposites can be illustrated by the figure of the androgyne. The Grail was the bowl in which these opposites were mixed together. We will see later that this mixing of opposites also applied to the mixing of certain physical substances in a real bowl. In the medieval period, the mixing of substances was an integral part of the work of the alchemist. The alchemist's mixture was the same as that mixed in the Grail, producing the elixir of life and the alchemical philosopher's stone. The link between alchemy and the Grail can be seen in the 13th century writings of Wolfram von Eschenbach. Furthermore, Eschenbach, the author of the Grail romance Parsifal, is known to have visited the Templars in Outremer, the Holy Land, which suggests a direct link between the Grail myths and the Templars. Indeed, it is beyond doubt that the Templars had a significant influence on the writing of the Grail myths. Hellinand, the most frequently quoted medieval author on the subject of the Grail, was greatly influenced by Bernard of Clairvaux, 1090–1153, the same Bernard who had been personally responsible for obtaining the papal rule for the Knights Templar. There were also profound links between Bernard's monastic order, the Cistercians, and the Nestorians, who fought and died for Jerusalem in AD 70. The Cistercians wore white robes, as did the Nestorians, and so too did the Knights Templar before adding their red cross. There was also another link. Page 44. Between the medieval Cistercians and the Nestorians, which we will explain later, see page 97. From the evidence we were accumulating, it was becoming increasingly clear that the Grail romances, through their association with the Templars, were based on earlier allegorical stories that alluded to an ancient system of knowledge. It is widely believed that the name Templar derives from the Temple of Solomon. This, however, is only the exoteric meaning of the name. Its esoteric meaning is connected with time. A Templar was thus named exoterically because of his association with the temporal world and esoterically because of his knowledge of the worlds outside time, i.e., his shamanic knowledge of worlds where time ceases to exist, the underworld, heaven, and the esoteric eternal now. The name Templar is also associated with the human body, which has been described as the true temple of God or temple of the Spirit. The Temple of Solomon was based on the human body and, as Schwaller de Lubitsch, the Egyptologist and esotericist, has demonstrated, so were many ancient Egyptian temples. The Holy of Holies, the inner sanctum of a temple, corresponds with the so-called third eye, which is itself associated with three organs found within the head or brain. They are the pineal and pituitary glands, which are said to correspond respectively to the masculine and feminine opposites, and the thalamus at the center of the brain. Towards the end of the previous chapter, we suggested that the Grail corresponded with the expanded sphere of consciousness entered into by the shaman during the trans-state journey. This sphere of consciousness has its physical counterparts or correspondences in the spherical shapes found in the natural world, the planet Earth, the womb, the head, the egg, the atom, etc. Moreover, it was believed to have up to 7 concentric levels, just as we find in the atom, which has up to 7 inner orbits, called electron shells. Knowing that he could alter his own sphere of consciousness by journeying within it, the shaman believed that if he could penetrate to the very nucleus of the sphere of consciousness, he could also alter or transform these physical spheres. The belief that he could do this came from the awesome power he felt during the Enlightenment experience, which is itself related to the pineal, the pituitary, and the thalamus. We shall be returning to these 3 important organs later, see page 83. Page 45. The Grail and its 3 levels. At a particular stage in our research, we felt it necessary to divide our perceptions of the Grail into 3 levels. These correspond to the triad encountered in the teachings of the various esoteric mystery schools and in the trinities or triads of gods found in many of the world's religions. They also correspond to the 3 cosmic zones of shamanic tradition, as well as the New Age triad of body, mind, and spirit. By adopting the esoteric principle of the triad and applying the Grail myth to it, we found that we were able to explain a great deal about history and about ourselves in terms of physiology and consciousness, as well as about the seemingly dual nature of reality. We devised the accompanying diagram, see figure 6, which also incorporates the world mountain and the world pillar, to illustrate the 3 levels of the Grail. But before we look at these 3 levels, we shall give a brief explanation of the diagram. Figure 6, the Grail Triad illustrating the 3 levels. Illustration by Gary Osborne. All esoteric systems believe that the male animus, female anima, positive and negative opposites in the individual, should ascend together to the neutral point or spirit, at the apex of the triangle, where they become neutralized. Page 46. Fused as one. Carl Jung, whose theories we will look at in a moment, was convinced, as many are today, that this union was the core principle behind the great work of alchemy, which is really one's work upon oneself. The theme of the red and white, which are the male and female divisions in our diagram, occurs frequently in esoteric literature and symbolism, sometimes with the non-color black, which here signifies the neutral point at the apex of the triangle. In the course of our research, we found the theme of the red, white, and black was encoded in many of Nicholas Poussin's paintings. It is also present in the Christian Eucharist in the white communion bread or wafer and the red wine, which are combined in the chalice when the bread is dipped in the wine, thus symbolizing the union of opposites. These 3 colors correspond with the 3 phases of the cycle we described earlier: red, positive phase; white, negative phase; and black, neutral point or zero node. The red and white also correspond to the 2 etheric nerve channels or meridians, nadis, that are said to align the spine in the traditional Hindu Physio-Kundalini chakra system. These two channels are the Pingala, positive male red, Anida, negative female white, and they cross each other several times along the central Sushumna nerve channel, which is zero, null or neutral, and therefore usually depicted as black. Situated along the spine are the 7 vortices or chakras, chakra equals wheel, see figure 7. The centers of these chakras are where the 2 nadi channels cross, canceling each other out like the nodes in a standing wave, see figure 8. These 2 nerve channels are symbolized by the 2 serpents that spiral around the staff of Hermes, also known as the caduceus, a powerful symbol that we examine in more depth later, see page 79. Page 47. Figure 7, the caduceus and the related chakra system centered on the spinal axis. Energy is said to move in a spiral fashion in and out and around the chakra vortices. The centers of these chakras are similar to the 0 nodes in a standing wave. Compare with the Grail triad, opposite, illustration by Gary Osborne, figure 8, standing wave. Page 48. A standing wave is a wave of energy information that has become trapped between 2 points. When the traveling wave hits a point where, and when, it can go no further, it turns back on itself, becoming a 2-way wave of energy information. Illustration by Gary Osborne. The 7 chakras correspond with the 7 levels of reality often referred to in esoteric literature and teachings, and with the 7 concentric levels of the sphere of consciousness. These 7 levels are also echoed in the 7 sacraments of the Christian Church, of which the Eucharist is one. As we have just seen, this is itself based on the triad. The red and the white represent the male and female opposites, which are associated with the conscious and subconscious respectively. Red signifies the fire element or heat of the sun in summer, associated with the male. White signifies the cooling water element and the snow in winter, associated with the female. However, these are interchangeable in that each gender expresses both these colors. For example, the male produces white semen and the female red menstrual blood, which is why the female is also associated with the rich red lifeblood. We will find many allusions to these 2 properties in the myths we will be looking at. The black is associated with the unconscious, or indeed the collective unconscious, also the void, where both opposites, as signified by the red and white, the outer and the inner, become one and are neutralized. The significance of the crystal clear aspect of this neutral point in consciousness, as shown in our diagram, will become more apparent as we go on. Suffice to say that both the black and crystal clear aspects of the unconscious can be explained through the analogy of a piece of carbon or coal being compressed into a crystal clear diamond. The esoteric diamond body is a metaphor for becoming superconscious. This analogy is clear when we remember that the physical body is mostly made up of carbon. A similar process can be seen in a heavy star, which at the end of its life will collapse in on itself, its mass being compressed down to a black hole and ultimately to a point of singularity. Because our psyche is divided between 2 opposites, our normal perception is limited and can be likened to a darkened tunnel-like view of reality. This view can be transformed during the enlightenment experience into a crystal clear. Page 49. Point of illumined perception, the light at the end of the tunnel. The black void of the unconscious becomes the sentient superconscious, in that its content, i.e., that which normally lies beyond our own unconsciousness, of this darkened and hidden part of our psyche, becomes empirically known and understood. It was believed that this experience could grant us the answers to everything. This transformation, which is the result of our piercing the veil of the unconscious and taking a peek at the light behind it, is the essence of the Grail and of rebirth. Now we will take a closer look at the 3 levels of both and how they are experienced and the meaning they convey. The practical first level, the elixir of life. The first level of the Grail is tangible, physical and also practical, something which can be examined, measured and tested. As the Grail's positive aspect, it is associated with the masculine principle and the physical body. At this first level, the Grail is a physical mixing bowl, in which is mixed an elixir used to heal the physical body. Though one of the secrets of this elixir, the elixir of life, pertains to the fact that while the Grail is in itself neutral, it also expresses a duality. It has the power to both cure and kill. Our research led us to discover that the original elixir of life was a combination of snake venom and blood. The blood used is either that of the snake or blood taken from a mammalian host, e.g., a horse, or a human being, that had been subjected to a series of snake bites or injections of venom. When the two elements were mixed together, the unique properties of the blood not only rendered the venom harmless but also produced a powerful elixir. It was believed that if this was taken repeatedly, it could boost the body's immune system, cure most diseases, and even extend life. It is also possible that those who survived frequent snake bites would have built up an immunity against the venom and likewise maintained good health and immunity against disease and lived a prolonged life. What makes snake venom so deadly and yet also gives it its unique capacity for healing is its high levels of protein. Western science is currently doing all it can to break down the elements of the venom and use them individually in the treatment of specific diseases. However, for the ancients, it may well be that it was the dilution of the venom with the blood which made it a virtual cure-all. Indeed, a Chinese herbalist told us that the blood of a snake is added to soup in. Page 50. Other foods to extend a good life. We have already referred to the link between the Grail and the Templars. The activities of Templars were curtailed in 1307, and Jacques de Molay, the Grand Master of the Order, was burned at the stake in 1314. As the flames took hold, he is said to have cried out that his persecutors, Pope Clement and King Philippe of France, would join him within the year. Pope Clement was duly dead within the month, supposedly from a bout of dysentery, and King Philippe by the end of the year, from causes which remain unknown, although some say he was killed by a wild boar. The death of these two high-ranking figures was an example of the power of the Templars, for although they no longer existed in name, they continued to exist in number. And it was well known that they were proficient exponents of the art of poisoning, an age-old tradition that they had possibly discovered or rediscovered on their travels in the Holy Land, the land that had spawned, developed and ritualized the ancient secrets of the Grail. We saw earlier how the shaman would use his stick and drum to send himself into a hypnotic trance, the stick and drum representing the duality of opposites and the beat from their contact the union of these opposites. We also mentioned that the trance state was sometimes initiated by or facilitated by certain psychoactive drugs or substances. Could the elixir mixture have induced altered states of consciousness similar to the shamanic trance state? This idea was not entirely implausible since the high levels of protein present in the snake venom would have provided a mental boost. We also discovered that in some instances the bowl in which the two ingredients were mixed was a human skull or skullcap. This led us to conclude that the mixing bowl or grail itself symbolized the human skull. Furthermore, the mixing of snake venom and blood corresponded to the union of the two opposites, the conscious and the subconscious, thereby enabling the shaman to enter the underworld, the body of the World Mother and the internal mixing bowl known as the Grail. This leads us on to the second level. The mythical second level, the Grail. This is the level at which we usually first encounter the Grail mystery. In fact, the mythical level is rather like the Grail itself since, like the mixing bowl, it contains the clues to both the first and third levels of our Grail triad. In relation to the three cosmic zones of shamanic tradition, this mythical level is associated with the shaman's experiences in the underworld or lower. Page 51. World, the body of the World Mother. As an internal experience, this realm is the feminine-related subconscious. Through the union of opposites, the masculine-related conscious self and the feminine-related subconscious, the shaman initiates the trance state through which he is consciously able to penetrate the subconscious. The second level is therefore highly subjective in that it conveys the mysteries of the Grail through myth, legend, and fantasy. Here the Grail is like both the human mind and mind stuff, it is intangible, a shadow of the real thing, and so it remains beyond the grasp of the materialist thinking mind, hidden away like the mythical cauldron which is said to reside in the underworld. It has been suggested by authors such as Roger S. Loomis in the Grail, from Celtic myth to Christian symbol, that the Grail shares a common ancestry with the Celtic cauldron. We are told that the cauldron was a vessel of healing, and that there was both a cauldron of venom and a cauldron of cure. After his labors, the archetypal hero would be plunged into both these vessels, not only to restore him to health but also to toughen him up for future escapades and adventures. Cube. The myths surrounding the Celtic cauldron are as mysterious as those about the Grail. And yet this magical, imaginative element entices and seduces us. The mythical level of the Grail appeals to our imagination, our feminine side, while at the same time preserving the knowledge of the Grail, carrying its deeper significance like a child in the womb from generation to generation. It must be said, we would not have to rely on the mythical level for clues if the first practical level were not a secret. The same goes for the third, spiritual level, the apex of our diagram, which has also remained a secret to some extent in that it involves the experience of the Hindu Kundalini, which for many of us is totally unconnected with the Grail. Moreover, these second-level clues are difficult to uncover because they are hidden in allegorical stories, many of which appear surreal, abstract, or even absurd, yet at the same time deeply imbued with a seductive and alluring wisdom. Many of these stories emerged from the dreams and trance states of the ancient shamans. Shamanic trance, as already mentioned, is a non-ordinary state of consciousness which has many levels to it. It is accessed via the hypnagogic state. This is the midpoint in between state in the waking-sleeping cycle, where one is both awake and asleep at the same time, a superimposition or. Page 52. Fusion of opposites, a third state. While our consciousness is balanced like a tightrope walker in this third state, we transcend the normal duality of the mind. We suggest that all non-ordinary states of consciousness are due to entering the hypnagogic state, also referred to as lucid dreaming, that is, dreaming consciously. As such, the hypnagogic state is responsible for all kinds of paranormal, psychic, and mystical phenomena, ranging from a flash of insight or a spontaneously received answer to a problem to creatively inspired dreams, synchronicities, especially remote viewing, out-of-body experiences, OBS, mystical visions, and enlightenment itself. The differentiation that exists in our interpretations of these experiences really depends on the degree to which we are able to focus our conscious attention in this neutral borderline state, or how successful we are at sustaining conscious awareness within it. Meditation is really due to one trying to access the hypnagogic state. If done frequently, it can easily lead to one entering the hypnagogic state, whether one intends this to happen or not. Earlier we looked at the vesica piscis, the central oval of which actually represents the hypnagogic state, being the union or fusion of the objective conscious, waking, and the subjective subconscious, sleeping. It also represents the perfect synchronization of the two sides of the brain by which one enters the hypnagogic state. This state of consciousness, if sustained, can trigger the orgasmic Kundalini enlightenment experience. Hypnagogia, then, is what the author and satirist Robert Anton Wilson termed the cosmic trigger. Whether the other realities that are visited in the hypnagogic or lucid dreaming state are real places in themselves or merely creations of the mind is another thing. It could be argued that our everyday reality is a creation of the mind. Whatever the case may be, we would stress that access to such worlds can only be achieved via a fusion of opposites within the psyche. Since in most of us the psyche remains divided, the extra energy that enables us to experience these things will not arise, and we will understandably remain skeptical. To the power of 4, the mixing together of the venom, death, and blood, life, of the snake corresponds to the superimposition of opposites that occurs in the mind during the hypnagogic state, i.e. most of us the psyche remains divided, the extra energy that enables us to experience these things will not arise, and we will understandably remain skeptical. To the power of 4, the mixing together of the venom, death, and blood, life, of the snake corresponds to the superimposition of opposites that occurs in the mind during the hypnagogic state, i.e. being awake, conscious, and asleep, subconscious, at the same time and in equal measure. Furthermore, the high protein content of this potent elixir gave it hallucinogenic properties that could initiate a similarly hypnagogic state. The 2 ingredients also corresponded to the 2 serpentine energies, the Kundalini enlightenment experience, which unite in the center. Page 53. Head at the point of climax, see Appendix E, the quantum grail and the quantum serpent. This reveals why it is required that the male unite with or strike a balance with his feminine half, his anima, and the female with her masculine half, her animus. This balance is important for many reasons, for without it one of the opposites, usually the male, will try to dominate the other. In the not too distant past, the male of our species felt it necessary to constrain the female and suppress, or rather control, her energy, which he saw as potently powerful. As all human beings are born from the male believed that she held the secrets of sex, life and death, which he wanted not only to understand but also to control. The rise to power of male-orientated religions was due in part to the desire to control humankind's feminine-related emotions. However, after years of being ruled by male-dominated religions, people felt they were becoming stifled by the dogmatic institutions they themselves had created. They began looking for answers to the fundamental questions about the nature of human existence outside religion, within the physical environment. This led to the so-called Age of Reason and the establishment of science. Ironically, our observations of physical phenomena have revealed that these same gender-related opposites also manifest on both the macrocosmic and microcosmic levels of reality. Not only is reality dual in nature, but we also have a dualistic perception of it. And as long as our mind is divided in two, we will never be able to comprehend the true nature of our existence. There will always be problems to overcome and paradoxes to solve. By uniting these two opposites, however, we attain the healing wisdom of the Grail and are reborn with a totally new perspective. The feminine principle is the healing element here, in that the feminine-related subconscious contains the meaning behind the seemingly random processes observed by the masculine-related conscious mind. This is why the Grail is also associated with romance, chivalry, and a moral code of conduct in which respect for the feminine principle is not only paramount but is also essential for the initiate. The reintegration of the psyche is really only the first step in the Grail quest, however, since the goal of the quest is the transcendence of duality. Ancient knowledge, especially that provided by Eastern scriptures, suggests, page 54, that there was once a close working relationship between the male-related conscious and female-related subconscious parts of the mind, and that the male once worshipped the female and the feminine energy, hence the world mother concepts and goddess cults. It is this close working relationship that sets the shaman apart from the rest of the human race. Indeed, the evidence suggests that we were once all natural shamans, open to other levels of reality due to the unity between these two divisions of the mind and the two hemispheres of the brain. As many theologians will know, inner wisdom and knowledge have often been associated with the female, the shamanic world mother and pagan earth goddess, as personified by the Gnostic Sophia, and Isis, the goddess of ancient Egypt. It is possible that the hypnagogic state presents similar archetypes in the form of dreams and visual and auditory information. It is also possible that this information emanates from the domain of the collective unconscious, a theory first put forward and favored by Carl Jung. Jung also studied alchemy and discovered that alchemical symbols contain many similar motifs, i.e., related images and patterns, which he called archetypes. These archetypes, he observed, seem to allude to a greater truth. Jung would ask his patients to describe the contents of their dreams, and was amazed when they described events and situations featuring visual images similar to the symbols and illustrations found in many alchemical works. They also described the icons and symbols of the world's religious, mystical, and esoteric traditions. What Jung termed the collective unconscious can therefore be thought of as an underlying pool of energy information which contains the primordial gestalts or memories of our race in the form of recurring symbols or archetypes. If Jung's concepts had been known during the time of ancient Egypt, his collective unconscious would have been compared to the duat or twat, the underworld or realm where the dead go to live, which has many counterparts in cultures around the world. In our view, however, collective unconscious is a misnomer. Rather being the unconscious, this domain is the subconscious. The word unconscious implies that we are totally oblivious to this underlying mental realm, which is not always true. We are subconsciously aware of the archetypes. In fact, they constitute an enormous part of our inner psyche. We are also subconsciously aware of the underlying stories, myths, and legends that enthralled and mesmerized us when we were children. We will, page 55, sometimes even apply them to our own life, for they often reflect our dreams, our hopes, and desires. Even the image we like to have of ourselves seems to be mirrored at times by the gods, heroes, and heroines we have heard or read about, or seen in films or on TV. But then the mythical level is also the realm of the imagination, a realm where the impossible may become possible. This is also why the second Grail level can be so frustrating to comprehend, for the information it contains is often conveyed in surreal dream-like events which contain all the enigmatic metaphors and symbols of the dreams or visions associated with the subconscious or sleeping half of the cycle. The serpent, or snake, is indeed a major symbol. It appears all over the world in one form or another. Although often presented as an image of evil to be conquered by an initiate or hero, it also symbolizes the life force itself. This is the main reason why the symbol of the serpent is universal, and an important archetypal clue to the knowledge pertaining to both the first and third levels of the Grail. The transcendent third level, the Philosopher's Stone. This level, which is represented by the apex in our diagram of the Grail triad, is in itself neutral, since it is here that the positive first level and negative second level are united and neutralized. At this level, the Grail represents knowledge both of the underlying forces of reality and how these forces are linked with our own consciousness. This level is associated with the final stage of the alchemist's work, the Philosopher's Stone. It also corresponds to the sky or higher world of the three cosmic zones, later called the Kingdom of Heaven by Christians. It is also the source center of the concentric sphere, the center of the earth, and the center of the womb or ovum of the world mother, the center of the mixing bowl known as the Grail. It is the goal of the yogi to achieve enlightenment through following the mystical path to this source center. The shaman, however, does not always have this as his goal. The shaman is a sorcerer, a magician, and so he takes the magical path, a shortcut, and seeks to use the inner realms of consciousness for his own and others' purposes. He brings back knowledge from them, through which he and others can learn. However, we would stress that the wisdom of yoga has its origin in the knowledge gathered by ancient shamans. The shaman is able to enter the underworld, the land of the dead. Page 56. Return to the land of the living by feigning death. This is achieved through the reintegration of the mind and the ego, which is also said to happen at the point of dying, as in the Bardo experience described in the Tibetan Book of the Dead. The word Bardo, formed from bar, interval, and do, two, means gap or between two, so we are again talking about an in-between state, not only between life and death, or this world and the next, but also between the opposites of male and female, conscious and subconscious. The Bardo can be equated with the synaptic gap in the lattice structure of reality. The latter is said to be made up of waves, whose positive and negative lines of force meet and converge, thus canceling each other out and creating a void or gap, a synapse, in the space-time continuum. This synaptic gap, or zero-point node, the Bardo, in the cycles of reality is said to be located at every point in space and time, and reflects the same synapse or unconscious gap in the oscillations of our own consciousness. It is this unconscious gap in human consciousness which the shaman pierces consciously in order to reach the other worlds within. This connection with the Bardo suggests that the shaman's experience of the underworld is comparable to what we now call the near-death experience. The shaman's ability to enter the realm of the dead and return from it bringing back knowledge has earned him the nickname of trickster, for he can cheat death. The same name is also associated with the female, including the archetypal shamaness who is said to accompany the shaman on his otherworldly journeys. Like Eve, who offered the apple of knowledge to Adam, the female, i.e. the underworld, world mother, and the female domain of the subconscious, is believed to trick the male by seducing him into entering her or becoming one with her, so that he can gain knowledge through this experience. In effect, each time the shaman comes back from the realm of the dead, he is reborn, in that he possesses a new perception of reality due to the knowledge he has accessed. The method by which he accomplishes this feat provides him with insights into the cyclical process of the birth-death-rebirth cycle, known to us today as reincarnation. Our research suggests that the avatars and spiritual teachers who have appeared throughout the course of human history have had a similar understanding of these processes, which they have chosen to communicate in their own way. However, their words have usually fallen on deaf ears, or been distorted and exploited, and have therefore lost their original meaning. Page 57. Chapter 4. The Seed at the Center. One of the most popular Grail romances is the Middle High German epic poem Parsifal, composed by the Bavarian poet Wolfram von Eschenbach sometime between 1200 and 1216. Although, as he himself admitted, Eschenbach did not invent the story, he gave a deeper spiritual meaning to it. His profound insight into the Grail is evident from the following quote, which we will analyze in some depth. Well, I know that many brave knights dwell with the Grail at Montsalvage. Always when they ride out, as they often do, it is to seek adventure. They do so for their sins, these Templars, whether their reward be defeat or victory. A valiant host lives there, and I will tell you how they are sustained. They lie from a stone of purest kind. If you do not know it, it shall here be named to you. It is called Lapsid Exilis. By the power of that stone the phoenix burns to ashes, but the ashes give him life again. Thus does the phoenix molt and change its plumage, which afterward is bright and shining and as lovely as before. The Lapsid Exilis in Eschenbach's text has been translated in many ways. It has been suggested that it is a corruption of lapis ex calis, the stone from heaven, or lapsid ex calis, it fell from heaven, but the most common translation is lapis elixir, meaning the philosopher's stone. The latter tends to have more backing due to the large number of other alchemical inferences within Eschenbach's work, for instance, his reference to the phoenix in the above passage. As for the qualities of the stone, there never was a human so ill that, he one day sees that stone, he cannot die within the week that follows. And in looks he will not fade. His appearance will stay the same, be it maid or man, as on the day he saw the stone, the same as when the best years of his life began, and though he should see the stone for 200 years, it will never change, save that his hair might perhaps turn gray. Page 58. Such power does the stone give to a man that flesh and bones are at once made young again. Although not overtly apparent, there is a substantial amount of information. First, we found that that stone, referred to by Eschenbach, was a metaphor for something that had so far gone unrecognized by Grail researchers. In esoteric terms, the Grail stone, which is also the core or center of a piece of fruit, for example, a cherry or peach, or even the pips in an apple or orange cube. This may sound a little odd, but the stone at the center of the fruit contains the seed or germ from which another tree that bears that fruit can grow. To understand the further significance of this analogy, we need to take a closer look at what the alchemists understood and what they were really trying to achieve. A serious difficulty which confronted the apprentice to alchemy at the outset was that he did not know what raw material to work on. Many of the masters of the art would only say that the subject of the work, the material to be worked on, was something which is found everywhere and universally regarded as valueless. Some adepts maintained that the subject of the work was the same as the apparatus in which it was carried on, the philosopher's egg or egg-shaped vessel from which the stone would be hatched like a chick to the power of 4. The philosopher's egg or egg-shaped vessel was the crucible which contained that seed, the seed being likened to the nucleus of an egg. As some readers will already know, there are two aspects to the great work of the alchemists. 1. The transformation of matter, by which a base element such as lead was transformed into a higher element such as gold. 2. The work upon oneself, by which the alchemists sought to induce the life and consciousness-changing experience of enlightenment. This is the reason why we encounter so many alchemical illustrations of a male and female conjoined in one body. The emphasis here is on one's access of the internal, soul body, the spiritual, astral vehicle, which was seen as androgynous and neutral, hence Eschenbach's reference to neutral angels. As Richard Cavendish points out, the two aspects of the work are very closely related. Page 59. From a spiritual point of view, it seems clear that the subject of the work was the alchemist himself. Ars totum requirit hominem, the art requires the whole man. The alchemist was both the vessel of the work and the material within it. The valueless thing found everywhere is matter, which in man means the body and the animal nature that is closely linked with it. In matter there is concealed the spirit or divine spark, the moon spittle or star semen or star mucus, which is something fallen from heaven, or the vitriol found in the interior of one's own being, to the power of 5, something fallen from heaven. Surely Richard Cavendish is here talking about the lapsid exilis, which, as mentioned earlier, may be a corruption of lapis ex calis, the stone from heaven, or lapsid ex calis, it fell from heaven. If so, then this stone is also found within us, in the interior of one's own being, as Cavendish says. In other words, within one's own consciousness. For the alchemist, the transformation of matter mirrored a similar transformation process occurring within himself, and it was said that he could not achieve either of these works without achieving the other. The two are complementary in that the alchemist of the past knew that matter was connected to the mind, and that both mind and matter were essentially one and the same energy. He also knew that the matter around him, i.e., that which lay within his own immediate sphere or bubble of reality, was his own energy, energy that had become distanced from the center of his own consciousness. If he were able to find the center, that spirit or soul, of a piece of matter, then he would also have found his own center, his true self, and the source of all. This same center or seed also existed within inanimate matter in that it was the germ essence, the spirit, the vitriol, which also contained within it the blueprint of all the elements, much like the DNA molecule or genetic code of biological systems. As with the dilution process practiced in homeopathy, it was believed that by continually diluting a piece of matter, purifying it and reducing it down to its very essence, one could access its seed point or source center, which could then be used to transform the elements in matter. From this came the belief that it was possible to transform matter from one state to another, as exemplified by the transformation of lead to gold. But what if this were just a metaphor for an even greater truth? What if we could find this source center within ourselves? Wouldn't we, to a greater or lesser extent, be able to transform the overall pattern of our own reality? Such. Page 60. Transformation would indeed be a rebirth in that it would represent a fundamental change in our consciousness. It was also believed that through this process one became immortal, for by becoming aware of the immortal source center within ourselves we become aware of our own immortality. At the same time, we become aware that we are all reborn from this same source center, our stone, like the serpent Ouroboros swallowing its own tail. As Eschenbach says, this stone is called the Grail. But how can we look upon something that is within ourselves? Clearly, we are not meant to take this literally. Rather, we look within the mind. As Petrus Bonus, the 14th century writer of the alchemical treatise The True Pearl of Great Price, says, the ferment may be invisible to the eye but it can be seen by the mind. To the power of 6, the stone and the phoenix, the rebirth or transformation in consciousness described above is allegorized in the myth of the phoenix. In some versions of the myth, the phoenix is reborn after it has been consumed in a fire caused either by it flying too close to the sun, or by the sun's rays igniting its nest. However, since this is an allegory of an inner experience, it is not the physical sun at the center of our solar system that is being referred to here. Rather, it is the inner sun at the center of every one of us, the source center of consciousness itself, the divine spark that grants us our very existence and sustains us just as the physical sun sustains life on earth. So the lapsid exilis, the stone, that has the power to burn the phoenix to ashes, which Eschenbach mentions in the passage from Parsifal that opened this chapter, is nothing substantial or solid at all. In fact, it is the opposite. It is the 0 point, the void or vacuum, the spiritual source center, the absolute. This is why alchemists and mystics describe it as a stone that is not a stone. References to the physical stone we find at the center of a piece of fruit, and from which another tree is seeded and grows to bear the same fruit, are a clever, occult blind, which was itself seen as a metaphor for the source center of creation. But more importantly, it was believed that this same source center, this proto-atom, existed at the center of every atom or subatomic body, and within every one of us as the center of our own consciousness. The fruit is. Page 61. Merely a metaphor for what surrounds this central stone, the individual physical body and its experience of reality. Jesus said, the kingdom of heaven is like to a grain of mustard seed, which a man took and sowed in his field, which indeed is the least of all seeds, but when it is grown, it is the greatest among herbs, and becometh a tree, so that the birds of the air come and lodge in the branches thereof. To the power of 7, the metaphors at the heart of this well-known parable tell us that the trans state is the gateway, or portal, into the kingdom of heaven, which is itself that seed, or stone. In this regard, we noted with interest that the ancient Mayan word for stone was tua, which is similar to the word tuat or duat, the Egyptian name for the underworld, as well as tuwa, the Chinese for self-created. From our own perspective, the expression, smaller than a mustard seed, can be taken to mean that the heavenly kingdom, the zero center, resides at the center of every atom or subatomic particle. Interestingly, some modern physicists are working on the theory that many black holes exist at the center of all elementary particles. On the subject of the seed, the New Testament teachings of Jesus are similar to those of the older Hindu Vedas, as is evident from the following passage taken from the Chandogya Upanishad. There is a spirit that is mind and life, light and truth in vast spaces. He contains all works and desires and all perfumes and tastes. He enfolds the whole universe, and in silence is loving to all. This is the spirit that is in my heart, smaller than a grain of rice, or a grain of barley, or a grain of mustard seed, or a grain of canary seed. This is the spirit that is in my heart, greater than the earth, greater than the sky, greater than heaven itself, greater than all these worlds. To the power of 8, the shaman, like the alchemist who came after him, sought to access this source center, and by doing so believed his consciousness would take its rightful place at the center of the earth, the solar system, the universe and all creation. This, in essence, is the true meaning of the enigmatic term philosopher's stone, which for centuries has led people to search for a solid material stone. Eschenbach's stone that houses the reintegration of mind and body and that spirit via the enlightenment experience referred to in the Bible by the Greek word kardia and known to the Hindus as kundalini. Also known as the serpent fire, this third level healing corresponds closely with the first level grail and its practical application in the healing. Page 62. Physical body. The latter used real substances, the venom and blood of the snake, that were physically mixed together, while the bright light climax of the enlightenment experience mixes the male and female opposites in the center of the head. The male-related venom and the female-related blood were correspondingly mixed in the center of a bowl or skull. The stone of life and death. Although we believed that we had now discovered the identity of the philosopher's stone, it had become clear that almost every detail of the Grail code contained multiple layers of meaning. Often we would find several themes being conveyed at once, so the lapsed excellence of Eschenbach's text could still provide us with a few clues. For example, it was also said to be that stone of death to the power of 9, which reminded us of its kill and cure duality of purpose. There was also the notion that it could be the green, emerald jewel that fell from the crown of Lucifer as he was cast out of heaven. Could this be a reference to some kind of forbidden dispersion of knowledge relating to the shining ones of Samaria and Egypt and other places around the world, who were also known as the serpents of wisdom? Lucifer, the angel of light, is another alchemical inference. In Old French, luce means fish, as does the Latin word locus. These meanings reminded us of both the description of the Grail as a dish for fish and the fisher king, element of the Arthurian cycle, and as we shall see, the ancient use of the word fish as linked very strongly with the serpent. For many people, however, the fish is associated with Christ, the ichthys Greek for fish, and there are claims that he is the fisher king, or at least his distant grandfather. The Roman god Bacchus was also known as ichthys, the fish. We also noted that the word for fish in the Judaic Talmud is da, and that the name of the Celtic god of gods was Dagda or Dagda Mor, from which we derived the words dad, dada, or daddy. Dagda owned a cauldron that contained limitless sustenance of which it could never be emptied, a metaphor for the limitless energy of the transcendental void of the Hindu mystic, or indeed the vacuum in physics, of which the ancient shaman seemed to have some knowledge. Page 63. Similarly, that solar fish being, of the Philistines, and later the Phoenicians, was called Dagon. Otherwise known as Otakon, on an Owens, he was also Yans, a serpent deity, linked with healing. As we were to discover, these Middle Eastern fish and serpent deities were derived from the ancient fish deities of Samaria and Mesopotamia, who were also the serpent beings, known as the Shining Ones. Moreover, the name given to Owens, the fish being, of ancient Mesopotamia, was also the Hebrew name for the city of Heliopolis, the city in ancient Egypt where the newly reborn phoenix first came to rest. Each nation and culture has its own version of the phoenix myth, which suggests that they derive from a common source. However, apart from acknowledging that the phoenix is related to the concept of immortality, as in the cycle of death, birth, rebirth, referred to by some as the law of reincarnation, the real significance of the phoenix remains a mystery for most of us. The phoenix derives from the ancient Egyptian concept of the Ba, which is depicted as a human-headed bird representing the soul of the sun god Re or Ra in the later autumn, both syncretized as Autumn Ra or Re-Autumn. For the ancient Egyptians, the divine bird, the Bennu bird or heron, thus personified the source center of creation. Adam's soul naturally resided in his son, the resurrecting God, who died and was reborn around the spring equinox. With the rebirth on earth of this resurrecting God or shining one, the soul of Autumn Ra came into the world. The phoenix has its symbolic counterpart in the dove of Christianity and the Grail legends. In the same way that the phoenix arrived at the pillar in Heliopolis, the dove arrives at the Grail castle every Good Friday, a day that heralds the death and resurrection of Christ and falls on or around the spring equinox, the beginning and end point in the yearly cycle. However, the calendar of Christian festivals is such that Easter can now fall anywhere between 21 March and 25 April, being celebrated on the Sunday following the first full moon after the spring equinox. This was arranged so that it would coincide with the Jewish Passover, the date of which was fixed by the first full moon of spring. The full moon at this time of year represents the ovulation of the World Mother, while the traditional Easter eggs are derived from the pagan symbol for the rebirth of the resurrecting God. In terms of wave phenomena, the Grail or seed stone symbolizes the node in the cycle that keeps the wave moving, the pulse that keeps the wheels cycles. Page 64. Time turning. How this note or pulse does this can be explained through the analogy of a pendulum. A fixed pendulum will only start swinging if we give it a gentle push, and it will only keep swinging if we keep tapping it at regular intervals. In this analogy, the grail symbolizes the moments in the cycle when we tap the pendulum. Similarly, we could say that everything in the universe, from the microcosm of subatomic particles to the macrocosm of swirling galaxies, is tapped by the source center at regular intervals to keep it oscillating, vibrating, moving, revolving, active, and in existence. These pulses of energy are the nodes in wave phenomena and all oscillating and periodic systems, and are what actually drives these waves and cycles onward and keeps them in motion. The ancients' understanding of these pulses of energy, derived from their observation of cyclical phenomena, came to be symbolized in later times by the cauldron and its esoteric counterpart the Grail, whose limitless nourishment symbolized the pulse of infinite energy that kept everything going. Pulse point in each and every cycle was also symbolized in various cultures by the resurrection or rebirth of a slain god or vegetation god, e.g. the Green Man, at the precise moment where and when it was believed that a pulse of energy was delivered by the source center of creation to replenish the earth. The positive and negative opposites were seen as the two halves in the yearly cycle: summer, positive male sun, and winter, negative female moon. The spring equinox is the zero or neutral point that begins the positive half of the cycle, while the autumnal equinox marks the same neutral point from which the negative half of the cycle begins. The solstices, which were also celebrated, are those moments where and when the positive and negative halves of the cycle reach their peak, i.e., their extremes. But what we are really being told here is that we are usually unconscious of and at these neutral points in the cycle, and this extends to the higher frequency rapid wave oscillations of the brain, the mind, and consciousness, whose patterns are recurring and repeating many times a second. Because we are unconscious of the neutral point or third force, we are unconsciously perceiving the world in terms of division and duality. We thus remain trapped in a series of repeating patterns that we ourselves have created. To the divided ego, the zero point in the cycle represents death, chaos, and annihilation, for the ego fears that it will lose its separate identity by being, page 65, swallowed up in the unknown oneness of existence. This fear was reflected in the rituals of the Maya and later the Aztecs. For the Maya, the spring equinox not only marked the beginning and end point of their Hobbes cycle, but also the point at which time itself came to a momentary end and might even end altogether. At this and certain other times of the year, they would sacrifice a hapless victim who personified the god of death. In essence, they were killing death itself, the zero point in the cycle, so as to keep the sun moving and the wheels of time turning. This Mayan ritual parallels the Egyptian sacrifice of the evil serpent, Apophis or Apep, so that the sun god Atum Ra or Re-Atum, who personified the sun, could travel unhindered through the underworld every night and rise again in the morning, thus perpetuating the cycle. The sacrifice of this serpent god or serpent being was the ego's way of keeping the zero point, the unconscious, at bay, and this is one of the reasons why in the past the zero, the vacuum or infinity, has been rejected wherever it has appeared or reared its unwelcome head. The powerful image of the Grail was a means both of diffusing this limited view and of healing the divided ego. It was only natural that this icon of plenty, brought to earth by neutral angels, appeared at the zero point in the cycle, as did the divine bird and the resurrecting God, to remind us of our divided or fallen condition and perhaps awaken us to the truth that in nothing is everything. For many, this awakening would be the enlightenment experience through which one comes face to face with the Grail and the Shining One, the God, or light, within. We believe that this ancient understanding of the crucial neutral point in all cycles has been overlooked for far too long, not always intentionally, but because we are generally unaware of it. Many of us tend to trip over the truth, pick ourselves up and dust ourselves down only to carry on as before. Our mind unconsciously skips over that point in the cycle, like Jack who jumps over the light of the candlestick. We believe that this concept provides the answers to many of the mysteries that surround the Grail, especially the complex mythical ideas that confuse many of us. For instance, it explains why the vegetation god is resurrected during the spring equinox and why, like the Horn of Plenty, the Grail is said to provide a limitless supply of food and drink, which appears, suddenly, inside a cup or on a platter or dish. These are archetypes to remind us of or awaken us to deeper. Page 66. Truths. Now that we have explored the deeper meaning of the Grail, the elixir of life, and the Philosopher's Stone, we will look at the evidence supporting our theory within the second level of our Grail triad, the allegorical myths, legends, and stories from around the world, and apply to them what we have learned. Page 67. Part 2, History, Myth and Legend. Page 68. Chapter 5, The Hidden Wisdom in Arthur's Grail. The legendary tales of King Arthur and the Grail are now so well known that they have been extensively researched and commented upon by hundreds of other authors. Yet many people are totally unaware, as we were, that the meaning and origin of these tales are still hotly debated. Indeed, it seems increasingly likely that the Arthurian cycle was accumulated from many different sources and influenced by a number of different cultures, both near and far. As we were to discover, however, these influences all point back to the same source as that of the Grail myth. Moreover, these sources, no matter where they came from, seem to originate in one great secret that had been divided in two parts, one physical, the other spiritual. It seemed that we were alone in making these discoveries, and so we decided to look more closely at the various elements of the Grail myth to see if we could uncover the Grail's practical application in terms of healing and the prolongation of life. We also wanted to see what correspondence there was between the Grail and the Enlightenment experience through which one knows one is immortal. Our research enabled us to identify the hidden elements that conveyed this knowledge but had been buried beneath layers of confusing ambiguity and misinterpretation. The cauldron of the head of Hades. Our modern understanding of the Grail has been shaped by a late medieval addition to the Arthurian legend. However, if we accept that the Grail is actually much more than just a chalice of Christian origin, then we can find all manner of clues pointing to its earlier existence. For instance, in the Celtic sources that are the assumed origin of the Arthurian legends, we are told that the Grail is a cauldron, a symbol both of fertility and immortality. The cauldron was a powerful religious icon of its day. As mentioned earlier, it brought forth. Page 69. Marvelous and magical feasts, revitalizing and resurrecting great and powerful armies. The cauldron of rebirth is a recurring theme in Celtic tales. In the Welsh story cycle, the Mabinogi, warriors slain in battle, are put into it and emerge alive. In Old Welsh Arthurian material, Arthur goes to the underworld, Anfin, to retrieve the same magic cauldron. This is probably the origin of the Grail quest, since the cauldron of Anfin is also an inexhaustible source of food, as is the Grail. Like the Grail romances, the Arthurian legends were based on earlier Celtic pagan myths which were themselves of ancient shamanic origin. So Arthur, like many heroes before him, was an updated version of the hero god king par excellence who sought the Grail, but who in doing so was really seeking himself. Arthur's journey into the underworld is the metaphorical expression of an internal experience. In this, he is just like the shaman who reenacts the roles of gods such as Ra and Osiris, or saviors such as Horus and Jesus, and many other mythological characters. This in turn not only identifies Arthur with the ancient myth of the resurrecting god, but also means he is shaman-like in origin. Since the shaman could find nothing on Earth that related to the other worlds he visited during his journey through the underworld, i.e., the internal realm of the subconscious, he believed that his journey took place inside the body of the world mother or earth goddess. This is one reason why the ancients also referred to this heavenly gateway as the watery abyss, and why rivers, lakes, and wells were seen as portals to this other realm. Water, linked symbolically with the moon, was associated with the feminine principle. Many writers and researchers suggest that the Celtic cauldron of rebirth represents the underworld or land of the dead as well as the womb of the world mother, a suggestion that fits the shamanic concept of the earth as the body of the archetypal female. The cauldron seems to have represented the earth on a collective level too. Indeed, the earth could itself be described as a huge vessel or cauldron whose mixed contents represent the many labyrinthine sub-worlds and creatures that were believed to exist within the interior realm of the earth known as Hades, which the church renamed Hell. In the Arthurian legend, we are told that Arthur went into the underworld in search of the cauldron of rebirth. This confusing detail indicates that the underworld and the cauldron were also seen to be two entirely different things. Page 70. It could be, however, that the underworld, the large cauldron, contained within it another cauldron, possibly the vessel known as the Grail. As Arthur's descent into the underworld is an allegory for an internal experience, we would suggest that the particular cauldron sought by Arthur refers, in psychological terms, to something deeper than the subconscious. In other words, if the underworld symbolizes both the collective subconscious and the physical interior of the world mother, this means that, where the individual is concerned, the cauldron or grail is to be found within oneself. However, the more deeply we dug into these myths, the more confusing things seemed to get. It was only later that we discovered that the cauldron or grail was also associated with the human head, and in particular the male head. This raised the inevitable question, why would the male head be located at the center of the earth when that was believed to be the body of the archetypal world mother? The correlation between these two elements, the center of the earth and the center of the body, was surely leading us towards something very profound, and both elements were associated with the head. In Celtic mythology we find an item called the Cauldron of the Head of Hades, which was to be found at Carpedriven, the four-cornered castle, or fire castle. This castle was a special and magical place where the people were said to drink sparkling wine. Now, Pedriven or Pedreven means newt. In Cornish, a newt, or in more precise etymology, an ute was a lizard, serpent, or dragon. Ute means resplendent mind, and the tales of newts were illustrated by the Hebrew letter symbol Yod, the first letter of the god Yahweh or Jehovah. Jehovah was originally a god of volcanoes and is therefore associated with the Roman Vulcan. As such, he was the fiery ejaculation from the top of the world mountain, and an active volcano is a metaphor for the internal Kundalini enlightenment experience during which the pranic energy ascends from the base of the spine towards the brain and the top of the head. This has further interesting connotations because the Celtic word car means hill or sacred mound, a reference to the primordial mound, and an ancient shamanic concept associated with the vortex of creation. In other words, Carpedriven, the four-cornered fire castle, represents both the primordial mound and the matrix of creation itself. It is also home to the cauldron of the head of Hades, i.e., the head of the god of the underworld or the afterlife. We have already referred to the shaman's use of the hypnagogic trance state to unite the two aspects of the divided mind. But we now found that. Page 71. Subconscious, the underworld, contained within it something else, the cauldron of rebirth. This suggested that the trance state was only an initiatory experience, a state of consciousness which led to a kind of rebirth and resurrection. In other words, the hypnagogic trance state was an experience that could trigger another experience, namely the enlightenment experience. From this we concluded that both the cauldron and the head of the archetypal resurrecting god symbolized the process of enlightenment through which one became transformed, reborn. So is this what Arthur was seeking? If he were seeking enlightenment, then he entered the castle Carpedriven to access the underworld within himself. This archetypal castle must therefore represent the gateway both to the underworld and to the body of the world mother. Since these myths are describing an internal experience, the castle would seem to represent a physical gateway that can facilitate access to the mental gateway within oneself. This may signify a sacred temple or construction of some kind that marks a specific location on the earth, perhaps a neutral point or zero node on the earth's surface, or a coordination point in the earth's energy matrix of ley lines and positive and negative lines of force. This is outside the scope of the present book, and something we will follow up in subsequent works. But, as we will see, the clues we are given in these myths and allegorical fables are pointing to this conclusion. Arthur's journey into the underworld to find the cauldron of rebirth would therefore seem to be connected with the Latin alchemical phrase visita interiora terrae rectificando invenis occultum lapidum. The phrase translates as visit the interior of the earth and by purifying, you will find the secret stone, the true medicine, and its initial letters produce the word vitriol. The only conclusion that seemed to make sense of this was that saying that one's head was at the center of the earth was another way of saying that the center of the earth was in one's head. That is, the two centers could be superimposed to become one. If we take the story of Arthur to be one of many Celtic versions of a more ancient story, then we need to look towards Egypt for its origin, since everything tends to lead us back to Egypt or Mesopotamia. If the origins of the Arthur story do indeed lie in Egypt, then it could be that the head that Arthur is searching for is also the head of the ancient Egyptian god Osiris, the archetypal shaman god king, a resurrecting god associated with rebirth. As mentioned earlier, page 72. Hypnagogic trance state, which is accessed via the synchronization of the left and right hemispheres of the brain, takes place at the center of the head. This would seem to explain the importance of the head in this ancient story. The fact that this illuminative experience occurs at the center of the head would also explain why the shaman was known as the Shining One, and why all things are lights was a popular Cathar saying. Incidentally, in Italian the word lizard means shining lights, and it is similar in English etymology to wizard. The lizard also features on the breast of the wise Minerva, the snake-healing goddess of Rome, since wisdom is one of the attributes of the serpent. The words lizard and wizard translate in Latin as ophir, which is associated with the snake and serpent. It is also associated with the Ophites, see page 97, and is part of the word philosopher, meaning a person of wisdom. We should add that the term philosopher is also an appellation given to alchemists. Popular Christian tradition has it that the lizard conceived through the ear and brought forth the word through the mouth. Indeed, Pope Felix E. 483-92 believed that the Virgin Mary conceived through her ear, and in Seville Cathedral and many other cathedrals across Europe the figure of a lizard appears above a doorway as an indication of this belief. From our previous research, we knew that there was a strong mythological, folkloric, and historical tradition associated with heads and head worship. The head, or heads, of the vanquished were considered to be a great prize, and it was even said that the head, or the right kind of head, would give extended life. Along with the heart, the head was regarded as one of the principal members of the body. It was the great seat of the life force, the carrier of the soul. Heads of horses were also believed to contain the all-important vital force as well as the ever-present and necessary element of fertility. It is said that the Merovingian kings were sometimes buried with a horse's head, for example King Childeric I. Squared horses' heads were also carried on ritualistic occasions. The pagan hobby horse, for instance, which is really a shamanic accoutrement, symbolizes the shaman's trusty steed which carries him to the underworld. In a myth associated with the Norse god Odin, the horse actually carries Odin into the underworld, and in many myths the shaman deity is said to return on a horse. The powerful horse that one rode therefore symbolized the trans-state vehicle, known today as the astral body, which enabled one travel internally. Page 73. Other worlds. Today we would possibly use the modern automobile as a symbol for this, and, like the white horses of our ancestors, it would no doubt become a symbolic device scrawled upon the landscape, with each tribe having its own particular style, see plate 4. According to one tale, Arthur dug up the head of Bran the Blessed, which was said to have been buried underneath a tower on a white hill, to protect England. Some say this is Tower Hill in London. This head was known as Uther Ben, or Wonderful Head, and so we could say that Arthur had found his cauldron of rebirth, and that it was also the head of the Celtic god Bran, the Shining One, who is the Celtic version of the Egyptian vegetation and resurrecting god Osiris. It seems that everything leads back to Osiris, as if he is the archetypal Shining One who personifies these internal experiences. Arthur's finding of the head of this god is of course symbolic, and suggests the rebirth of both Arthur and the god king, the ancestral father or figurehead of his people. In other words, the myth is telling us that the person who, via his own internal experience, finds this special head becomes empowered and takes on the persona of the archetypal shaman god. But to have found that head, or to have become aware of it, meant that Arthur had to have had the same enlightening experience as the archetypal god king whose head resided at the center of the underworld, or rather at the center of creation itself. And why would he have had the same experience? Because the archetypal hero, on whom Arthur was modeled, was believed to be the reincarnation on earth of that first god. As we will see, Arthur's father was named Uther, and so it is possible that Arthur had found the head of his father. If so, then Arthur is the Celtic version of Horus, the reincarnated Osiris, and so both are the same soul being reincarnated over and over again. In brief, these confusing stories are telling us that the shaman is consciously aware of the processes behind the life-death-rebirth cycle, processes that apply to all cyclical phenomena. The shaman therefore knows he is immortal. Most of us, however, are unconscious of our immortal aspect and therefore reincarnate unconsciously, repeating the same old patterns. We now had some idea as to why the head was deemed sacred, and as we moved forward on our journey we found the idea of the sacred or wonderful head cropping up again and again. We also found that the cult of the head or skull had confused many researchers. Many still believe that the importance of the head lies in the ancient custom whereby a warrior beheaded his victim in page 74. By owning his head, absorbed the energy of his vanquished foe. In fact, we discovered that many ancient societies actually practiced the ritual decapitation of a snake. Why would they do this, if not as a symbolic representation of partaking of its energy? Especially when we consider that the mythological enlightened serpent was said to have a jewel in the head. The head of the snake is also where the venom is held, and, as we have seen, when mixed with its blood, that would enable the shaman to attain the trance state and experience immortality. Stories of the hero who enters the underworld in search of the cauldron or some other treasure, such as the head of God, symbolize the hero's own enlightenment experience. He is then empowered by this experience and therefore becomes the newly resurrected God King on earth. This experience is open to any of us, and so the stories are also symbolic devices to enable a teacher to pass on to an initiate the secrets of how to obtain the venom and blood, or indeed enlightenment, and connect with the gods. If this is correct, then we can understand why the shaman would have been given the name of serpent, or been described as a serpent being, for the serpent is synonymous with wisdom. This may be because the ancients observed that the eyes of the snake never blinked and were wide open at all times, and therefore believed that the snake could see everything and knew everything. This observable phenomenon was also applied to the Shining Ones, the shamanic-led race of serpent beings, also known as the Watchers, who were depicted with distinctive large round eyes, as evident in a group of marble statuettes from Tel Asmar and Samaria, c. 2700–2600 BC. The eyes in some of these figures are also black and hollow, and we can see the same distinctive feature in the Wandina rock art of the Australasian Aboriginals. Were these strange shamanic people, the Watchers of Sumerian and biblical legend, responsible for the origin of the Grail? It now seemed obvious to us that they were, and everything we have looked at, including things that couldn't be incorporated in this book, indeed supports and confirms this theory. We are also aware that the many ancient sacred sites, circles and monuments are perhaps a legacy of these people and form part of a code they left behind. That said, we again turn our attention to the archetypal castle or castles. The Grail Castle. Page 75. In the Grail legends there is a castle known as the Grail Castle, which Eschenbach names as Mount Salvation, meaning Mountain of Salvation. This is possibly a reference to the primordial mound or shamanic world mountain, the Axis Mundi, world axis. Esoterically, this recalls the temple of the body and the spinal axis associated with the Kundalini enlightenment experience. But could this castle have also been a real monument or temple? If so, was it used as a gateway to the underworld, i.e., an initiation center for the enlightenment experience? We realized that the existence of just one such temple would be unrealistic. Perhaps there were many of them dotted around the world at special sacred locations, at neutral points or ley line convergence points where the Earth's positive and negative lines of force cross and cancel each other out at zero. We decided to look again at the Celtic castle. As we have already mentioned, the word for newt was Pendraven. Per means for, fire, or father. Pendraven is also spelt Pendriven. Pen means head, and Pendriven sounds remarkably like Pendragon, meaning head of the dragon, or serpent's head. Pendriven could also mean father of Evan, the Welsh equivalent of the Roman god Bacchus and the Greek god Dionysus. Bacchus Dionysus was the serpent god of wine, and the inhabitants of Car Pendriven were said to have drunk sparkling wine. This link could well have some foundation, since wine, like blood, symbolizes the universal energy, the creative force, or lifeblood, that one experiences through enlightenment. Bacchus Dionysus can also be equated with the ancient Egyptian god Osiris, and the true father of Osiris is the god Atum Ra. According to the legend, the magical cauldron was kept at Car Pendriven, i.e., the place of Evan, Bacchus, Dionysus, Osiris, whose head is the serpent's head. But why would the cauldron or grail be kept there? The answer is that the structure of Car Pendriven itself represents the serpent's head. In other words, this castle or temple, this magical place where sparkling wine is taken, represents either the human head or something important within the head. We suggest this is the activation of the third eye, trance state, and the enlightenment experience. Lastly, Car Pendriven, the Udor, resplendent mind, which is also a newt, and therefore linked to the lizard and serpent, was also called Car City, the revolving castle, cube. Some researchers believe that the revolving castle is a metaphor for the processional circle traced in the sky by the tilted Earth's axis. Page 76. This may be true, and there are good reasons for accepting this hypothesis. However, we are dealing with multiple meanings here, and with information that seems to be arranged on several levels. Each level becomes more meaningful the closer we get to the truth. Like climbing the sacred mountain, we ascend until we reach the apex. According to some, the revolving castle is also another name for Stonehenge, which was used to chart the revolving sky and the positions of the sun, moon and stars, to the power of 4. This would mean that the Grail or an element of the Grail was used and kept at Stonehenge, because if Car City represents the head, or something within it, then so does Stonehenge. It is therefore that Serpent's head. Car City was also known as the Temple of the Shining Ones, and City is similar to cities, the Sanskrit term for mystical, or for the paranormal abilities associated with the Kundalini enlightenment experience, and thus brings to mind the psychic skills attributed to the shaman. We decided it was time to take a look at Stonehenge and other similar temples and related earthworks. Serpent Temple. Stonehenge is a fascinating ancient monument located in Wiltshire, England, yet no one can be absolutely sure of its original purpose. For many, the monument's solar, lunar and astral alignments indicate a ritual basis connected with the heavens. Even experts at NASA in the United States believe that Stonehenge was either a planetarium or an astronomical model of the planets, to the power of 5. What is relatively certain is that Stonehenge was built over 3 major periods between 3500 and 1100 BC. Another certainty is the existence of a considerable body of folklore surrounding Stonehenge. Strangely, much of this folklore bears no relationship to the astrological significance attributed to Stonehenge in modern times. Recently, it has been theorized that Stonehenge was associated with death, since it was the gateway or portal to the underworld, the realm of the dead, to the power of 6. This would agree with what we have said concerning the trance techniques of the shamans, who probably used such sacred places to go into trance and contact the dead. In addition, archaeologist Michael Pitts says that nearby Woodhenge, page 77. Series of post holes in which pillars of wood would have been erected, said to be a cousin of Stonehenge, represents birth, and that the dead were transported along a path that connects the 2 henges. So it could be said that the 2 henges represented the portals of birth and death. Legends also attribute to Stonehenge a peculiar and profound healing ability. It was said to be able to cure any ailment in a number of ways, from crushing and powdering the stone and then mixing it in water to just touching the stones. Thus, this healing element seems to relate to our first level of the Grail and the use of the snake. This, together with the belief expressed by the antiquarian and scholar Dr. William Stukely, 1687–1765, that Stonehenge was a serpent temple, provides us with a clear link to the ancient story of the Serpent Grail. According to anthropologist Lionel Sims, Stonehenge was associated with the union or fusion of opposites and was built to demonstrate this fusion by capturing the setting sun and the setting moon. Sims says that the setting sun, masculine principle, and the setting moon, feminine principle, were captured through adjacent windows created by the central sarcentrolithon, one of 5 large stone structures that stood in the center of the temple in a horseshoe arrangement. Stukely believed that Avebury, a Neolithic monument close to Stonehenge, was also a serpent temple. The close proximity of Hackpen Hill, Snake's Head Hill, confirms that he may have been right. Stukely also believed that an ancient serpent-worshipping race was responsible for many of the ancient structures found across Britain, which he called Dracondia. The problem with Stukely is that he also believed that the Druids both worshipped at and built on these ancient locations, whereas modern history places the Druids as entering Britain sometime around 400 BC. However, this popular modern belief is based upon little evidence, which is mainly archaeological and minor at that. The fact that the Druids worship the snake is connected with their original title of Adders, from the adder snake. The Druids can also be shown to be related to various sects or religious leaders across the globe, including the Brahmin of India and possibly therefore also the Naga, the name given to the serpent people or shining ones. It is obvious that Stonehenge and Avebury were once linked. The closeness of the 2 temples and the fact that Stonehenge is precisely south of Avebury cannot be coincidental. It is also no surprise to find that these places of serpent worship are related astronomically to the constellations and to solar and lunar. Page 78. Worship, just as other serpent temples across the world. Whether Stonehenge and Avebury were actually constructed by the Druids or not, it is possible that the Druids were the descendants of the shamanic priesthood who built these serpent temples. It has been suggested that the Serpent Mound of Ohio in North America is related to Stonehenge and that it is the dragon guardian of the East to Stonehenge's secret of the West. Whatever this means is of course left to the imagination, as there is no further explanation. Indeed, it is thought that the two ancient structures share the same time frame and may very well relate to each other, if ancient man did share the same beliefs and travel extensively, as is the growing belief of many scholars. The Greek historian Diodorus Siculus, 9221 BC, called Stonehenge the Temple of Apollo. This led us to investigate possible connections between Apollo and our theory of the serpent elixir. We found that Apollo, the Greek version of Horus, the Egyptian sun god, was the god of healing and the father of Aesculapius, the archetypal god of medicine who was taught the healing arts by the centaur Chiron. Apollo wielded the famous caduceus, a staff with two serpents entwined about it, while Aesculapius possessed a one-serpent staff, known as the rod of Aesculapius. It is imperative that we now examine these two symbols and note their differences. The rod of Aesculapius and the caduceus, a very ancient symbol. The caduceus is found the world. Different stylizations appear in the ancient cultures of Mesopotamia, Egypt, India, Europe, and Mesoamerica. Many of us know it as the winged staff with two entwined serpents held by the Greek god Hermes or the Roman Mercury, a god based on the ancient Egyptian god Thoth, who instructed Horus, Apollo. The staff of Hermes was often carried by Greek messengers and ambassadors, and later became a Roman symbol for truce, neutrality, and non-combatant status. To the power of 9, the caduceus is now used as the emblem of the medical and allied professions. However, the staff symbol first used by the medical profession. Page 79. 18th century was often a simple roughly hewn knotted tree branch or wooden staff with only one serpent entwined around it, the rod of Aesculapius. The rod of Aesculapius, the staff entwined with a solitary snake, was originally the symbol of Aesculapius and is often wrongly named the caduceus. Often shown with Aesculapius leaning on it, it is mostly used to signify the medical profession. Of course, there are variations. In some emblems or corporate logos, it is lit at the top like a torch, symbolizing the divine light of wisdom. This particular staff corresponds to the healing properties of the snake associated with the first level of the Grail and the elixir of life. It was known to a few, who kept it secret, that for healing purposes one snake provided the real and original elixir of life, i.e., the venom associated with death and the masculine principle, and the blood associated with life and the feminine principle. The snake therefore symbolized wisdom and immortality. The caduceus, whereas the rod of Aesculapius has one serpent, the caduceus, also known as the Arcadian rod and the staff of Brahma, the Hindu supreme god, features two serpents, symbolizing the opposites of male and female. The name, caduceus, comes from the Latin word karakaon, and in Greek karakaon skeptron means herald's wand. As with the rod of Aesculapius, the rod or staff symbolizes the spinal column and exemplifies the straight and upright spine, demonstrating confidence, good health, and longevity. But on a higher level, this particular staff also reveals the dynamic processes associated with the Gnostic Enlightenment experience, especially the 7-level chakra gland-related system known as Kundalini. As already mentioned, Apollo is the Greek version of the ancient Egyptian god Horus, which is interesting as the caduceus was additionally held by Thoth, the wisest of the ancient Egyptian gods and the Egyptian version of the Greek god Hermes. Like Thoth, Horus, the sun god, a title associated with the spiritual inner sun, was also the embodiment of wisdom. Apparently, Hermes was given the caduceus by Apollo in return for his lyre, a stringed musical instrument not unlike the Celtic harp. In esoteric terms, musical instruments, such as the flute, page 80, syrinx, and lyre, symbolize the 7 major notes of the musical scale, which in turn correspond to the 7 primary colors of the electromagnetic spectrum and the 7 levels of consciousness reflected in the 7 chakras that align the spine. Other versions of the myth tell us that the caduceus was created when the Greek god Hermes struck 2 warring snakes apart with a staff, a metaphor for bringing harmony and balance to the opposites and uniting or neutralizing them. This ancient symbol is thus evidence that our ancestors knew about the 3 forces of consciousness, the positive, negative, and neutral. It has always been a symbol of immortality. The caduceus also represents the idea that good health and intelligence arise from a well-balanced attitude to life. We should strive to be centered, like the central staff of the caduceus, and not be sent off balance by focusing on the opposites or the cycle of opposites represented by the 2 snakes entwined around the staff. It is a maxim of all esoteric mystery schools that we should try to maintain a neutral, non-judgmental, indifferent or detached stance as we interact with our environment. The two energy channels represented by the snakes on the caduceus, one male, red solar, the Pingala, and one female, white lunar, the Ida, imply that the snakes symbolize the division, imbalance and dis-ease associated with the positive and negative opposites. Like the two properties of the one snake encountered on the first level of our Grail triad, the two should be brought together and united, crossed, on the central staff, the Sushumna, which symbolizes neutrality. Our theory is that the Pingala and Ida channels of the caduceus correspond respectively to the venom and blood of the solitary snake of the one snake rod of Aesculapius. This theory finds support in the words of Ram Kumar Rai, a contemporary author on the Hindu religion, who states that the poison or excessively heating venom flows full through the Pingala and goes to the right nostril, and the moon fluid of immortality goes to the left. We discovered that this moon fluid was menstrual blood, and therefore it was the feminine-related blood element which was reflected in the dark red color of the moon during the lunar eclipse. The venom and Pingala link speaks for itself, but the identification of the moon fluid confirms that there is a definite link between the Ida channel on the spiritual level and the blood of the snake on the practical level of the Grail triad. Page 81. As we know, the snake is associated with healing, health and longevity, and these qualities are symbolized by the neutral points, the centers of the chakra vortices, where the two opposing energies cross each other on the central staff and are united, fused and balanced. The wings surmounting the caduceus staff belong to the phoenix of resurrection and rebirth, while the orb at their center is the egg of the phoenix as well as the stone of the Grail legends, otherwise known as the Philosopher's Stone. It is associated with its soul essence, or spirit, which was believed to leave the body as an orb of light, an astral vehicle. This winged orb is depicted in the art of many ancient cultures, see Plate 10. As regards the physical body, the orb symbolizes the human head or skull, or more specifically the thalamus, whose appearance has been described as egg-like, and which is therefore represented by the cosmic egg and the stone of esoteric tradition. And on this point we will leave the reader to make their own connections with everything we have said. So the universe car CD has been related etymologically to the revolving castle, with arrows of poison shooting from many holes. This is a clear allusion to the poisonous venom of the snake and reveals that Stonehenge too could very well contain, or even be, a real rendition of the serpent's head. But what profound truth lies behind this strange metaphor? Like many other places around the world, Stonehenge was called the Omphalos, suggesting omphalos, squared the ever-enkindling, immortal, light, the zodiac, axis or elixir, and the spores of the mighty whale, who equals, light, eel equals, snake. So Stonehenge, the mythical temple of Apollo, is not only linked with serpents via mythology, but also linked with poison, and is an elixir in etymology. And, as we have just seen, it is etymologically, astronomically and architecturally linked with the snake or serpent in that it was referred to as the serpent's head. If we consider this one example together with the evidence we have just page 82. Presented regarding the mythology of Stonehenge and its link with the Arthurian legend, we now have many of those scholastic markers that are required to prove a historical case. The case we have presented so far is for a link between the Grail and the symbology of the serpent and snake. Of course, Stonehenge also had a practical purpose associated with astronomy, but it was built by people who understood the traditional holistic knowledge of the ancient Shining Ones, and so it is no surprise to find that it encompasses all the information we have looked at. The mainly Celtic origins of the wonderful Arthurian tales also tell us that the snake was deeply associated with healing and water. For instance, the Gallic goddess Sirona, meaning star, was a healer. She had healing and was also associated with regeneration and mortality. Ireland is reputed to have been. We find similar snake-related healing gods. One example is Morgan, who was said to have 3 hearts, each of which was also fabled to have dipped the mythical into a cauldron of regeneration to save them. Mythology also tells us that 3 sons brought 3 healers. Yet more illusions, more encoded clues esoteric wisdom and both Western and Eastern mysticism and metaphysics will understand what is being alluded to straight away. The three healers make up the triad of positive, negative, and neutral energies, while the three serpents are surely an allusion to the Hindu Kundalini serpents, the Pingala, Ida, and Sushumna triad, which are respectively associated with the pineal and pituitary glands and the thalamus. Once we begin to cross-reference all this mythical material, we discover certain pieces of information that are consistent in that they all point to the same processes, the processes of human consciousness. This realization can lead us back to the very source of existence itself. This is not to say that this prehistoric archetypal material has not been exploited, twisted, manipulated, suppressed, and utilized in many different ways, often for purposes of power and control. Such manipulations of the mythical data have led to confusion. Take, for example, the manifold expressions of one. Page 83. Particular hero or deity. The gods Horus, Apollo, Thoth, and Hermes, for instance, could all be the same individual because they all possess the magical accessory of the caduceus, apart from Horus, that is. But since Horus is the Egyptian equivalent of the Greek Apollo, and Apollo is associated with the caduceus, Horus must be associated with it too, and Horus is the son and heir and reincarnation of Osiris. The only way we can make sense of all this is to realize that the emblem of the caduceus reveals a process by which we can attain enlightenment and immortality, or at least the realization of it. It is this factor which all these deities, and more besides, have in common and which brings them together as one. This individual, being a composite of all these gods and heroes, is the archetypal shaman god par excellence. This is the god of the Shining Ones, a shamanic, supreme being, who expresses all their principles. If we take the Heliopolitan Egyptian pantheon as an example, sometimes this god is Thoth, while at other times he is Osiris or Horus or Atum Ra. Once we realize this, we can make sense of the other mythical motifs which consistently turn up in all manner of abstract ways. A prime example is the World Mountain, the Mountain of Salvation, or Grail Castle, of the Grail romances, which, as the Axis Mundi, our world, also symbolizes the spinal column. This is brought together with the snake or serpent in the caduceus staff, and a similar motif appears in the story of Adam and Eve, c. 11. Even though we may be familiar with symbols like the caduceus, however, and understand how the serpent is associated with the enlightenment experience, the question still remains, what does the snake or serpent really have to do with healing and the elixir of life? The Shining Ones knew. After all, it was they who had experienced the very mechanism that had produced the elixir of life in the first place, and they who had encoded their knowledge in the myths and legends that featured the universal god or hero. In some instances, the myths referred to an elite race with special powers, similar to those of the Tuatha De Danann of Celtic legend. Sometimes the gods or heroes were themselves the personification of those who could attain self-illumination and who possessed the knowledge, abilities, and benefits that came with it. From our research into Hermetic philosophy, we discovered that the ancients believed that a defect existed within human consciousness. As a result, we believed human beings were trapped within cycles of material world through our reliance on one half of cycle, the material aspect too. Page 84. Detriment of the other, the spiritual aspect. This dualistic theme was crucial to the beliefs of the Gnostics and Cathars. However, the universal hero was able to transcend the world of matter, the trapped mind, and all cyclical phenomena through having experienced the midpoint, neutral or zero node between these two divisions, thereby resolving his dualistic human nature. It was also believed that such an individual would have become familiar with the serpent within and around him. That is, he would have observed the wave phenomena and cycles in the natural world. He would thus have been able to control the serpent that had others mortally trapped within its spirals, waves, and cycles of divided energy. He had healed the division of energy within himself and was therefore an immortal of God. And, having transcended the physical laws of reality, he had some control and influence over the collective, or so it was believed. The Greek historian Plutarch once said, "The men of old time associated the serpent most of all beasts with heroes. In fact, it seems that all heroes in one form or another have serpents among their symbols." For example, as Carl Jung said, there is a series of medieval pictures in which the communion cup contains a dragon, a snake, or some sort of small animal. Jung pointed out that a relief in Hereford Cathedral clearly depicted a chalice with a dragon rising from it. There are actually images across the Christian world of this dragon or serpent rising from the poison chalice, held by St. John the Evangelist, another archetype for the shamanic serpent being, or Shining One, as we shall discover in the next chapter, see Plate 12. Finally, there is the remarkable story of the Arthurian knight Sir Lancelot, who in a vision saw a man surrounded by stars and various other wondrous things. He afterwards learned that it had some meaning in respect of his lineage. It seems that 42 years after the Passion of Christ, Joseph of Arimathea left Jerusalem cubed and came to Saras, a fabled island city like Atlantis, where he helped a certain Evelak. Could this be Eve Lake, where Eve, from the Hebrew Hava, actually means female snake? Evelak was baptized, i.e., anointed or initiated, together with her brother-in-law Seraphi, meaning snake or shine. It is said that Seraphi then took the name Nasines, meaning serpent, and became a pillar of the faith. The secrets of the Grail were opened up to Evelak after Joseph, the bearer of the Grail, had turned Seraphi, Nasines, into a serpent follower. Evelak then had a dream in which Nasines issued forth a great lake, whence eventually came Lancelot. The secret that Lancelot learned. Page 85. Concerning his lineage was that he was a member of the bloodline who were the protectors of the secret of the serpent. We will end this chapter with an excerpt from Wolfram von Eschenbach's Parsifal, which also holds many clues to the identity of the Grail on the first level pertaining to the elixir. And sore was the king we sorrowed, then a magic herb we found, men say, from the blood of a dragon it springeth from out of the ground, with the stars, and the wind, and the heaven, close bound, doth it wind circling hour, and the moon draweth near to her changing, the herb might our grief have aided, yet its magic we sought in vain, to the power of four, but we felt we were not searching in vain. All these clues pointed to the Enlightenment experience on the third level of our Grail triad, but they had a double meaning in that they also alluded to the neutralizing property of the snake or serpent elixir on the first level. The next question that faced us was, why was the head symbolized by a cauldron or cup? Page 86. Chapter 6, The Cauldron of the Head of the Underworld. Our research had revealed that, on one level of understanding, the cauldron symbolized the underworld, a magical realm to which many cultures believe we go when we die. The universal hero or archetypal shaman is able to visit this realm and then come back again, bringing information, knowledge, and profound wisdom. On another level of understanding, we had concluded that the cauldron also symbolized the head, the place of enlightenment. This was relevant to certain key aspects of the Arthurian story. For instance, Arthur was the son of Uther Pendragon, a name that contains the word pen, which means head. But were there any further clues in these ancient plays on words? Uther, meaning wonderful, is similar to Aether, the father of the pagan god Pan, meaning all, and may be equated etymologically with ether, otherwise known as the ether, the superfine all-permeating atmosphere or underlying energy of the universe, which the ancient Greeks attributed to their principal god, Zeus. So Uther Zeus was the father of Arthur, who, like Osiris, Horus, Pan, and Jesus, was deemed to be a son of God. Uther was also known as Uther Ben, and Ben is a Hebrew word meaning first, original, and even head. It was customary for the Jews to name their first or favorite son Benjamin. So, the name Ben can be associated with the first point of creation and with the head. This name is also related to the ancient Egyptian word Ben and to the Bennu bird, the heron, the Egyptian phoenix. The Ben was the pyramidion or capstone that was placed at the top of sacred pillars and pyramids, constructions that represented the shamanic world pillar and world mountain. Pillars or obelisks also symbolized the upright human spinal column, which is why the pyramidion capstone would have represented the head, or rather, something within the head. In the 5th century BC, the Greek playwright Euripides wrote, "Seest thou the immense ether on high and the earth around held in its moist embrace? Revere Zeus and obey God," and in the 1st century BC, the Roman poet Virgil said, "Thus the omnipotent Father, great ether with fecund showers, descends into the bosom of his rejoicing wife, and, united in love with her great body." Page 87. Nourishes all her offspring. From this we are led to believe that we are all the offspring of this source, our wellspring, the center of our very being. Arthur is said to have had a stronghold at Tintagel in Cornwall, which was alternatively known as Dundagle, Dun-Diag-El, meaning stronghold of the resplendent mighty god, or shining one, squared. The word Dun in Dundagle means hill or mound, recalling the primordial mound, the underlying energy matrix of creation. The title, Pendragon, was understood to mean King of Kings, and not just by the Britons but also by the Chinese Manchu dynasty and the Phoenicians. As Pen means head, Pendragon can also be translated as the head of the dragon. In mythology, the dragon is interchangeable with the serpent and snake. It is also the fish, as in the Mesopotamian fish being known as Dagon, a name that reminded us of the African tribe the Dogon, who say their ancestors were visited by fish beings, as well as of the Celtic god Dagda. These names are also related with the word dog, and dogs are often guardians of the underworld, for example, the Greek Cerberus and the Egyptian Anubis. Even Thoth was depicted with a dog's head. The word Dagal and Dundagal is similar to both Dagon and Dagda. Although confusing on the surface, we can now see the deeper meanings behind these etymological connections. The dragon emblazoned the standard of, among others, the West Saxons, the Welsh, the Phoenicians, and the Chinese Manchu dynasty. A point worth noting is that the Welsh dragon, which is red in color, is set on a white background. We have already touched on the deeper significance of these colors, and so it came as no surprise to find battles between red and white dragons in the Arthurian tales. These battles convey the continual struggle between opposites to reach a level of harmony and equilibrium, or, better still, to be neutralized altogether so as to manifest or reveal the source of both. They not only symbolize the Kundalini serpents relating to the third level of the Grail triad, but also the practical use of the venom and blood of the snake on the first level. There was also another thread to follow here. The link between Uther and Zeus led us to the ideas put forward in a fascinating book, Arthur, the Dragon King, by Howard Reed, who claims that much of the Arthurian cycle can be traced to the Scythians. These people were initially brought to Britain from the Russian steppes by the Romans as a mercenary horseback fighting force. The employment of mercenaries was not an uncommon practice in antiquity. The Assyrians, for example, had employed the cavalry skills of the Cimmerians, who, page 88, were themselves closely related to the Scythians. Many alliances were thus formed and then broken. And all along, as these warriors were thrashing out the great political power battles of the day, there were legends and other traditions, not to mention religion and mystical insight. It was in this way that the Scythians brought their beliefs with them from the Celts. The Scythians were a shamanic-based culture, a peculiar ritual in which the blood-soaked blade of a sword out. This ritual has its parallel in Arthurian legend in the drawing of the sword from the stone, and thus provides a link between the Arthurian story and the shamanic Scythians. The sword being thrust into the ground is an obvious allusion to the underworld, which was believed to exist both underground and inside the earth. As we have already mentioned, the ancient Egyptians would observe the sun going down in the evening in the belief that it was going into the earth, into the underworld, the duet, or the land of the dead. This nighttime phase of the daily cycle was seen as the negative and dark half of the cycle and was associated with death, whereas the daytime phase was seen as the positive half and was associated with light and life. Here again, the emphasis is on cycles, and especially on the crucial point, the neutral or zero node, which was seen as the gateway to these earthly cycles as well as to the abode of the gods. To return to the connection between Uther and Zeus, Zeus was a god of the Scythians as well as the Greeks, and is said to have taken the form of a serpent and visited Olympias, wife of Philippi of Macedon, who subsequently gave birth to Alexander the Great. The similarities between Uther and Zeus are an obvious attempt to link Arthur with Alexander and the royal serpent lineage as well as with the powers of the ancient shaman, as evidenced in the shape-shifting ability attributed to Uther. Cubed. It is also interesting to note that many of the archetypal deities who became legendary figures were in fact solar deities from ancient times. Alexander was himself associated with Apollo as his son, and Arthur was similarly the son of Zeus, aka Uther, another solar deity. But this only became apparent in the Arthurian stories when Geoffrey of Monmouth, the Welsh Breton cleric, introduced it, probably for political purposes, in about 1136. We must note, though, that the original story of Zeus required the god to take the form of a snake in order to create a powerful, fertile and vibrant warrior. The Arthurian, page 89, tale is too similar to the Alexandrian legend to be mere coincidence, for Uther is shape-shifted in order to visit Igraine, wife of the Duke of Tintagel, who subsequently gave birth to Arthur, who, just like Alexander, was a great warrior leader. In a way, Arthur, like Alexander and many other legendary leaders and avatars from around the is portrayed as being of serpent descent. The Scythians had a practice of attaching to their saddles the severed heads of those they had defeated in battle, as if to scare off potential combatants. All the heads of the warriors killed in the battle were taken to the king, who would pay a dividend of the booty. Of particular interest in our quest for the Grail was the fact that they would also cut off the top of the skull, clean it out, gild it, and turn this macabre object into a mystical drinking vessel. This practice was extremely widespread and by no means just the preserve of the Scythians. Golden heads have been found far and wide, and it was not always the heads of adversaries that were used. Nobody is sure where this practice originated, but through the Scythians the Arthurian tales are linked to a people who revered heads, drank human blood, and worshipped both the snake and Zeus, the god who was able to shapeshift into a serpent via the limitless creative energy of the ether. The cup or chalice is a relatively late addition to the Arthurian canon, a Christianized version of an older Celtic and Scythian tradition. In part in a desire to suppress shamanic and pagan practices and in part to assuage the sensitivities of Christians, a tangible cup or chalice replaced the mysterious, sometimes macabre, vessel that was associated literally and metaphorically with the human head. The Christianized Grail, the cup or chalice that was said to have caught the blood of the crucified Christ, now took on the mystical qualities previously associated with the head and became a symbol of regeneration, resurrection, and immortality. Despite attempts to hide these ancient shamanic or pagan concepts, we believe the evidence we have presented so far is sufficient to establish a link between the original Grail and the human head. It explains why the head was revered, and why cups and chalices were used as symbols for the head and the important glands and organs within it. It also explains why skulls were collected and why the tops were then cut off and used as bowls or cups to contain the elixir associated with the practical first-level usage of the snake and its two opposing properties. This in turn corresponded to third-level enlightenment experience in which two energies of psyche were fused together at page 90. Center of the head. Having revealed the clues that point to the third-level aspect of our Grail triad, we shall now look at the clues that point to the first level. The tale of Gaelich in the Arthurian myths, we are taken on a special quest to search out a maiden, save a land from devastation, or indeed discover the Grail. The stories often feature symbolic elements, such as a grove of trees, a fort, a bridge, or a gateway, that introduce an ancient and universal initiation ritual into the story. There we find a maiden or holy lady, who is always a semi-divine being, almost a deity or spirit, and her color is always white. In Celtic or other ancient pagan legends, these women are always associated with snakes or serpents. In the tale of Gaelich this is quite blatant, for a particular snake is transformed into a beautiful maiden. In most stories the maiden is either a prisoner in some great tower, or an enchantress, like Eve with the apple. Either way, she is a seductress and draws a knight-errant to her cause. She is accompanied by a champion and protector, usually in the form of a black knight. The newcomer, the knight-errant, must be victorious in his battle with the Black Knight in order to gain his prize, which is often a knight with the magical snake maiden. The Black Knight symbolizes our unconsciousness of the source, which must be overcome before we, as the hero or newcomer in the story, can claim our prize, the wisdom and knowledge deep within ourselves, which is personified as the maiden or world mother. The important element, however, is the blood of the vanquished, and this brings us back to the role of the head or skull. Like the mammalian host whose blood acts as an antidote to the poison of the snake, see page 279, the blood of the Black Knight is said to have the power to heal and bestow eternal life. Significantly, the most powerful blood is spewed forth from the head of the knight. Could this be relevant to the story of John the Baptist? Was it symbolically significant that his head was offered up on a plate, or indeed Grail? John baptized with water, which as we have already mentioned is closely associated with the serpent, and the prize Salome desired most was his head. We shall look into this matter in more detail later. Page 91. To return to the Arthurian myth, in Prose Boss, King Arthur is sent off on a voyage by his wife Guinevere, who is identified as the Snake Queen, or crowned serpent by the symbolic crown and snake, of the royal Saracens, an ancient legendary and serpentine race of Britain. Eventually Arthur comes to a magical clearing where he finds a maiden seated at the foot of a tree. The maiden shows Arthur to the chapel he is seeking, and there a Black Knight suddenly appears and hurls a lance of fire into Arthur's arm. Fortunately, the flames are extinguished by Pendragon, blood of Arthur, who goes on to kill the knight. 20 other knights then appear and finish the job by hacking the corpse to pieces. Arthur takes the knight's head to the maiden, who anoints his arm with the blood of the head, and he is miraculously healed. The maiden then tells him how she can now use the head of the Black Knight to restore her fortunes. Many explanations have been given for the recurring motifs that appear in this story, but the story makers encoded their secrets well. To decode the story, we need to look elsewhere and at a subject which, on the surface, seems to have little connection with it. The Red Dragon of Arthur Pendragon, the Serpent King, is sent off by the White Serpent Queen to rescue one of their kind, the maiden seated at the foot of the Tree of Life and Knowledge, who is herself a symbol of wisdom, and restore her fortune. The Dark Knight is a simple replacement of the Dragon Guardian of other popular worldwide myths. The lance of fire hurled at Arthur, the lance and the oval spearhead have the form of a snake, symbolizes the attacking bite of the snake and the fiery pain of its venom. Taking the blood of the serpent can Arthur create the antidote, thereby enabling his own blood to extinguish the flames of pain. The head of the serpent contains both the healing blood and the poisonous venom, the red and the white. The blood from its head therefore becomes the all-healer, the resurrecting power, and life eternal. Significantly, the head is also the center of enlightenment, which links the story to the Kundalini experience. The chapel in the story can be understood as a metaphor for the chakra at the base of the spine, where the serpent energy is said to lie like a sleeping serpent or coiled snake at the base of a tree. As well as symbolizing the dormant serpent energy, the sleeping serpent represents our own ignorance or unconsciousness of the source. Guinevere, the serpent queen who sends Arthur on the errand, and the maiden seated at the base of the tree by the chapel represent respectively the serpent energy awakening us to its presence and the release of the energy from its dormant state. Arthur's page 92. Struggle with the Black Knight depicts our own inner process whereby the awakening of the serpent energy leads to the healing of our divided mind and our enlightenment. The enlightenment connection seems obvious to us now. But could we also have here the first level secret relating to the head and the serpent myths? Moreover, could there be a literal truth hidden within these medieval stories? In one way, these ancient storytellers were not telling literal truths, well, not openly anyway. Rather, in relating stories that encoded ancient beliefs and medicinal practices, they were passing on symbolic truths and at the same time producing popular propaganda. It was becoming increasingly clear that the head of the serpent was the most important element for these ancient storytellers. First, in regard to the third level enlightenment experience, the head is where the climax of the experience takes place. Second, in regard to the first level practical application of the venom and the blood, the decapitated head symbolizes the sacrifice of the host, the serpent being or shining one, whose blood is used to heal. It is now well known that the Knights Templar and Cathars were said to have worshipped severed heads in one form or another. It is also well known that they were supposed to hold the secret of the Grail. Did the secret die with these mysterious people? What really made the Templars so rich? Why is there such a strong link between the Templars and the weaving of the tapestry that became the Arthurian legend? The answer lies in both the medicinal secret and the propaganda. The Knights Templar are a fascinating historical group, warrior monks destined for greatness and yet also for a great fall. There are literally billions of words dedicated to their history, and yet we seem to be no closer to the real truth underlying their remarkable rise to power and to the secrets they are said to have held. It is claimed that they were an order of Christian knights of the 12th and 13th centuries. Yet many of their traditions and writings show a clear Gnostic belief which was at that time more attuned to Mandan than Christian thinking. The Mandaeans, or disciples of John, still exist in Syria, Palestine, and Iraq, sometimes under the title of Druzes. The Mandaeans are Druzes. Page 93. The Druze were originally a mixture of Cuthites, Mardi Arabs, and possibly also the remnants of Christian crusaders. According to Mackey's Encyclopedia, they are supposed to be the descendants of those Hivites, Ophites according to Dean, among whom the Hebrews dwelt in the time of Joshua, and afterward on Mount Lebanon. The Cuthites and Hivites were serpent worshippers, especially the Cuthites, who are said by some to have emerged from Ethiopia, Kush. Following the idea that they also mixed with the Crusaders, it is possible that the Templars, amongst others, received some of their knowledge from these peoples. The name, Druze, is said to come from their founder Ad-Darazi, who died around Ad 1019. Later on, the famous assassins emerged from the Druze via Nizari, named after Nizar, the son of Caliph al-Mustansir. Several authors have pointed to a link between the assassins and the Knights Templar through agreements which were expedient for both sides, such as the one made when the Templars wished to take Damascus. The assassins secured loyalty with the use of the drug hashish, hence the term hashishin. The use of hashish, an hallucinogen, is interesting in light of the shamanic trance state techniques used to access the underworld. The name, Nazar, is also interesting, as we note that the Hindustani term Nazar, which is very similar, is the yogic term for the so-called esoteric third eye, the Agnya or Ajna chakra, which is opened, i.e. activated through meditation and the hypnagogic trance state. Moreover, John the Baptist was known as the Great Nazar, to the power of 5. The Gnostic term, Nazarene, which is used in the title, Jesus the Nazarene, and often mistakenly interpreted as referring to the town of Nazareth, means to envision, or behold, and is also linked with the snake. Following a period of expansion which was stopped by the Mongols, the assassins rested in India, and are said to have grafted onto their own beliefs a primitive form of nature worship and of Saivism, which the scholar John Bathurst Dean points out as just another version of serpent worship. However, the fact remains that the grafting on of this nature worship was just a reinvigoration of the ancient beliefs. The Druze are thought to have influenced Freemasonry, probably via the Templars, and this influence can be seen in the degrees of Masonic initiation and ritual. As the author C. W. King points out, of their present creed, preserved in inviolate secrecy, nothing authentic has ever come to light. Popular belief amongst their neighbors makes them adorers of N. Page 94. Idol in the form of a calf, and their nocturnal assemblies, which the Templars were also said to hold, orgies like those laid to charge of the Ophites in Roman, Templars in medieval, and Freemasons in modern times. Their notion of their head residing in Scotland has an odd resemblance to the German appellation of Scottish Brethren, given to our Masons, to the power of 6. The last sentence relates to the idea that the secret of the ancient serpent cult resides in Rosslyn, Scotland, where it is said that the head of God is kept underneath a pillar. The idea of calf worship has parallels in Hathor, the Egyptian cow goddess, who was also a serpent, and Moses, the wielder of the brazen serpent, who was implicated in the worship of a golden calf. However, as Horus was seen as the golden calf, the worship of the Son of God is implied here. Incidentally, the Druze say that John the Baptist was El-Keter, the green man. In their earliest forms, both El-Keter and St. George the dragon slayer derive from the ancient vegetation god Osiris, the Egyptian equivalent of the Sumerian, Akkadian vegetation god Tammuz, who, as we shall discover, is implicated in the ancient cult of the serpent. The cult of St. George was spread abroad by none other than the Templars. All these groups have one common origin, the so-called heresies of the Nazarenes, Nestorians, or Ophites. It was from this group that the Templars acquired their beliefs in the white robes that were also worn by the Cistercians. The snake symbolism of the Ophites goes back right through Greek, Egyptian and Phrygian cultures, encompassing such ideas as conquest over death, immortality and wisdom, and opens out into a group of ancient snake cults such as the Ophite Cainites, Ophite Sethians and Ophite Knochites. Out of these groups evolved the Gnostic tradition of the Ouroboros, the universal symbol for the cycle of birth, death, rebirth, and immortality. The Mandeans have no belief in Jesus as the only Son of God, or in the scriptures associated with him. Instead, they place their faith in St. John and Sophia, wisdom. The head of John the Baptist, the Great Nazar, was offered up on a sacred plate to Salome as King Herod's payment for her dance of the 7 veils. The story is an allegory for the Kundalini enlightenment experience, with the 7 veils representing the 7 chakras or energy vortices aligned along the spinal column. By tradition, John was an Ophite, one of those who worshipped the snake. Page 95. While the name Sophia is the name of this very cult. The serpent or snake has symbolized Sophia or wisdom since ancient times. The Latin word ophs means both serpent and stone, lithos. This double meaning reminded us of Wolfram von Eschenbach's notion of the Grail as a stone, a linguistic ploy created to hide the snake while pointing yet again to the link between the Grail and the Philosopher's Stone. The implication here is that the Philosopher's Stone is indeed related to the snake. But this is not too difficult an idea to assimilate, since the serpent represents the life force of the universe, which is itself symbolized by the stone, the seed of creation, or the cosmic egg. These divine archetypes are brought together in the symbol of the Orphic egg, a snake wrapped around an egg. Figure 9, Johann Milius, Philosophia Reformata, 1622 Baphomet. It is known that the Templars worshipped John the Baptist. They also preferred St. John's Gospel to the other three, and so it is possible that they also worshipped St. John the Divine or the Evangelist, who was often depicted as clean-shaven and effeminate-looking. Images of heads, both male and female, abound in Templar literature and art. When King Philippe IV of France and Pope Clement decided to disband them, the Templars were accused of worshipping an evil image of human head. Page 96. Carved head reliquary, which they called Baphomet. This head has been described as having two faces back to back, or perhaps three heads or faces, two faces back to back with a third placed centrally. Some say that Baphomet had the face of a man or a woman or both. But if it had two faces, then in our view it was most probably a head with a male and a female face back to back, in which case it is more than likely that it was modeled on the two-faced Roman god Janus, the god of new beginnings and or endings, of spiritual portals and gateways, of change, transition or transformation from one condition or world to another. The two-faced image symbolized the three forces in consciousness, positive, negative and neutral, whether the midpoint, or alpha omega, was clearly indicated by a third face or not. Our reasoning here is based on alchemical symbolism and the androgyne, the union of male and female opposites. An example of this can be seen in the sculpted figure of a young woman representing Prudence, one of 4 statues guarding the tomb of François I in Nantes Cathedral, France. The most striking feature of this sculpture is the face of a full-bearded wise old sage who looks out from the back of the girl's head, see plates 21 and 22. This compound image suggests the total wedlock of opposites, male and female, which recalls the androgynous being, the final stage in the alchemical process whereby the division in human consciousness is healed. Baphomet, which some say represented the head of God, also symbolized this non-divided condition. Perhaps it was for this reason that the Templars were charged with ascribing Grail-like powers to this peculiar head. As for the curious name, Baphomet, it has no known origin in any mythology, tradition or religion. Having said that, it is possibly a compound of the words baphi, baptism, and meti, wisdom. If so, then it is more than likely that the Baphomet head was a composite of the 2 Johns of the Christian Gospels, John the Baptist, Bath or baptism, and John the Evangelist, meti or wisdom. The former, who is portrayed as bearded, possibly represents the masculine principle, while the latter, depicted as clean-shaven and effeminate, represents the feminine principle. Like the archetypal goddesses, e.g. Inanna, Caradwen, Brigid and Mary Magdalene, who hold a vessel or cup, the evangelist is often shown holding the poisoned chalice, which some associate with the Grail, with a serpent or winged dragon signifying wisdom emerging from it, see plate 12. All the above suggests, as some researchers and writers have recently been. Page 97. Saying that the rather ambiguous male figure of John the Evangelist was really Mary Magdalene. It is said that Leonardo da Vinci alluded to this secret in his paintings, especially the Last Supper, painted between 1497 and 1498. For some, this would also mean that the Gospel of John could be attributed to Mary Magdalene. However, although this would make sense to a lot of people who see in it a hidden relationship between Jesus and the Magdalene, the characters of John the Baptist and Mary Magdalene are really based on the opposites of the Janus image and what it conveys. In other words, if these people existed at all, then they were later molded into the symbolism associated with the internal processes of the human psyche. John and Mary can therefore be equated with the ancient Egyptian Osiris and Isis, and Jesus with Horus. All 3 members of this triad symbolize the 3 forces of consciousness known as the secret combination in Masonic lore. The triadic aspect of the Janus image is commented on by writer Alice Uzunian. The symbolic image of Janus, Jana, is androgynous, since the masculine and feminine energies and qualities are in complete balance and harmony, and their respective attributes make the head of Janus, Jana crowned. This shows us that their dual nature unites at the mind level and becomes one complete new being. The crown that harmonizes and unites them after their mystical wedding gives rise to the third face, which remains invisible and represents the crowning of the great work, the androgynous level of consciousness where God incarnates in the seeker. Thus, the seeker knows in all humility that he is a son of God. For this reason, the crown is a solar symbol and, therefore, the 2 streams of the moon within the seeker blend, and from a level of duality, they unite with the sun symbol of the Father and God. The alchemical symbol of the rebus reminds us of the same principle hidden behind the cartouche of Janus, Jana. Whenever the symbolism of Janus relates to time, between the past which is no longer, and the future which is not yet, the true face of Janus, that which looks at the present and is supposed to face us, is not shown. It is neither one nor the other of the two we can see. This third face is, in fact, invisible because the present in its temporal manifestation is but an intangible and imperceptible instant. To the power of 7. Page 98. Figure 10, Rosarium Philosophorum manuscript, 16th century, balanced by all the elements of the serpent, the goat of Mendes Eliphas Levi, a great exponent of magical rites, translated Baphomet as a reversed composition of three abbreviations, TEM, OFF, AB, which stand for Templi Omnium Hominum Passus Avis, the god of the temple of peace among all men. Levi believed this to be a reference to the Temple of Solomon. According to author Michael Howard, Levi's portrayal of Baphomet was based on a gargoyle that appeared on the commandery of St. Brice Lavino, which was owned by the Templars. This gargoyle is described as a bearded horned figure with female breasts and cloven feet, sitting cross-legged with a caduceus poking up from between its legs like a phallus. This is obviously a symbolic device in which the beard represents great wisdom, a serpent trait, and, as any Templar historian will know, a beard was a required part of the Templar image. The horns could represent a number of things, but usually symbolize duality of opposites. They are closely linked with serpent symbolism, because the venomous serpent is often referred to as the horned serpent, a symbol of the illumination aspect. The breasts of the gargoyle, which are, page 99, symbols of fertility, fecundity, and immortality, are also serpent symbols. See Chapter 8, Lactating Goddesses. As for the cloven feet, this could mean stamping down the base, man, i.e. the unconscious, lower self, or two, split into two, or indeed, forked tongue, all of which are allusions to the division in consciousness and the point at which the two opposites are one. It was from this image, now called the sigil of Baphomet or goat of Mendes, and others, that the pentagram, the five-pointed star, emerged in the modern era as a symbol of power widely used in the rituals of secret societies. Mendes is a place in the Egyptian Nile Delta, and we discovered that Mendes was also a ram-headed god as well as the dwelling place of the Ba where Re and Osiris met, uniting in their Ba or soul. This is obviously related to the internal experience of enlightenment. The association with the ram, the first sign of the zodiac, means that Mendes is also associated with the head, which brings us back to the significance of the skull, and the Ba, the soul that resides in the head or skull. Taking the word Baphomet backwards, which seems to be a common practice, we get tem, off, ohp, ab. Tem could come from the root word for time, or it could mean to proclaim. Ohp, or off, is the winged serpent or dragon of the Ophites. Ab means father, the creator, or great one. It also means wisdom, intelligence, or will, and is a root word for snake or serpent. If we turn Ab back, we get Ba, the soul of Atum Ra, the creator god. We also find the word Ab in Abzu, the Sumerian name for the underworld, from which we possibly derive the word absolute, the source center of creation, and in Abaton, meaning mundus, our earth womb. Other Ab words and names to be noted are abode, abyss, above, and aboriginal, meaning first. With the name Abel, as in Cain and Abel, Ab means wisdom, and serpent, and El means God, or shining, giving us wise serpent god. We also have Abraham, abstract, ability, abbot, and Abi, all of which are associated with wisdom and the serpent. Our conclusion is that Baphomet means to proclaim the wisdom of the serpent, and provides further evidence of how far back in time the secrets of the Templars extend. But we are not alone in reaching this conclusion. Dr. Hugh Schonfield, a world-renowned scholar of the Dead Sea Scrolls and the author of the Essene Odyssey, retranslated the word Baphomet using the Atbash cipher, a Hebrew device applied to secret texts in order to hide the words from prying enemies. Very simply, you substitute the first letter in the alphabet with the last. Page 100. Letter in the alphabet, the next letter with the second to last letter, and so on, i.e. A becomes Z, B becomes Y, etc. Baphomet in Hebrew reads Bet Pe Vav Mem Taf. Using the Atbash cipher, this becomes Shin Vav Pe Yud Aleph, which in English reads as Sophia, a word with both serpent and wisdom connotations. The Tannaim, Hebrew scribes, actually used this method when writing and called it plowing the field because of the zigzag effect across the page. It was also called the Serpent Way. We thus have the very secret of the serpent name hidden by the Serpent Way. We mentioned earlier that the sigil of Baphomet was the modern pentagram. Today the pentagram is often shown with a goat's head drawn inside, enclosed by two circles with the Hebrew letters Lamed, Vav, Yod, Tau and Nun located between the two circles at each point of the pentagram. Together these letters spell the word Elbethan or Leviathan, to the power of 8 the aquatic dragon, serpent named for its twisting and coiling around the earth and therefore around its axis, an image that recalls the serpent energy associated with the Enlightenment experience, which is said to lie dormant, coiled at the base of the human spinal axis. The Hebrew root word of Leviathan means to cleave or to divide, which suggests that the cloven feet of the sigil of Baphomet are an allusion to the division in consciousness, which is itself seen as the root of human ignorance, and therefore of evil. But in these sigils or designs we are also given some clues as to the nature of the processes that provide a solution to the problem of duality. What these clues tell us is that our lack of awareness of the life force which is both within us and around the earth is what divides our consciousness in two. This division in human consciousness is the real reason for all the problems and ills of the world, for the external wars and conflicts are a reflection of a similar conflict going on within us. If we become conscious of the neutral life force, the serpent energy, and its source, our divided consciousness will be healed, i.e., united, or made whole, and in the process we will realize that we are all immortal. This is one of the meanings behind the healing element of the Grail. For many of us, our deep primal fear of snakes is really a subconscious memory, a recall of the awesome power within us. But it is also a reflection of the ego's fear of physical death, which we may perceive to be a black hole about to swallow us up. However, the black void of nothing and non-existence is a mere reflection of the black void of our own unconscious, our unconsciousness of the very source, the hidden light of existence itself that, page 101, lies within us. Caput Levium in the 14th century, a great head of gilded silver was discovered at the Paris Preceptory of the Templars. It was a woman's head with a hinged top which, according to the author's agent, Leon Lincoln, symbolized the zodiac constellation and astrological sign of Virgo, the Virgin. This explanation arose from the label bearing the legend Caput Levium that was found inside the head. The French word caput means head, and so the inscription reads, Head 58M. The label was attached to a red cloth, which was wrapped around another cloth, a piece of white linen. Inside these red and white wrappings were two bones that belonged to the skull of a woman. Once again, we have the alchemical colors of red and white both placed at the center of a head. Looking at this strange inscription, we felt that the number 5 was tied in with the pentagram or five-pointed star, as utilized in the sigil of Baphomet, and which means simply perfect life. The number 8 is both the symbol of eternity and the number of the serpent. The letter M has always been seen as symbolizing the eternal aspect of the serpent, but it is also said to be the glyph. Page 102. Virgo, the shamanic world mother and mother of the Shining One, the archetypal shaman, the serpent being. From this we concluded that 58M stood for the perfect eternal aspect of the serpent in the form of the Baphomet head image. The Templars therefore worshipped the Grail of the Serpent, which they understood to be connected to the Gnostic Enlightenment experience. According to von Hammer, the formula written on the side of a chalice that had belonged to the Templars was, Let meat be exalted who causes all things to bud and blossom, it is our root, it is 1 and 7, it is octonymus, the 8. Page 103. Fold name, to the power of 9 the numbers 5 and 8 are also associated with the Rosicrucians, the self-proclaimed inheritors of the wisdom of the snake. Everywhere we looked, we seemed to see the serpent. But we wanted to be careful not to pull out every serpent connection just for the sake of it. The situation was a little like when we buy a car and we suddenly see that same make of car everywhere because our perceptions have been opened up to it. We did not want to be taken in by our own perceptions. We have therefore left out many of the references we discovered relating to the serpent, deciding instead to include only those that were both relevant and valid. However, as the reader may by now be aware, there was no shortage of relevant material. To return to the story of King Arthur, it was now obvious to us that the serpent was not merely a part of the story, it was the whole story. Yet there were certain elements that at first sight did not appear relevant or valid. It was only by using the tools at hand, such as etymology, that we were able to see deeply into these stories and discover what they really meant. For instance, the three queens who appear many times in Arthurian legends may be equated with the threefold goddess, i.e., the three fates, three muses or three graces of Greek mythology, and the three maidens seated at the root of Yggdrasil, the world ash tree, as featured in Nordic mythology. These three maidens were also the builders of another sacred castle, Camelot, and were said to have come out of a sacred mountain cleft towards the sunrise. The symbol for the mountain was M, and the sunrise cleft between the twin mountain peaks is highly symbolic in all Grail lore. It also recalls the 58M, inscribed on the label found inside the Templar head. It said that the pharaoh Akhenaten built his city of Amarna close to a mountain range where the sun could be seen to rise between two mountain peaks. These two peaks are symbolized by the letter M, being the two open legs of the world mother giving birth to the head of the sun god who is reborn every morning with the rising of the sun. Furthermore, in Egyptian iconography, the image of the sun disk rising between the twin peaks is also placed between the two lions of the Egyptian god Aker, the guardian of the gateway to the underworld. These two lions sit back to back and face in opposite directions, one looking west and the other looking east. One lion represents yesterday, the other tomorrow. The sun disk rising in the middle represents the present moment or the eternal now. The ancient Egyptian two-headed god Aker is therefore the equivalent of the Roman god. Page 104. Janus and the two lions of Aker flank the birthplace of Horus of the horizon, the sun god and reincarnation of Osiris, who is also linked with John the Baptist. These clues led us back to the five-pointed star, the sigil of Baphomet, which is said to represent the body of the world mother and the underworld. This interpretation is supported by the fact that the five-pointed star inside a circle is the ancient Egyptian symbol for the duat, the underworld. It is therefore possible that the pentagram at the center of the design symbolizes the womb of the world mother. We also have the M, linked to Virgo, the Virgin, and representing the open legs of the world mother who gives birth to the head of the sun god Horus, on whom the figure of Jesus is said to be based. In the Dorian alphabet, the letter M was called San, as in San Graal. San actually means light of the one, and its secondary meaning is holy, as in Saint, San, Santa and Sanctus. According to H. Bailey, this light of the one is symbolized by Io, the universal etymological god. Io appears on the vase of light, a grail image, in conjunction with the lemniscate, infinity, or symbol for infinity, which is also a symbol for the snake. The point in the center of the lemniscate symbolizes infinity, and is also the crucial point in all cycles, the zero node, which is crossed over twice during one complete revolution of the cycle. It is also the source from which we are reborn. The same point exists in between the twin peaks, M, where the sun rises. In many of these legends we also find that the serpent is associated with water, and water is subsequently associated with healing, baptism and resurrection. Is it possible that water symbolically had this healing ability due to the snake or serpent being at home there? If so, it opens up a whole new meaning to the ritual of baptism. In regard to the first level of our Grail triad, we have seen how the ancient Celtic peoples venerated the healing power of the snake, often symbolizing it with a cauldron. We recall how the archetypal hero was immersed in two cauldrons, the cauldron of venom and the cauldron of cure, from which he emerged reborn and healed of his wounds. We have seen that the cauldron in which the two opposites were mixed was an actual physical vessel that became known as the Grail. We have also seen an association between the Grail and the human head, for it is here that the two opposing aspects of human consciousness are mixed together in the Kundalini enlightenment experience, healing our divided consciousness. We are now going to follow the winding serpent through many. Page 105. Different cultures in history and note any supporting evidence for everything we have seen so far. Page 106. Chapter 7 The Serpent in Classical Myth. From the bewildering imagery of the Arthurian tales, our research took us into the world of classical mythology. In this chapter we have grouped the myths of Greece, Rome, Egypt and other classical civilizations together for the simple reason that these civilizations took on the earlier shamanic beliefs associated with the Shining Ones and fostered them, adding their own unique elements. Western mythologies then took these classical structures and built upon them, yet the former prevalence of the serpent culture is evident in the names of various places and deities of antiquity. According to Eusebius of Caesarea, 1st century AD, the father of church history, the Zoroastrians named their expansive heaven after the serpent. Since many historians claim true Zoroastrianism to be 10,000 years old, this provides us with a substantial historical starting point. In Chaldea, that most ancient of places, the city of Apis on the river Tigris was named after the serpent, and it was said that the people there were addicted to serpent worship. Serpent worship spread far and wide and returned to Egypt, one of its places of origin, where the deity was known initially as Kanef, Kanef, and later became Ob, the royal serpent or basilisk. One of the principal Egyptian deities was Ptah, whom the Greeks associated with Hephaestus. In turn, Hephaestus became the Roman god Vulcan, whom the Roman statesman and philosopher Cicero styled as Opus, another serpent term. Under his name of Ptah Seker Osiris, Ptah's identity merges with that of Osiris, the ancient Egyptian god of the sun and the earth, who is also seen in serpentine aspect on many occasions and has been linked to the Hebrew Jehovah or Yahweh. Osiris was also known as Obel, shining serpent, or Pythosol, serpent sun. Great pillars of stone were dedicated to his worship, and in Grecian times these were called obelos or obeliscus. They are now known as obelisk pillars and related to the basilisk, see plate 23. These pillars were obvious allusions to the axis mundi or world axis and symbolized both the Earth's polar axis and the human spinal column, as also evidenced in the Dijade column, the Egyptian symbol for stability, which was also associated with Osiris. Page 107. Referred to as his spine or backbone. Even place names show a link with the most ancient serpent worship, Apis, Ophis, Opionia, Ophiusa, Obatha, Obona, Opichi, and many more originated from the widespread serpent cult. The name, Ethiopia, may come from Athoth, or a mistaken translation of Athophan, a sacred title for followers of the serpent deity. Or it could be that Ethiopia, or Athiopia, came directly from the terms Athop and Athopis, worshippers of the snake, an obvious link with the Egyptian serpent Apophis or Apep. Even the original name for the island of Rhodes shows the remarkable divergence of the snake cults. The Cuthites or Heliadae, also known as the Hivites or Ophites, followers of the snake, settled on this beautiful island, which became known as Ophiusa. According to oral tradition, Rhodes once swarmed with snakes. It was in fact swarming with snake followers. The modern name for Rhodes may itself derive from Rod, the Syriac term for serpent. Similar etymological origins apply to many other places, including Cyprus, which was once called Ophiusa or Opiodes after the proliferation of serpents said to have been found there. From the mysteries of Osiris, Isis and Horus to Attis and Cybele, from Ceres and Proserpine to Bona Dea and Priapus, we discovered a remarkable association of the serpent deity with creation and regeneration. The serpent people who spread these myths were also disseminating a great secret, a secret that spread across continents and then embedded itself in the local culture, changing slowly with time into the myths we know today. We became increasingly convinced that these ancient serpent cults had spread throughout the known world, naming places as they went and building megaliths and monoliths. At the same time, they carried with them sacred stories of serpent-bred kings and queens that were to foster new and profoundly complex, messianic tales. This suggests that our modern world evolved from a single source. There is thus more to the serpent than meets the eye. Its coils lie at the very foundation of the Western world. Throughout the course of our research, we were always aware that there must have been a time when the ideas surrounding the power of the snake were first fermented. What we discovered was that the widespread snake cult established a link between the concept of the Grail and ancient Sumeria, for it was here that the Shining Ones, the fish deities, led by Owens or Dagon, were said to have first emerged from the sea and educated the people of the area. The origins. Page 108. Grail could therefore be traced back to over 5,000 or even 8,000 years ago. Many centuries later, however, following the establishment of the Christian Church, those in power sought to erase all traces of the serpent. But Christian symbolism itself could not avoid being infected with the serpent symbolism associated with the anointed or Christed ones, who preceded the Christ of Christianity. We have already seen evidence of this in the lizard that enters the Virgin Mary's ear and exits through her mouth, an obvious allusion to the serpent shaman who enters the world mother and is reborn through her mouth as the archetypal logos or word. The oval shape of the mouth is a metaphor for the Ru gateway revealed in the symbol of the vesica piscis, and an allusion to the fact that this journey of spiritual rebirth really takes place inside the center of the head. Although the church authorities sought to do away with the serpent connection, they also wanted to use the serpent people's archetypal, solar god king, without revealing his shamanic, serpent being origins. The serpent and its associate, the dragon, were thus demonized. But we believe the main reason why the people in power in the church wanted to get rid of the serpent was because of its link with the Enlightenment experience, the very experience encoded within so many ancient myths and stories, even those contained in the biblical Old and New Testaments. In their ignorance of this aspect of the human experience, the people would have to rely on the church as a mediator to the Godhead that naturally resides within all of us. A godlike figurehead was needed, but one that gave no indication of the enlightenment process by which he reached godhood, a state that we all have the potential to attain for ourselves. This exclusion of the Enlightenment experience from religious teaching has created a void in our knowledge of our own true nature, a void that has been filled by various philosophical concepts which have always fallen short of the original knowledge of the Shining Ones. In the period before Sumerian serpent myths evolved, gigantic snakes were depicted on vases winding over the entire universe, sun, moon, and stars. We also discovered the snake growing out of plants, chalices, and wells. From this it seemed evident that it had been seen by ancient races as a symbol of the life force energy, or quite simply, health. It also symbolized the resurrection or immortality they so desperately desired, and which was embodied in the serpent people. Page 109. Spirals, mazes, and labyrinths. One of the most widespread symbols of the snake was the spiral, which was also a symbol of the mother goddess or shamanic world mother. On early Middle Eastern coins there are images of spirals around the heads of gods, which underlines the significance of the head for the ancient world. This imagery also provides archaeological evidence for the widespread belief in the power of the snake and connects the spiral directly with the serpent gods. The spiral is said to be the initiator of the labyrinth, which is also thought to symbolize the snake's path. To follow the coiling path of the serpent is to follow symbolically the way to immortal life. The labyrinth symbolizes the path to both the center of the earth and the center of the head, the folding and spiraling path being reminiscent of the folds of gray matter within the brain. Here we are brought back to the significance of the head or skull, and the power it was seen to contain, which is why the labyrinth and the maze are also intrinsically linked with the Gnostic brotherhoods and are to be found all over the Christian and Muslim world. The distinction between the labyrinth and the maze has to do with initiation. The labyrinth has one path, whereas the maze has many paths, and many dead ends. A maze is about confusion and the possibility of being lost. It illustrates the esoteric maxim, know thyself, in that most of us can get lost and come to certain dead ends or resting places of the mind that we create ourselves, a situation created by the ego through its limited understanding of the self and nature. On the other hand, the spiral labyrinth symbolizes the way of the serpent, that is, the way of the wise and enlightened one who takes the middle path to the center so that they can attain the superconscious knowledge that allows escape from the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. This is an inner path that unfolds within one's own consciousness and culminates in enlightenment. Going back to the pre-classical period, we discovered the earliest dragon probably appeared in Sumerian legends. The Sumerian word for dragon was Usham, and its origin can be traced back to 5000 BC in the story of Zu, meaning he who knows or the wise one. However, the Chinese also claim that their dragons can be traced back to 5000 BC. We will quickly run through a few of the oldest legends in which we found links with our theory to show just how old some of the legends from the classical period are. As we shall see, these. Page 110. Legends emerged largely from Africa, probably fermenting in the growing evolutionary power struggles that accompanied the increase in population and the emergence of different civilizations. The Dogon people of Central Africa, who say they descend from the ancient pre-dynastic Egyptians, have a sacred serpent called Lib, who is the first or head member of the living dead, that neutral, alive dead, state which exists between the opposites of life and death and is related to the positive and negative halves of a cycle, see Appendix C. It is this serpent that first had the power to overcome actual death. This belief goes back to the origins of the Dogon and has been passed down by oral tradition. As a means of transmission, this is sometimes more reliable than written texts, since many ancient texts have been altered and manipulated by those in power. In Benin, the Dahomey or Fon people have a great serpent that is seen as a rainbow named Dan, a name that is similar to that of the Celtic god Dana, which spawned the names Danube and Denmark. This serpent symbolizes the life force and encircles the world as the Ouroboros. These and other serpent gods of Africa share attributes relating to creation, the formation of the universe, the stars, the heavens, and the mountains. The serpent is itself in the stars, as the constellation Draco. But another element kept cropping up in our research into the early imagery of the snake, the tree. Figure 11, Draco Constellation Image by Philip Gardiner. Page 111. Axis Mundi in Sumerian and Akkadian artifacts we find images of trees or poles symbolizing the Axis Mundi or world axis. This is the tree of knowledge and or life, and is the same tree as that found in Genesis and in many other traditions around the world. Invariably, a snake is either spiraling or twining up the tree or lying coiled at its base. Sometimes this snake is personified as the archetypal goddess, as in the tale of Galich from the Arthurian cycle, see page 92. In the Greek myth of the Golden Fleece, the fleece is draped across the top of a magical tree guarded by a dragon or serpent. In myths such as these, the serpent is the guardian and protector of the secret knowledge of eternal life. But, as we had discovered, the secret of immortality also lies within the snake itself. According to author Adolf Ehrman, the Egyptians believed that, if the soul comes to Nut or to the serpent which guards the sun, either of them greets him as her son. She has pity on him and offers him her breast that he may suck, and thus he lives and is once more made a child. This is a perfect example of how the serpent god or goddess was believed to be able to give new life to whoever asked for it. It also indicates that the ancient Egyptians knew about the elixir of life. We find a similar idea expressed in the myth of Osiris, who it was said entered the tail of the great serpent, was drawn through its body and came out through the mouth, as if born anew. The tail of the serpent represents the end of the old life and its head the beginning of the new life, an image relating to the Ouroboros. The Osiris myth is also related to the 12 hours of the duet, the 12 hours of the evening or nighttime, the dark, and therefore, negative, half of the 24-hour daily cycle, during which time it was believed that the sun journeyed through the underworld or duet. Another important figure in the Egyptian pantheon is the goddess Isis. Sacred snakes with oracular powers were said to have lived in her temples, and it was believed that horrendous disasters would befall Egypt if the snakes ever decided to leave. Isis was given power over the poison of both the serpent and the scorpion. In one text she lays her hands on a poisoned child and casts out the poison. In several places Isis is seen as Isis Mary, suckling the young Horus in images extremely similar to those of Mary and Jesus, a point to remember later on when we consider the symbolic serpent origins of Jesus. Page 112. We should not forget that the Axis Mundi was symbolized by the caduceus, the emblem of the modern medical profession. Health was also intimately associated with the serpent in ancient Egypt, as is shown by the crown formed of the asp or sacred dermithis, a particular attribute of Isis, goddess of life and healing. According to Hargrave Jennings, author of Ophiolatreia, this was no doubt intended to symbolize eternal life. It was also Isis, the serpent queen of heaven, who, like the dog or wolf, sheepdog, guided souls through the twists of the Amenti, or the halls of Amenti, another name for the labyrinthine underworld. This is yet another image of the serpent as the guardian or protector of sacred treasure or knowledge. Isis and Nephthys, deities respectively of the opposites of life and death, became the dual serpent, an association that recalls the Pingala and Ida serpent energies associated with the Kundalini enlightenment experience. The rising of these two serpents in and around the chakras aligning the human spinal cord is echoed in an Egyptian legend in which that serpent mother weaves the red thread of life together with the black and white threads of day and night, thus ensuring immortality. Egypt's mother of creation, Peruwachet, or Wajet, was also a serpent, and the hieroglyphic of the snake stood for goddess, and eventually for Uraeus, the sacred asp, which later became one of the secret names for God. In medieval alchemy, a subtle allusion to God being both male and female, i.e. androgynous. The Egyptian Wajet, Uraeus or asp, was a guardian goddess of the Delta region and a pre-dynastic cobra goddess of Lower Egypt around 4000 BC. In the pyramid texts found at Saqqara, she is strongly linked with nature and growth. Uraeus, the Egyptian cobra, is the snake seen on the foreheads of pharaohs and was said to be the snake Cleopatra chose to use when committing suicide. This is not surprising since Cleopatra worshipped Isis, who was known as Wajet Isis in the city of Dep, otherwise known as Buto, and it was the fiery, venomous bite of the sacred asp that would lead her to eternal life. Cleopatra's death was not the wasteful suicide we understand it to be today. It was a stealing of her soul from those who would oppress her by delivering herself up to life immortal and into the afterlife via the Enlightenment experience. Cleopatra, are those who created the legend, saw immortality as being delivered by the snake, and the snake is the important part of this tale, not the suicide or the loss of Cleopatra's union with her lover, the Roman consul Mark Antony. The Egyptians believed that the Book of Thoth, now regarded as an important alchemical text, was guarded by snakes. Thoth himself is said to have incarnated. Page 113. As a serpent, and Sanchoniathon, a historian and writer thought to have lived around the 13th or 14th century BC, describes him as the founder of serpent worship in Egypt because of his ability to become the serpent of wisdom. And then there is Apep or Apophis, the great primordial serpent of death and chaos who was said to live in the Nile and who represented the black void. Apep was worshipped by the Israelites as the golden calf and is etymologically closely related to Pope, Papa. He appears in another form as Typhon, the dragon. One particular Egyptian god is now known to the Western world as Satan. This is the ancient Egyptian god Set, whose name, Seten, or Sa-de-ten, words possibly connected with it seven, suffering, and severing, became Satan when the Israelites emigrated during the Zix dynasty. Set's serpent attributes led to Satan being identified with the snake. The snake's evil connotation is related to our ignorance of the serpent energy, which is neutral and transcends the opposites of good and evil. Set or Satan is also associated with the planet Saturn, the ancient seventh planet from the Sun, the center of our universe. An important god, Set or Seta was able to glide over the ground silently observing human life. He embodied immortality and was the son of the earth reborn each day from the womb of the Great Mother. He was the consort of the goddess Setet, Seti, who is said to have eventually evolved into the biblical temptress Eve. Seta later appeared in Russian folklore as Koschei the Deathless before moving on to become the dragon that must be slain to obtain immortal life. Probably the most famous of all Egyptian gods was the sun god, Ra or Autumn Ra, the Greek Zeus. As the serpent, he is associated in male form with the sun and in female form with the moon. Ra tamed the serpent and, according to Egyptian magical texts translated by F. Chabas, a 19th century Egyptologist and historian, he put the serpent in chains, which means he personified those shining ones who were seen to control the primordial energy of the cosmos embodied in the serpent. Ra also produced a special liquid that bestowed eternal youth. Said to be the most secret liquid, it was held in a sacred vase or urn. This Egyptian myth alone indicates a link between the serpent or snake and the elixir of life mixed in the Grail. But the evidence of one ancient myth is not enough. However, the knowledge of the ancient shining ones passed over into the Hellenized period of Egyptian history, and from there to Greece. The Greeks. Page 114. Not only took on the mythology and terminology of the snake, they also fostered it, cared for it, and made it even greater than before. The Greeks had many terms for snakes: Aspis, Drakon, Echnida, Herpodon, and Ophici, the latter being the name of an Essene cult and later the name of an early Christian sect. The kraken is also a powerful Greek serpent, this time of the sea. The first two letters kr are the same as the Sanskrit root kr, meaning to do, to make, and creator, squared, thus providing an etymological link between the various cultures of the ancient world and also linking the serpent to creation. We also noted that another name for the caduceus symbol is Karakaean, and this etymological link with creation suggests that the bodily process symbolized by the serpent caduceus could be the process by which one creates the cycles of reality. Akarakan, another related term meaning great fire, light, or great one, is associated with the twin lion or twin jackal god Akar, who is said to keep ward over the wicked. The same root gives us Cerberus, the three-headed serpent dog that guards Hades, the Greek underworld, while Akar is sometimes depicted as two jackals. In early images, Akar is shown as two lions with either a human or lion's head, facing both east and west. Between his two lion bodies we find either the sun disk between two mountains or a nether god or Aku, usually Sokar Osiris, complete with serpents. The two lions of Akar face towards yesterday and tomorrow, yet another allusion to the opposites in the cycles of time, and the serpents between them symbolize the infinity or eternity implied by the name Akar through its link with Ak, meaning spiritual source or shining. As an earth god of Egypt, Akar was formalized as the Sphinx that we now see in Giza, which suggests that maybe there were once two sphinxes on the Giza plateau. The Greek Iacchus or Bacchus is claimed by most etymologists to be the same as Ichthus, the secret name of Jesus. As Longfield Beatty points out in The Garden of the Golden Flower, Bacchus bore the same mystery name as Jesus, i.e. Ichthus, the fish cube. The name, Bacchus, is part of the code that reveals the ether is in the serpent's head, for he was the son of Zeus, Ether, as Arthur was the son of Uther Pendragon and Osiris of Autumn Ra. Known to the Greeks as Dionysus, who was born as a serpent, Bacchus is represented as a bearded man crowned with vines and ivy, two plants associated with the serpent. He is essentially a serpent god, and the sign of the serpent was Ichthus, which became a fish when taken up by the followers of Jesus. Bacchus is also the guardian. Page 115. Spirit of Islam, to the power of 4. According to King Midas of Phrygia, Dionysus possessed the philosopher's stone. That is, he could turn water into wine, or give new life, and indeed it was Dionysus, a serpent deity, who gave Midas the golden touch, a gift both wonderful and deadly, like the snake. Gold was the symbol of immortality and as such was revered by the alchemists, who claimed to be able to transmute base metals to gold. Here the story of King Midas contains a subtle lesson. Not only was his golden touch both wonderful and deadly, it had to be used sparingly. The same applies to the gift of immortality. It is a gift that should be bestowed carefully. The ancients who held the knowledge of the serpent elixir would have felt the same, and so the story of Midas could very easily be the archetypal memory of a king who was let loose with the elixir and brought down the crown in the process. The association between gold and immortality also brought to mind the Christian story of the Magi, who brought gold as one of their 3 gifts to the new king. Could this be an indication that Jesus was seen as a serpent god? Were the Magi themselves part of the serpent cult? Possible links between Christianity and the Shining Ones, the original serpent people, were taking on a whole new light. Dionysus provided further links. His bride Ariadne was made immortal, just as the Gnostic bride of Christ is said to have become immortal. The symbol of Dionysus was IHS, sometimes IEs, which derived from in hoc signo, the ritual cry of Iacchus, Bacchus, or Dionysus. In Antiquity Unveiled, J. M. Roberts tells us that Ies is the Phoenician name of the god Bacchus, or the sun personified, the etymological meaning of that title being I, the one, and S, the fire or light, or taken as one word, Ies, the one light, to the power of 5. Here we have the union of the duality and the one light, or the shining. Roberts continues, the same letters IHS, which are in the Greek text, are read by the Christians, Gs, and the Roman Christian priesthood added the terminus, us, to the power of 6. IHS is now a Christian symbol, assimilated from a shamanic and pagan tale that had originated with the serpent people or shining ones. It became a symbol for Christ, who was himself endowed with the regenerative powers of an earlier god of the shamanic serpent people. In the story of Christian origins, Martin A. Larson tells us that Dionysus became the universal savior god of the ancient world. And there has never been another like unto him, the first to whom his attributes were accredited, we call. Page 116. Osiris, with the death of paganism, his central characteristics were assumed by Jesus Christ to the power of 7. The rituals of the followers of Dionysus confirm the crossover of the Greek element of serpent worship into Christianity, for the mysteries of Dionysus were celebrated by ingesting the god through a magical meal of his body and blood, symbolized by bread and wine. As Roberts says, like Christ, and like Adonis, Attis, Osiris and Dionysus also suffer and rise again. They are all alike in that their mysteries give immortality, to the power of 8, but there is yet more in the Greek mystery plays and traditions of interest to us. The thyrsos, a staff similar to the caduceus, is entwined with a vine or ivy, which we know to be symbolic of immortality in the serpent. It is surmounted with a pine cone, which signifies immortality, and, some say, the pineal gland, which, as its name implies, is indeed shaped like a pine cone. If this is indeed so, then the Thyrsos staff represents the human spine and its vine or ivy the life force energies symbolized by the Kundalini serpents. The ivy is chiefly associated with Bacchus and Dionysus, but is also found in Egypt, Phoenicia, and among the Hebrews. We had found links between all the messianic deities in myths and legends, and now here was a symbolic link. All the saviors from classical and Hebraic literature bring us eternal life, and their tool is the serpent, which is associated with enlightenment and with the knowledge, wisdom, and powers that come as a result. In the case of Attis, for example, we have a god associated strongly with the serpent. It was also said that the shedding of his blood through sacrifice brought back fertility to the land, just as the Grail brings fertility back to the land in the Grail legends. The ritual and celebration of Attis's death and resurrection involved fastening his image to the trunk of the pine tree, which is related to the pine cone of immortality that surmounts the Thyrsos. The pine tree associates Attis with Osiris, and the two are basically the same deity. It is said that Osiris was born through the mouth of the serpent, or that he was fashioned from the trunk of the pine tree, a symbol for both the tree of life and the human spine. This links in with the stories of the phoenix, which is perched at the top of this tree as a symbol of the soul's connection with eternity. It also links Osiris with the serpent of the Garden of Eden, who represents his brother Set or Seth. Attis was born of a virgin, as was the Greek Adonis. In his voluminous book The Golden Bough, Sir James George Fraser refers to Adonis, saying that the true name of deity was Tammuz. Appellation of Adonis is merely. Page 117. Semitic Adon, Lord, to the power of 9 now Adon, meaning Lord, can be applied to both Ea, Enki, and his brother Enlil, the Mesopotamian god, who equate with the Egyptian gods Osiris and Set. This is not surprising since we are dealing with the same archetypal gods, the fish deities of Mesopotamia, who were also seen as the serpent beings, known as the Shining Ones. We had to ask ourselves, could it be that the idea of virgin birth was an allusion to the erroneous idea that the snake was self-creating, sexless, and androgynous? The idea was obviously symbolic in that the snake or serpent was seen as the androgynous life force, the spirit that was delivered throughout the body via the head and spine. This was confirmed when we looked further into the Gnostic mysteries, for we discovered that the belief was widespread. The various saviors associated with the world's religions embodied the life-giving immortality and healing benefits manifested in the serpent or snake. It was also a Gnostic and alchemical ideal to return to this serpentine, androgynous state related to the fusion of opposites, in modern terms, the quantum state. Indeed, the evidence suggested that, at their very core, the world's religions were all the same. It was just the outward cultural dressing which differed. And at the root of them all was the snake, the giver of immortality. The asp or sacred horned serpent of the ancients was alternatively known as the cerastes in Latin and karastes in Greek. The word ceres is the equivalent of cross, and in Greek the word charis means horn. This may have some association with the horn of the unicorn, see page 132, which protrudes from its brow and symbolizes the third eye chakra vortex. The Greek word charis is obviously connected with the Egyptian charast, from which we get the name Christ, meaning anoint, i.e. caress with oil, as well as the Chaldean word chris, meaning sun. The figure of Jesus therefore has much in common with the sacred horned serpent, which is sacrificed on the cross and associated with both anointment and the sun, meaning the inner sun of Eastern mysticism, the sol or soul. In Hebrew, cerastes might be rendered as great beloved, like Jesus. The word also recalls Ceres, the earth goddess linked with Isis. In Greek mythology, the hero Cadmus was worshipped as a serpent and said to have created an army by sowing dragon's teeth in the ground. He is also said to have pierced the head of a serpent with his lance and pinned it to a tree. As already mentioned, the tree symbolizes the axis mundi or spinal column, while the lance represents the fiery, venomous, red-hot male energy associated with the Kundalini Pingala serpent. In Hindu mythology, the primordial waters were, page 118, stirred with a lance or spear in an event known as the churning of the Milky Ocean in order to make the elixir. This is similar to the creation story of Adam Ra, in which the male-related lance is his phallus, which is said to have arisen from the primordial mound and the primordial waters of Nun. On occasion, the Holy Grail is described as a lance. It could also be that the lance or spear was developed as a symbolic replacement of the poison-tipped teeth of the snake, the administrators of both death and life. One of Cadmus's daughters was Semele, the mother of Dionysus Bacchus, the serpent god of wine. Dionysus rescued her from death but soon afterwards was captured by pirates. He stopped the ship, twined, i.e. spiraled, himself up the mast like a caduceus and turned the oars into serpents that swam off. He then went to Tartarus, Hades, or the underworld, where he rescued his mother. It is said that grape flames ran through his veins, giving him matchless radiance, i.e. shining. Ino, another daughter of Cadmus, had a white veil that conferred immortality against drowning. She was renamed Leucotha, meaning white goddess, and was seen as a sea serpent. She floated Odysseus across to dry pain and to safety. She also created a sacred lake of prophetic waters. Some see her as the Lady of the Lake. It is possible therefore that the Lady of the Lake derives originally from the Egyptian creation goddess Nun, while the lake derives from the primordial waters that were stirred to create the vortex or matrix of reality. This brings to mind the many hundreds of water nymphs and goddesses found across pagan Europe, all of whom seem to be personifications of the creation goddess Nun, a world mother associated with the vortex of creation. How many of these nymphs and goddesses were linked with the serpent in this way we shall never know, but it seems that there were sufficient numbers to draw the conclusion that the serpent, the water goddess, and healing are all intrinsically linked. Ariadne, the wife of Dionysus, is the Greek equivalent of Ishtar or Astarte, who became identified with serpents. As a goddess of fertility, she represents the sacred force of the power of life, and is depicted wrapped in snakes. Links between Ariadne and Dionysus go back as far as 5250 BC. As the wife of Dionysus, Ariadne is the female consort to the male serpent, the moon to the sun, or, in alchemical language, Luna to Sol. Another benevolent mother goddess or world mother, Medea, was associated with dragons. She was also mistress of magical herbs and could bestow youth. Page 119. Invulnerability as she flew overhead with her winged dragons. We have so far looked at various characters and stories in the great pantheon of gods from the ancient world, and, as we have noted, there are some remarkable associations between the serpent or snake and healing. We now come to the most significant god to be associated with serpents and healing. He is to be found throughout the ancient world, and even today he is found in medical establishments across the globe. We have already met him. He is Aesculapius, the son of Apollo. Aesculapius, Imhotep. Although he is primarily associated with Greek mythology, Aesculapius or Asclepius is the archetypal and the most obvious of the snake gods. As a man, he is strongly associated with the Egyptian Imhotep, he who comes in peace. This is Imhotep, the pyramid architect and builder of the 27th century BC, who was attached to the priesthood of Atum-Ra, the sun god. It is said that he became chief minister of the 3rd dynasty pharaoh Zoser, for whom he also became chief architect, showing profound excellence in building skills. This part of the Aesculapius story seems to be data encoded by those who have encoded clues associated with the Grail and many prominent events of history. Are we intended to understand this as being literally true? Or is the story of Aesculapius more in the nature of symbolic truth, conveying a more holistic knowledge that can only be deciphered when we recognize similar symbolic motifs, all of which seem to have been placed, deliberately or otherwise, around the world? We suggest that this holistic knowledge is conveyed via the symbol of the serpent. Imhotep is said to have been a scribe, poet, astrologer, doctor, and physician priest. He was so revered for his scientific knowledge that even the Greeks held him in high esteem, giving him the Greek version of his name, Asclepion, some 2,500 years after his death. Today, people across the globe know Aesculapius as the man god who knew how to revive the dying and recently dead using the blood or venom of a snake. The fact that Imhotep is equated with Aesculapius reveals certain links. Page 120. However, some of these are exclusive to one or the other of the two gods, so need to be compounded together as if the two were one person so as to communicate important data. We would remind the reader that Aesculapius was the son of Apollo, and Apollo is equated with Horus, which would make Imhotep the son of Horus. But perhaps this is all part of a clever code, meaning that Imhotep was not really the son of Horus, but rather that he was in receipt of the knowledge of the Shining Ones. Figure 12, Horus Decode. It is said that Aesculapius' wisdom came from his spirit guide Kabir Teleshoros and the serpent of Epidaurus. According to myth, this son of Apollo discovered medicine when, after he had killed a snake, he watched another snake slither into the room, bringing herb in its mouth which was used to bring the dead snake back to life. Aesculapius snatched up a little of the herb and thus gained the ability to restore life. This incident with the snake led to Aesculapius using as his symbol the staff with the one twining snake, the rod of Aesculapius. Obviously, this was not the first appearance of this staff. The staff of Aaron, the Uraeus staff of the Egyptian priests, and the rod of Moses are all similar but are less associated with healing. Aesculapius then became the god of medicine across the known world, superseding the Hindu Nagas and the various. Page 121. Other snake-related healing mythologies as Grecian ideas and philosophies were disseminated by the great military campaigns of Rome, Greece, and Egypt. Over time, the Greek god Ophiuchus came to represent Aesculapius. Ophiuchus was believed to have been an ancestor of Hippocrates, 460 BC, the great physician of Cos, from whom we derive the Hippocratic oath, and whose symbol of healing was the serpent. He held the serpent with the venom which could both kill and cure. Like Ra, who had placed the serpent in chains, he had conquered it and could control it. The constellation of Ophiuchus was said to represent the serpent charmers, or Psylli, of Libya, who were noted for their skill in curing the bites of poisonous serpents. The name, Ophiuchus, comes from Ophis, serpent, and Cheroo, to handle, so Ophiuchus means snake handler. Cheroo sounds remarkably like the name given to the Chi-Ro monogram attributed to Jesus, which implies that Jesus too was a snake handler. This is something we would expect if he was one of the long line of anointed messiahs, each of whom represented the resurrecting god of the shamanic serpent people who could control the serpent energy associated with life and death. Figure 13, bronze coin, add 200, from Peloponnesus Hygiea. A group of physicians called the Asclepiadae established themselves in Greece, and temples to Aesculapius were built throughout the land, especially near healing springs, mirroring the older Egyptian cults of Imhotep. It was said that Aesculapius was taught the healing arts by the centaur Chiron, whose name is similar to the Chi-Ro mentioned above, and that Athena gave him the blood. Page 122. That had flowed through the veins of the snake-headed Gorgon. The blood from the left-hand side spread fatal poison, whilst the blood from the right-hand side could be used to bring people back to life. These dual properties recall both the snake's power to kill or cure and the two serpent energies associated with the Kundalini enlightenment experience. They also remind us of the left and right-hand paths of the old pagan Wicca religion, which correspond to the traits of the left and right hemispheres of the brain. We described earlier how Aesculapius had been initiated into the healing arts when, having just killed a snake, he saw another bring it back to life with herb. Some say this herb was mistletoe, and mistletoe was said to be an all-healer, a remedy against all poisons. The story thus alludes to the practical usage associated with the first level of our Grail triad. Whichever way we look at them, the mythical stories about Aesculapius' healing skills indicate that the substance he utilized came from the snake. Whether it was the Gorgon's blood or the all-healing herb, it was the snake or serpent that brought eternal life, the elixir of life. Figure 14, bronze coin, add 200, from Pergamum in Mysia. With healing serpent the teachings surrounding Aesculapius spread, and he was seen not just in association with but actually as Apollo, Hermes, Thoth and Mercury, who all held the caduceus-styled staff, the rod of Arcadia, the symbol of the shining ones. These gods, either individually or combined into one unique god, were later to become the greatest of Gnostic gods, the god Thoth, the initiator of wisdom, writing, art and, greatest of all, healing, who in later centuries became known as Hermes Trismegistus. Page 123. But what about Zeus, the greatest of Greek gods? Surely there would be some indication to show that he was related to the ancient truths associated with the serpent. Although Zeus, the universal ether and father of the Greek pantheon, is never depicted with serpents, as the Olympian Zeus Melichios, he takes on the form of a serpent to attend the spring rites of the mother goddess, Earth. This shape-shifting ability, an ability attributed to the shaman, would be only natural if he personified those able to control the serpent energy of the cosmos. As we further discovered, Zeus took the form of the serpent often to avoid the ravages of his father, Kronos, the god of time, from whom we derive the word chronology. In Rome, Kronos is equated with Saturn. Zeus thus avoided the two things we all fear the most, time catching up with us, and death itself. But even Zeus, the greatest of all Greek gods, needed to take on the form of the serpent in order to gain immortal life. Zeus also had his own angels, the invisible beings known in Greek as demons, which have become our westernized demons. They appeared as handsome youths or wise serpents, and Zeus assigned them as guardian spirits to guide and give wise counsel. Although in today's age we know that Zeus did not really exist, the myths and legends about him were either created or adapted from older myths in order to teach us how to live and how to relate to our fellow beings. As such, they are part of what many call the wisdom literature of the ancients. We cannot therefore ignore what these stories are telling us. We need to see that hidden somewhere within them are ancient universal truths, one of which is the utilization of the snake as an instrument of healing. If we subscribe to the widely accepted belief that Western democracy came about because of the influence of the ancient Greek philosophers, then surely we can accept that other influences must have been at play as well. If democracy crept into our world through art and literature, and by means of war and invasion, then it is equally possible that the encoded influence of the serpent has permeated our wisdom literature and religious beliefs. At the heart of our theory is the proposition that both the Holy Grail and the elixir of life were originally linked to the serpent and the snake. At some point in history, the knowledge of the mysterious powers associated with the first and third levels of our Grail triad were encoded in the myths and legends of the second level, which tell of resurrection, rebirth, and immortality. On the first level, the snake is the source of the elixir of life in the form of a practical cure. Page 124. All substance. On the third level, the serpent is the source, the elixir of life in the form of enlightenment and wisdom. On both levels, the Grail is the mixing bowl in which the elixir is created from pairs of opposites. On the first level, the Grail is a physical bowl, sometimes made from a human skull, in which blood and venom are mixed together. On the third level, the Grail is the human head within which the two sides of our consciousness are united and the twin serpent energies of the Kundalini become as one in the enlightenment experience. It remains a paradox that such a dangerous creature as the snake should have come to be seen as the savior of humankind and personified in the resurrecting gods of the world's religions. Because the knowledge associated with the snake was carefully concealed to prevent it being abused by those who sought to have power over others, misunderstandings arose over the motives of the serpent worshippers, the enlightened shining ones, and their enemies turned the snake, serpent, into a symbol of evil. As a direct result of this sleight of hand, people have for centuries searched in vain for the elixir of life and the philosopher's stone, while the quest for the Grail has become a search for a fragment of some long-lost chalice. Although we believed we had sufficient evidence to support our theory, there was one point that could have destroyed our entire argument: what if other poisonous creatures shared the healing powers of the snake? When we read the myth of how Orion swore he would kill all the animals on Earth and Gaia, the Earth goddess, sent a scorpion to dispatch the god, our hearts began to flutter a little. Could the scorpion, equally as deadly as the snake, also be a healer? However, when Scorpius, the scorpion god, stung Orion, who fell mortally wounded, his victory did not last long. Just as Scorpius was gloating in the heavens over his triumph, Ophiuchus, the serpent god, stood above him and trampled him to death. The very act of his standing above reveals his greater power, and this power comes from the healing element of the snake or serpent. Ophiuchus then gave Orion a sip of his snake or serpent elixir, which restored him to life. This incident is similar to Horus bringing Osiris back to life. Osiris is equated with Orion, and Jesus restoring life to Lazarus. It is the serpent elixir, or serpent knowledge, and not the venomous sting of the scorpion that brings the god back to life. Indeed, the myth reveals that the snake is much more powerful than the scorpion. We found no instances in which the story was told the other way around, and, search as we might, we could discover no other animal or insect that had the power of death and life, either in symbolic or real terms, in the same way as the snake. Page 125. Unicorn, one horn. Although we could find no actual creature that equated with the snake in literature, history, or mythology, we did find a fabled animal with similar properties, the unicorn. Nobody is really certain why this horse-like beast has a twisting snake-like horn protruding from its forehead, though some say that it relates to the horns of Moses's. When Moses came down from the mountain having received the wisdom of God on tablets of stone, it is said that rays of light emerged from his head as a sign that he had just absorbed the wisdom of the great shining one. The words for rays of light and horn are the same, and thus horns are utilized in Gnostic and Christian imagery to show the godlike, shining nature of Moses. There is another possible explanation, however. It could be that the unicorn originally had the symbol of the caduceus emerging from its head, a reference to the third eye or sixth chakra. Why would those who created the myth have invested the unicorn with such a device, a medicine staff protruding from the forehead of a horse, entwined like the one snake on the staff of Aesculapius, or possibly like the two snakes of the caduceus? Perhaps the answer lies in the fact that the horn of the unicorn is said to be an antidote to poison. But it is not only the horn that has healing properties, the blood of the unicorn is said to bestow eternal life. The unicorn is first mentioned by Tejas, an early historian on the subject of India who lived around 400 BC, in his Indica book on India. Tejas claimed that it was similar to a horse with a white body, symbolizing purity, a purple head, royal protection, and a long single horn protruding from its forehead. It was said that one way of catching this fabled beast was to stand in front of a tree and taunt the animal. At the last moment you would step aside and, as the horn impaled itself in the tree, you would cut off the beast's head. There is more to this little tip than meets the eye. The serpent is often portrayed as the protector of the tree of life, and so the impaling of the tree with the horn and the ensuing decapitation represent the twin themes of union and sacrifice. The decapitation ritual also recalls the Baphomet head of the Templars. Also, as we had previously discovered, the Savior is always pinned to the tree of life in sacrifice, and is always linked with the serpent. The monarchs of Europe esteemed the horn of the unicorn due to its page 126. Legendary efficaciousness against poison. It was deemed chivalrous to protect the beast, almost as if this were a hidden message to protect the Grail. The unicorn became associated with the Virgin Mary, and, as author John Baldock reminded us, there is a legend that it can only be tamed by a virgin in whose lap it lies down to rest. However, Elian, a Greek military writer of the 2nd century AD, claimed that people had actually got things wrong and were being duped. They were being sold the horns of the narwhal or rhinoceros, which, he said, had straight horns. The unicorn, on the other hand, had a twisted horn, like the entwined snakes of the caduceus. So we were not the first people to link the horn of the unicorn with the caduceus after all, although we would say that its horn resembles more the staff of Aesculapius, which has the one entwined snake associated with the first level of our Grail triad, rather than the caduceus, which has the two entwined serpents associated with the third level. According to Elian, the home of the unicorn was Tibet and India, the very places that were once the homes of the Nagas, the most powerful of the world's mystical serpent deities and India's shining ones. In Africa, however, the unicorn was known as the Anasa, a word that brings to mind the etymological origins of the Nazarenes. Nazarenes are Nasorenes, as the followers of the snake. The word nag, an alternative name for the horse, haka in Spanish, also sounds remarkably similar to naga, cobra. There was also a goddess by the name of Hippa, possibly linked to the Egyptian hippopotamus goddess of childbirth Tort, who was sometimes represented with the head of a horse. She is said to have been the nursemaid of Bacchus, who has been equated with John the Baptist, Osiris, and Jesus, Horus. So we have a horse goddess as nursemaid to a future head of messianic serpent worship and etymology, thus linking the unicorn or horse with the snake gods. Author John Baldock informs us that the French still use the word hippique, which derives from the Greek hippos, horse, in connection with horse-related activities. The Japanese unicorn, known as kirin, which was borrowed directly from Chinese sources, is said to be covered in scales like a serpent. Could it be that the Chinese took the idea of the unicorn from their western frontier across to Japan, leaving with it some resemblance of the snake in its appearance? The Chinese say that this unicorn is holy and, like the Messiah, is expected to come as a savior. Is this another archetypal memory or a direct link with the role of the snake as the bringer of life? We found that unicorn, also known as page 127, Reem, was the crest of the ancient kings of Israel. As is well known, Jesus had to be of royal lineage to become the Messiah. Were the kings of Israel a royal protectorate with the hidden image of the healing serpent? Greek mythology also relates the story of Pegasus, the winged horse, who is said to have sprung from the blood of the decapitated Medusa, the Gorgon sister with a head full of twisting serpents. Pegasus later went on to carry the hero Perseus on his exploits. Why would a horse with wings, which indicate that as a spiritual or heavenly being, spring from the blood of a serpent? As mentioned earlier, the horse is symbolic of the astral vehicle that carries the shaman into the other worlds associated with the trance state. With regard to the first level of our Grail triad, does it mean that something good, something eternal, can come from the head, or the blood of a snake or serpent? Are we to decapitate the snake and take its blood in some form or other? After all, it was Perseus who chopped off Medusa's head, so it was the victor who benefited. It was also said that Medusa's look could turn anyone to stone. Is this another link between the serpent and the philosopher's stone? Possibly. But if the serpent bites you, you may become paralyzed, rigid, like stone, or you may develop the elixir or serum that saves lives. However, the body also becomes paralyzed as one goes through the enlightenment experience. Today, horses are injected with snake venom to produce antivenom. Pegasus was a horse with wings greater than a horse, but nonetheless a horse eternal. We were now under the impression that the unicorn was nothing other than a symbol of the healing snake. The hidden power of the snake had been turned into a legend, then a myth, and then forgotten. The legend twisted and turned like the serpent on the horn of the unicorn until eventually the words and imagery took on a greater significance than the original truth because the truth had been lost. The words, the etymology, remained, but the reasons were now mythical. For some reason the snake was the healer, for some reason the unicorn represented the snake, for some reason, suddenly it dawned on us that, once lost, the truth of the serpent became instead a Gnostic truth, a hidden truth, a truth nobody quite understood anymore, a truth attributed to the self, the great I Am, as the Son of God. And the snake, serpent became a symbol of wisdom in its feminine aspect, a wisdom for which there is no more powerful image than Sophia. The serpent is Ophis, so too is Sophia, wisdom, as in Esophis, another name for Isis and the star Sirius. In most of the world's mythical, folkloric. Page 128. Religious traditions, the snake, serpent is equated with wisdom, even in the Bible. In the pre-Christian period, the rose was identified with Sophia. In the biblical Song of Solomon, the bride is described as the rose of Sharon, and as the keeper of the vineyards, the vine being a symbol of serpent worship. Wisdom is equated with the rose in Ecclesiasticus. The neutral snake is often linked with both solar fire and lunar water symbolism. So, too, is the rose. There are also many images of religious personages with rose flowers springing from the forehead, much like the wisdom of the uraeus, the Egyptian cobra seen on the forehead of the pharaohs. Our discoveries led us to conclude that the rose was the flower symbol of the snake, as mistletoe was the plant symbol. The rose has thorns and yet is beautiful, it inflicts wounds and yet saves. The Greek word for the grape, from which we get wine, a metaphor for the vital energy, is rax, which equates with Rex or king. It also resolves into raisin, meaning source center, reason, horizon, and rose. The fruit and flower associated with the serpent are etymologically linked to the kingly attributes of the serpent protectorate and an indication of the ancient truth itself. Other serpent motifs, as we have already mentioned, the ivy is linked with the snake, and some believe this is due to the shape of the ivy leaf resembling the head of the snake. Bacchus, Dionysus both have the ivy on their brow, signifying the serpentine third eye, thus sharing the symbolism of the uraeus worn by the ancient Egyptian pharaohs. Symbolism also links the ivy with the cornucopia, the corn of plenty, with images of ivy coming from the brow of Ceres, the ivy girl. Ceres, whose name is possibly linked to Sarah's cross, and Charis, anointed, is the goddess of growth and the giver of increase. She is Isis, or the Greek Demeter, and related to the earth goddess or world mother, and is therefore Mary, the mother, sister or wife of Christ. If the biblical Jesus is based on the Egyptian god Horus, as many say he is, then the mother of Horus, Jesus, is also his wife and sister from his former incarnation as Osiris, hence the three Marys, who, it has been suggested, are really one person. The Naga snake deities of India, which we know as cobras, are known as Shara in some parts of India. Shara is similar. Page 129. To both Saras and the name, Ceres. Worshippers term themselves Charis or Charas and are related etymologically to the English cherry, which is itself associated with the color red, and the Hebrew cherub. The cherub is the cherub of Babylon, of Assyria, of the Orient. It is a fabulous beast, a winged animal like the griffin or dragon. As we discovered, cherubs also keep watch over the tree of life, home, situated in Eden, Hedon. Surely there is a connection here with the four cherubim, the serpent angels, who the Bible tells us guarded the tree of knowledge and immortality in Eden, where the serpent or snake resided. According to Greek legend, this apple-bearing tree of life was in the garden of the Hesperides and was guarded by a serpent or dragon named Ladon. Indeed, the Hindu Mount Meru is also said to be guarded by a dragon. The Chinese tell of a great tree bearing apples of immortality which is also guarded by a dragon. This dragon is the symbol of immortality and of wisdom. There are printer's marks showing the tree of life entwined with a serpent and with the word Brazica written underneath. Printer's marks were originally used as a secret method of passing Gnostic information among the Brotherhood of the Guild of Printers and stem from the same period that saw the growth of Freemasonry. Squared only when held to the light were these symbols seen with the eye, and they were only seen with the heart by those with the eyes to see. The Chinese equated the Persica, Brazica tree with the tree of life. Gnostics held that sacred life rite called the Persica, a symbolic ritual intended to bring the power of preservation or immortality. In etymology, Persica is related to Jasper, the Persian name meaning treasure master. In the biblical book of Revelation we find a reference to Jerusalem, and her light was like unto a stone most precious, even like unto a jasper stone, clear as crystal. Cube jasper is also the color of the philosopher's stone and is associated with the serpent. Although it has been defined as an opaque quartz, usually red, yellow or brown in color, the ancient term for it, as described in Revelation, meant that it was clear and therefore void of color, i.e. non-influenced, and a perfect symbol for the void or gateway. Philosopher's stones also have peculiar meanings that relate back to our earlier discussion about the hiding of the serpent under the auspices of the stone. Philo means love or love of, and Sophie means wisdom or wise serpent. Philosophy can therefore mean either lover of wisdom, which is symbolized by the serpent, or lover of serpents. It also recalls the way the Greeks included. Page 130. This same idea in the story of how Medusa, the Gorgon sister with the hair of snakes or serpents, could turn people into stone with just one look. In the preceding pages we have presented a great deal of evidence from classical and ancient history, mythology and legend to link the serpent to the elixir of life. The Egyptians, Babylonians, Greeks and many other ancient peoples mixed a number of truths together to give us some fantastic tales. But a universal truth runs like a great string through them. At times we wanted to pull hard on this string to see what was tied to the end, or indeed the beginning. But the age-old question always arose, how long is a piece of string? Here one could give the amusing but cryptic answer, twice as long as from the center to one end, and in this answer there is a clue to the life force behind all the serpent mythology. For everything, both past and future, stems from the center and the alpha omega point of time, the eternal now. The beginning of the story of the snake was tied to the string many thousands of years ago, but our story could have begun anywhere. We shall never know just who first discovered the healing properties of the snake. We do know, however, that it was the serpent people, the shining ones, who spread the teachings associated with the snake, serpent all over the globe. We can follow the story of the snake through history and see where those who still held the truth moved to, and we can try to discover for ourselves who originated the concepts we now see in the stories of Arthur. We can also see the ideas associated with the snake in other cultures, and how they created their own protectorates and grails. One of the cultures where the snake has been of paramount importance is Asia, and it is to this magical part of the string that we now travel. Page 131. Chapter 8 Asian Myths. If our discoveries about the Grail were true, then what had appeared in classical Western mythology also had to appear in one form or another in the East. We were not to be disappointed. Asia was not just a confirmation of our theory, but also a fertile land of information. The serpent was at the very heart of the people's beliefs, their way of life and their royal lineages. The Chinese date their dragons, serpents back to around 5000 BC and believe strongly that they are descended from them. The goddess Nu Kua, like Fuxi, her male consort, was half mortal and half dragon. Also referred to as a water being, she gave birth to shape-shifting human dragons from which the Chinese emperors were said to descend. As in Korea and Japan, Chinese dragons were generally beneficent and were held in the highest esteem. We found ourselves asking the question, why? Why is the serpent dragon always perceived as the giver and taker of life? Why is the dragon in the bloodline of the Chinese royal family, as in Egypt, Europe and elsewhere? The blood of the serpent simply must be symbolic of something greater. That something greater is immortality. Serpents and dragons appear throughout Chinese mythology. The Chinese god of immortality, Shou Xian, is represented by a white stag known as the celestial stag. In fact, it is not a stag at all, but a dragon. Then there is the famous legend of Madame White Snake, who is so distraught at her husband's death, which she herself has caused, that she travels to the Kunlun Mountains to steal a magic herb which brings her husband back to life. This peculiar little story became the subject of many films and operas across Asia, and bears many similarities to stories told about the Greek healing god Aesculapius. The Pan Sao Kong Mu, a Chinese materia medica dating from the 16th century, is made up of extracts from nearly 800 authors. It was first printed between the years AD 1573 and 1620 and contains some peculiar references to dragons. The book says that physicians who wish to use the dragon's bones ought to make themselves aware of the likes and dislikes of the dragon. Apparently it has a fondness for beautiful gems, especially jade, a green jewel. Page 132. Like the emerald, dragon's bones are to be found in watercourses and earth holes. There is no particular time of day useful for collecting the bones. The white and flesh-colored bones are said to be the most efficacious in curing disease, and of all the bones the spine is said to be the best. The brains make the white earth, which, when applied to the tongue, is of great virtue. In the section on crocodiles, like the serpent, a member of the reptile family, the Pan Sao Kong Mu states, the crocodile's flesh cures quite a host of diseases, but the tail, like the serpent's flesh, is very poisonous. Under the heading, the Jian Shi, or southern snake, the hidden head snake, we are told that the snake reveres woman, wrapping itself around her dress. We are also told that its fat and gall poison can be mixed together. This must be for medicinal purposes, for why else would it appear in a medical text? But as it is, the purpose is not specified, and the mixing of fat and poison could be most dangerous unless prepared by an expert. The Shanghai King, a Chinese text from around 2000 BC, says that the paw snake can eat an elephant. This must be a reference to the boa, because of the boa's immense size. It also states, gentlemen that eat of this snake will be proof against consumption. The boa is caught by men who put flowers on their heads to draw its attention. Once it has been caught, they chop off its head and eat it. In his De Natura Animalium, Elian, the 2nd century AD Greek historian, states, they hung before the mouth of the dragon's den a piece of stuff flowered with gold, which attracted the eyes of the beast, till by the sound of soft music they lulled him to sleep, and then cut off his head. We also found that Mercury, one of the 2 constituent parts of the philosopher's stone, is called the dragon. Perhaps the most powerful snake symbolism is to be found in India. Placed uniquely between East and West, India appears to have been the breeding ground of serpent ideas. It was therefore not surprising to find just about all the myths from the Far East and West were cultivated in this single but large country. For instance, the great Indian goddess Kali originally came from Samaria, where she was Kalamath, and by tradition the sister of Cain's wife Lulua. Kali was a primary princess of the dragon house, who, with her consort Shiva, was the goddess of time, seasons, periods and cycles. These details are what we would come to expect after looking at the significance of cyclical phenomena in shamanic lore. As the world mother, Kali was the controller of immortality. She was later to be worshipped by Thugis. Page 133. Descendants of the assassins, of whom we spoke earlier in connection with the Knights Templar. We always see a courting couple in Indian myths, who may represent the shaman and the shamanka or shamaness who empowers him to enter the underworld, which is itself represented by the body of the archetypal shamaness or goddess. But most intriguing of all was the peculiar, royal dynasty, of the Indians. This family was said to descend from snakes and to possess the immortality given to them from the blood of the snake. Was this why it was also important for Western royal families, for instance, the Merovingians, to be seen as the descendants of the serpent, the enlightened shining ones who protected the secret of the elixir of life? Like the Chinese goddess Nukua, the Hindu serpent goddess Kadru is said to have given birth to the cobra people, or serpent people, known as the Nagas, who retain immortality by drinking Kadru's divine and lunar blood. As we were to discover, the reason why the blood of the snake or serpent was called lunar blood and was thus associated with the feminine principle was that the venom of the snake was already associated with the masculine principle, as expressed in the internal processes related to the Kundalini enlightenment experience. The Naga serpents, the Sanskrit term Naga or Naya, meaning serpent or cobra, became the name for various groups of serpent deities and demigod humans who dwelt in the beautiful underworld or patalas in the city of Bhagravati and guarded great treasures, sometimes bestowing them on their human subjects. The Nagas were said to be underwater serpents, a reminder of the fish deities who came to Mesopotamia from the sea and the Merovingian kings who claimed descent from a sea serpent. Here we also have a remarkable similarity to the later Arthurian and Pan-European myths of healing waters and serpent and dragon guardians of great treasures. It may be that India, along with Egypt, is at the root of much of the serpent worship in the West as well as our ideas of the Grail. Many have said that Iranian myths of the Grail came to England with the Roman conquest. Serpent. Page 134. Worship was rife in India way back into at least the 3rd millennium BC, before Vedic Aryan intrusions into India, and without doubt influenced the ancient Hindu texts of the Vedas, Upanishads and Mahabharata. The Nagas are said to have 3 kings, the greatest of whom is Sheshnaga, eternal cobra, who was born from the remains of creation. He has 1,000 heads formed into a giant hood, a reminder of the crown chakra symbolized by a lotus flower with 1,000 petals. Many have said that this was the origin of the halo now seen in images of Christian saints. The second Naga king is Vasuki, who is a more important god for our purposes. The story runs that gods were weak because they were divided between devas, angels or shining ones, and asuras, demons, and so Lord Vishnu came up with an idea. His plan recommended churning the cosmic sea of milk, the kirma of Hindu tradition, which is an aspect of Vishnu himself. Vishnu's purpose was to dredge up the elixir of immortality from the bottom of the sea. This would bring strength back to the angels and enable them to defeat the demons. However, the task in hand was far too great for the angels alone, and so they enlisted the help of the demons with the idea that they would share in the elixir. Vishnu then dived into the cosmic sea with Mount Meru on his back. The serpent god Vasuki was then wound around the mountain, and the gods and demons pulled at both ends of this giant snake, thus churning the great ocean. Back and forth they pulled until Vasuki started to feel nauseated and belched fire into the demons' faces. Eventually Vasuki was so ill that he vomited up a great poisonous cloud that threatened to kill all living things. Shiva saved the day by swallowing up the poison and thus saving the world. The allegory extends further than this, however, for the gods were also dredging up the elixir of life. Eventually they got their elixir and fooled the demons out of their share. The snake Vasuki was thus the tool used to acquire the elixir. It was also an extremely dangerous creature, issuing poison, life and death. But without the serpent or these serpent energies, the elixir would not have been discovered. If we look to Sumeria and the Babylonian epic of Gilgamesh, we find the story of the plant of eternal life, which resides at the bottom of the ocean. Gilgamesh dived in and recovered the plant. However, while he was resting on the shore, a snake came along and ate the plant, providing us with a further illustration that the snake is believed to hold the key to immortal life. The third Naga king, Taksaka, is more of an earthly being than a god. His story begins the Mahabharata. There are stories of more poisoning and the idea of. Page 135. Wisdom of the Serpent King is introduced. The story that the Nagas retreated to the underworld, where they reside to this day, is similar to the hero legends we find all around the globe. It is also in keeping with the growing belief that these ancient cultures may have disappeared beneath the sea due to a global catastrophe of some kind. As Jung points out, most of the world's heroes have snake legends attributed to them, in symbolism or in myth, and most of them disappeared into an underworld, of one kind or another. This agrees with what we have been saying about shamanic entry into the underworld, the collective unconscious, and the process that grants enlightenment to the individual and through which one is reborn. One of the most interesting points about the Indian Naga myths is the idea that the women of the race, the Nagan, are strikingly beautiful. They have the shamanic ability to shape-shift and have a precious gem, an emerald, that grants them magical powers embedded in their skulls. These female snakes marry earthly princes. Indeed, Arjun, John, the hero of the Mahabharata, marries the Nag princess Ulupi, who provides him with protection from all underwater creatures. Their marriage recalls the Chinese and Japanese myths of royal dragon descent. Indeed, several royal families in India claim descent from the Naga. The royalty of Manipur in northeastern India trace their lineage back to Ad 33 and the union of a serpent princess with a human. The same can be said of the southern Indian Pallavas. There are possible links here with the story of Jesus, especially when we consider that the Hindus influenced the Essenes. In The Wonder That Was India, A. L. Basham points out similarities between Essene and New Testament texts in the Pali scriptures. The Essenes, a group who encoded information relating to the Grail, had their own ophite cult and snake medicine texts. It could be that Jesus was seen as the Serpent King who resulted from the union of a serpent, the vital life force or Holy Spirit, and a snake princess, who, theoretically, would be a virgin, the Serpent Mother. The date of Ad 33 fits remarkably well with the time that Jesus is said to have gone to the heavenly kingdom, which, after all, is also the realm of the Nagas. One Indian story tells of a farmer who accidentally kills a group of young snakes. The mother snake returns and in anger bites the farmer, his wife and children whilst they are asleep. She then goes in search of the farmer's daughter who is already married and lives out of town. However, when she arrives she finds her worshipping an image of snake and asking for forgiveness for. Page 136. Errors made by her and her family. The mother snake then feels so bad that she gives the daughter some nectar or elixir, which is used to bring her entire family back to life. The first part of this story illustrates the effects of the venom of the snake, the second part the effects of the blood or antidote. Once again, the snake is presented as the purveyor of life and death. There are also many stories of Naga, snake maidens, residing near water and offering all manner of healing remedies, including marriage. Similarities with the Grail-related Arthurian legends, the Lady in the Lake and the many Celtic Lady in the Lake images are obvious. The guardian and the treasure. Although the royal serpent lineage of ancient India is well hidden within Hinduism, Jainism and Buddhism, it is nevertheless a profound element of Indian mythology, but the lineage's possession of unique, snake elixir, secrets was watered down with the passage of time. Close by in Vietnam there is a similar tale about Po Nagar, the first empress, who united the Cham people and taught them how to cultivate rice. More importantly, she also taught them how to use medicine. So, the idea of the Naga spread, especially in connection with the snake, medicine and a royal lineage. As with Egyptian shrines of Isis, the cobra is said to still haunt Hindu temples. At the sound of the priest, it issues from a hole to accept oblations of milk. This snake is said to be the special keeper of concealed treasure, as it was many hundreds of years ago. The idea of a serpent guarding great treasure is worldwide and has come down to us in stories of a sleeping guardian dragon that must be overcome by a hero before he can receive the treasure. The sleeping dragon, however, is really only a reflection of the sleeping hero or heroine, representing their unconsciousness of the source, which is itself the treasure they must win in order to awaken. The guarded treasure is always gold, and when mixed with the lunar oil of silver, the aurum potable or solar oil of gold was held to be a great arcanum, fit to be used on most diseases. Indeed, dissolved gold was held to be the elixir of life, the divine antidote to disease and death. However, gold is not really gold, nor is lunar oil, oil from the moon or silver. They are metaphors used by. Page 137. Serpent people to communicate their secret teachings. A clue to their symbolic meaning lies in the guardian. Serpents or dragons always guard the treasure, and only the serpent is seen as both a solar and lunar symbol. Quite simply, the serpent not only guards the treasure, it is the treasure. Where better to hide the secret than in the very thing which is said to guard it? We find evidence for this in folk tales from other parts of the world. For instance, in the tale of Mindya the snake eater, from the mountainous regions of Georgia, Mindya was taken prisoner and noticed that his captors ate snake meat, from which they derived great supernatural powers. Hunger drove Mindya one day to steal and eat a piece of the meat, from which he acquired great physical and mental abilities. When he escaped, he took this idea back to his tribe, which became wise and strong. In many myths, the elixir of life, the ambrosia, soma, amrita or deathless drink, is said to reside within the blood of a monster with dragon or snake-like features. The snake medicine of the Chinese is but a residue of this ancient knowledge. Ambrosia literally means food, or nectar of the gods. Amrita or Amrit, which means deathlessness, or nectar, is a form of drink used by Sikhs in their rituals. It is a solution of sugar crystals dissolved in water by stirring with a double-edged sword in similar fashion to a phallus, lance or spear, stirring the primordial waters of the void, or the churning of the oceans in Hindu mythology. The mixture is probably nothing like its original form, which we believe to have been both the venom in the blood and the related enlightenment experience. Nonetheless, the fact that only initiates drink it indicates its importance and reveals that even now it remains the remit of the chosen few to receive the elixir. It is therefore little wonder that only a select elite can undertake the journey of the Grail, and that the initiation rituals of the Grail-related myths are so difficult. To tread the path of the Serpent Grail meant being part of the correct bloodline, i.e., being pure, and being ultimately prepared to face your own death should that purity be lacking. One Asian legend of Garuda, a deity who is half man, half bird, similar to Quetzalcoatl of the Toltecs, describes him as the offspring of Kashapa and Didi, and recalls the legend of the phoenix who laid a mystical egg. It is said that after 500 years Garuda sprang forth from the egg and then flew to the abode of Indra and extinguished the fire that surrounded it. He then conquered the guards, the Devatas, and took away the ambrosia which he used to liberate his mother. When a few drops of this elixir fell upon the grass known as kusa, it was, page 138, consecrated for all eternity. This legend is similar to the story in which the Norse god Odin transforms into a falcon or eagle and flies from the mountain cave, the abode or underworld, back to his kingdom. On the way, some of the meat he is carrying spills from his beak onto the earth and manifests as hallucinogenic mushrooms. It is said that the snakes received their forked tongues as they licked the ambrosia up from the grass, thereby bringing attention to the midpoint at which the duality of opposites is cancelled out. More importantly, the serpents, i.e., the shamanic serpent beings, were said to have gained the secret of Amrita, immortal life, from this process. Mistletoe, the all-healer of European culture, and the herb brought by the snake in the tale associated with Aesculapius, was also said to correspond to Soma, the Indian god of the moon, and the drink taken by shaman. In his book Hindu Mythology, W.J. Wilkins quotes the following lines from Hindu folklore in praise of Soma. This Soma is a god, he cures the sharpest ills that man endures. He heals the sick, the sad he cheers, he nerves the weak, dispels their fears, the faint with martial and our fears, with lofty thoughts the bard inspires, the soul from earth to heaven he lifts, so great and wondrous are his gifts, men feel the god within their veins, and cry in loud exulting strains, we've quaffed the Soma bright, and are immortal grown, we've entered into light, and all the gods have known. What mortal now can harm, or foeman vex us more? Page 139. Through thee, beyond alarm, immortal god, we soar, squared this Soma, the moon, was the food of the gods, and was said to have kept them immortal. The manna of the Israelites, described by the rabbis as being like pearls, and in the Old Testament as honey-like, fell during the night like moonlight. Among other mythological symbolism associated with the moon, Soma is seen as a crescent-shaped bullhorn. In the Druid festival of mistletoe cutting, bulls were brought in as sacrifice. The pearl-like berries of the mistletoe are also said to symbolize the semen of God. Sin, the crescent moon, was associated with Thoth. Sin equals San equals saint or shining. Indeed, Ophis, Greek for serpent, may be equated with Apis, the sacred bull of Memphis who represented the god Osiris, and the bull Nevis or Omonephis, the one living serpent light of Heliopolises. The Merovingian dynasty of priest kings were supposed to have descended from a bull serpent, the Quinator, which suggests that they possibly descended from the house of Osiris, at whose head is Atum Ra, the Egyptian father god equated with the Greek Zeus and the Sumerian Anu. Milk and honey. Honey is closely associated with ambrosia or the elixir of life, the substance that gives eternal life. The Greek term for it is Meli or Melissa. Melissa is one of the names given to Isis and occurs in the European legend of Melusine, who is half mermaid or possibly half serpent, see plate 29, and Melusine and the Count of Anjou, page 158. Melusine is therefore thought to be another form of Melissa, Isis, who brings clusters of blossoms to the honey drinkers. The term mermaid may come from the Persian mar, which, according to Gould and his mystical monsters, may be supposed the same as that serpent which guards the golden fruit in the garden of the Hesperides. Cube mer, meaning place of ascension and everlasting life, was a name given to the pyramids. Britain was once known as the Honey Isle of Beli. At Avebury we find Melsom Wood, with Milk Wood close by, and there are several close associations of the milk myth with the area. This could relate to the widespread. Page 140. Ancient and traditional practice of milk offerings to the Nagas of India. Milk and honey are always closely associated as symbols of the elixir. Solomon said of his Sophia, "Thy lips, O my spouse, drop as the honeycomb, honey and milk are under thy tongue," which is where we find the venom sac in the snake. It is therefore worthwhile spending some time looking into the lactating aspect of various female deities. Lactating goddesses, the wisdom and immortality of the serpent, are symbolized by the feminine form, especially in the East. When the serpent goddess is symbolized in this way, it makes a great deal of sense for her fertile aspects to issue the elixir. What comes across, however, is that the symbols for the elixir are white milk and red, menstrual blood. For instance, we find in the Rig Veda and the Upanishads, "O goddess of waters, you have within you the life-giving sap. May you feed us with that, even like mothers giving breast milk, your inexhaustible breast, Sarasvati, that flows with the food of life that you use to nourish all that one could wish for, freely giving treasure." Sarasvati is the wife of Brahman. Putan placed the child on her lap and gave him milk from her breast full of deadly poison. He held her breast with both hands and in anger drank in the very life juices of the Asura woman. In Mesopotamia, the early Sumerians described themselves as being constantly nourished by the milk of Ninkursag, the great mother goddess who was also known as Ninlil. She and her consort, Enki, were known as Shining Ones and serpents, and later became the biblical Adam and Eve. Ninlil is probably the source of most mother goddesses. She was also known as Ki or Ninti. Nintuan was a double-headed or double-eyed serpent goddess of the earth. She has been linked with Ashtoreth, Asherah, the Phoenician goddess of love, whose symbol was also the double-headed serpent. She also merged with her daughter Anath to become the wife of Jehovah as Matronit or Shekinah. This was a goddess of health and fertility worshipped by Sarah, Sarasvati, Abraham's wife. Page 141. Syrians knew her as Ader goddess, the mermaid. In Egypt, Ninkursag was called Isis, the ultimate mother of the messianic line. According to some, Ninkursag gave the most potent of all life forces, the venerated star fire or moon fluid, otherwise known as menstrual blood. However, we need not go so far as to say that the secret of the elixir lay in the milk and blood of a woman. The symbolism is double-edged. At a literal level, the milk of the serpent goddess symbolizes the poison or venom, the star fire, the blood. Because Isis is equated with Ninkursag, the double-headed serpent goddess, it is now obvious why there are many images of her feeding the sons of gods, the pharaohs, with her sacred milk. The idea of the lactating mother goddess passed into Christianity, where Mary's milk is said to have healing powers similar to the milk of Isis. The imagery takes on a new slant with the Gnostics. In the 1st century Odes of Solomon, we find that the Holy Spirit opened her bosom and mixed the milk of the two breasts of the Father. The Greek goddess Demeter also had wondrous milk. She wandered the earth looking for her daughter Kor, who had been carried off by Hades, god of the underworld. Disguised as an old hag, she arrived at a village where the household of King Celeus befriended her. She nursed Demophoon, the king's son, taking him to her breast. Her milk aided the child to grow like an immortal being. It is said that Demeter anointed him with ambrosia, the food of the gods, and that the boy grew beyond his age, although not for eternity, due to the sin of his mother. The lactating goddess image can therefore be interpreted in a couple of ways. As a symbol of the human struggle to survive, she is the fertile pinnacle of womankind. Alternatively, and in most cases, she symbolizes the elixir-producing snake. On the one hand, she bestows plain fertility, on the other, immortality. Further variations are brought into play by location and cultural differences. The snake, then, is deeply entrenched in the ancient culture of Asia as the dragon in the Far East and the Naga cobra in India. In both cases it is the creator of the royal lineage, the guardian of secrets and treasures and the giver of immortality. But can we draw anything from the Eastern traditions in our journey to find the Grail? It is a well-known fact that our modern European languages emerged from an amalgamation of ancient Indian and European tongues. If language could be influenced in this way, then so too could beliefs and culture. Religion. Page 142. Or faith could not have been separated from commerce and industry. Life was religion, and commerce was life. The two spread with each other. And just as our language is an amalgamation of the older European and Indian tongues, so too are our legends. We now turn our attention to see which great Western legends were once found deep within the traditions of the East. Page 143. Chapter 9, Celtic and European Myths. In this chapter we are very much coming home again and heading inland, towards the mystery of the Holy Grail we know so well. We all have a wider knowledge of the Celtic and pagan European myths than we may imagine, for most of us pick up small amounts along the way. Yet these ancient myths and legends have become so deeply embedded within our culture that we no longer recognize them as ancient. Also, they have changed along the way. The tale of Robin Hood, for example, is no longer what it was even in the medieval period. We have added our own fantastical modern-day effects and imagery, but when the feats of Robin Hood were recounted in the 14th and 15th centuries, the tale was already an old one that had been much altered, and with every passing day was altering even more. With folk tales like Robin Hood, the question is not, how far do we have to go back to discover its origin, rather, how do we know when to stop? Did it all begin with the Norman conquest? Or was Mr. Hood really a goblin from pre-Celtic times? Nobody will ever really know for sure. Yet somewhere behind all the myths and legends there was an initial truth. What that truth was can be the most perplexing and difficult question to answer. Sometimes we can infer from the strongest thread of a particular story what it may have been. At other times it has been buried, for the story has been stolen, used by one propagandist or another and altered to meet the needs of the rulers of the day. The Arthurian myth is very much like that. Even today, Arthur's story is used to promote a particular belief or point of view. One minute he is a great Englishman, the next a Welsh leader, a Scottish warlord or an ex-Roman soldier. There may even be some truth to the idea that he is all things to all men. However, the fact remains that people such as Robin Hood and King Arthur are amalgamations of older legends, of ancient gods and people. They are the guiding ideas from another time, incorporating the beliefs and hopes of days gone by, and with each passing generation acquiring fresh elements that produce an ever-evolving storyboard. Page 144. What is true for the legends of Robin Hood and King Arthur is true for many more legends. If we look at a strange festival that happens every year in Italy, we can see how a myth can alter over time, especially when influenced by the moving tide of imperial religious power. The Snakes of San Domenico. On the first Thursday in May in the town of Cucullo, Italy, a festival is held in honor of Saint Domenico. What is unusual about this festival is the part played by the snake. Italy has a large number of snakes, and on this particular day in May they get everywhere. They are draped over the saint, held aloft by devoutly religious followers, roam the streets and even participate in the mass being held above the heads of the congregation as the chalice and host are elevated. It is said that in times gone by the snakes were killed and sold to pharmacists who made them into cures and ointments. Nowadays they are simply let loose or killed. Christian tradition claims that San Domenico came to Cucullo when the town was infested with snakes and, like the Pied Piper with the rats, he charmed them from their nests and led them out of the area, an obvious allusion to the time when the serpent cult was replaced by Christianity. The background to the story is as follows. Long before San Domenico arrived in the area, the Etruscans had established a cult dedicated to the snake goddess Angiza, who was said to live in the nearby woods and to have been a serpent healer goddess, similar to the healing goddesses of the Celts. The tradition in present-day Cucullo of decorating poles with entwined snakes symbolize healing dates from the worship of the serpent goddess and recalls the staff of Aesculapius and the Caduceus. You can still buy local treats and sweets made to look like serpents. Further elements illustrate the widespread worship of snakes in Italy. As part of private worship within the family, each household contained a shrine or lararium, where offerings were made to the ancestors in the hope of bringing good fortune and health. The ancestors were believed to take on the form of a serpent, and only then were they given the power to keep the family healthy. This is clearly another allusion to the fact that the ancestors were serpent worshippers, the same serpent worshippers. Page 145. who were displaced by Christianity. Similar traditions are to be found everywhere and hide the real identity of the original culture, a shamanic-related pagan culture, which was almost wiped from the face of the earth by the spread of Christianity, but which survived within Gnostic serpent cults such as the Ophites. In our view, the powers behind the church sought to exploit the serpent, son of God, but at the same time had to do away with the serpent lest their congregation benefited from the enlightenment and serpent power that lay within themselves. Cultural links of the kind just described not only transcended time, they also crossed continents. But we have to look for these links in local tradition and folklore. One such link is the original French myth of Melusine, whose name is associated with honey. Her story recalls the Indian tradition whereby the royal lineage claimed to come from serpent deities. Melusine and the Count of Anjou. The story goes that the Count of Anjou, who had links with the Templars, was unmarried and lonely. One day he mysteriously brought home a beautiful woman called Melusine. They married and were very happy. Melusine was kind and a good mother, and the people loved her even though no one knew anything about her background. However, one thing about her confused the people. Although she attended church on Sunday, she never took the Eucharist, the body and blood of Christ. When this was brought to the Count's attention, he ordered his guards to ensure that she stayed for the whole service and took the Eucharist. The next Sunday, Melusine attempted to excuse herself from the church just before the Eucharist, but the guards stopped her, and just as the priest was about to administer the holy rite, she let out a loud shriek, turned into a dragon, and took off with her 2 children. This is a very strange story indeed. Where did its various elements come from, and where did the Count find this mysterious woman? We have no answer to this, other than to suggest the Count might have brought back some element from the Middle East that gave rise to the story, especially when we consider the links between Melusine and Isis. Why did Melusine turn into a dragon? Could this be a link with the Indian tradition that the royal lineage has serpent blood? Page 146.